insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
It is Payne and Pendergast, but no Sean Pendergast, Brandon Scott in here with
Thank
Seth
God.
Payne.
I needed a break.
Hey, man,
I needed a break from Sean. I'll tell you what.
Get the hell out of here, Sean, man. Let me get in here and stretch out a little bit. I appreciate Sean actually for allowing me to keep the seat warm for him. But, you know, in the spirit of Sean's absence, I'm going to keep with a little bit of the theme of the show here, Seth. Did you hear the good news?
Yeah, good call. Good call.
Have you heard the news?
I heard about this.
There are actual multiple spots of good news that we have here today, Seth.
So layers on layers of good news.
Layers on layers of good news. On the A page, on the B section, doesn't matter. You've got the Texans with a roster, pretty much with a full roster, or maybe a couple of practice squad spots that they need to fill, Seth. But for the most part, they've got a roster. But even bigger than that, the good news, Seth, is last night, your Houston Astros took care of business. Or not even last night, it was yesterday, during the day. Took care of business. It was basically, Seth, batting practice on one end for the Astros, and then Spencer Aragetti carrying a no-hitter into the eighth, and almost pulled it off. Almost pulled it off, man.
It was almost pulled it off, and then I feel bad for Whitcomb, man. So Whitcomb misses a little grounder to third. Pena hoovers it up behind him. But, man, especially after you see Dubon make the incredible play in center field in the seventh inning, it just had all the feel of, look at this. These guys are rallying behind the young pitcher who had a 5+ ERA through the first part of the season, but it's been a 2.5 ERA in the month of August, and everything was lining up perfectly for perhaps I wouldn't say one for the ages, but a really, really nice day for Spencer Aragetti, and then Whitcomb whiffs on the potential easy out first. So, but otherwise though too, I mean, you know, the first inning when Yordan was not pitched to, and they walked him. I thought, oh, you cowards! Will you just come on, test yourself? And then they went ahead and tested themselves, and Yordan hit 3 home runs in a row in his next 3 at bats. Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
I think that Yordan validated their decision or feeling of not wanting to test him, and I definitely want to get into Spencer Aragetti's performance, what it means, what it represents for the Astros in the next segment at 6:20. But you mentioned Whitcomb, and I loved consuming this in the moment. I was watching the game and listening to the drive at the same time. And, of course, Clint Stoerner, our guy, says right there in the moment, as soon as Whitcomb has this, you know, this faux pas, if you will. And I don't even know if you'd call it a faux pas, but, of course, Clint goes, Alex Bregman would have made that play in his sleep, Chief.
Well, you know what? It's interesting
but
because
I agreed.
Clint had said something. It wasn't like a huge thing but it's in the moment when they were talking about Alex Bregman, you know, not being at third and going to first, which they've messed around with that idea. Clint had said, well, hey, look, you know, Alex Bregman's defense at third isn't the reason you're going to lose the ALCS or something. And I don't tend to like statements like that because those are the moments that can very much win or lose you a big game. And so Bregman's defense has always just been such a huge asset for this team. And the Astros defense has been one of the reasons the pitchers are so good. They're very, very good defensively. So I think it's a glaring reminder that, man, this team has performed so well. The last few games notwithstanding, they've performed so well over this last month and a half or so with a lot of minor league call-ups that shouldn't be in the major leagues right now. But those are also the blemishes that might keep you from really going as far as you could with your top-end guys.
Yeah, no, you absolutely – I don't feel like you could even make the statement that Alex Bregman's defense or the lack thereof is going to be – it wouldn't be the difference in what would – what would get you there in the end. Like, that matters. Like, you look at that game set, if they're not up 10-0, he's out there playing third base or you know what I mean? Like, it's not he's only not in the game. And I don't know what you thought about the decision, but I actually agreed with the decision to pull Altuve and Bregman from that game, given what the score was, even though you were flirting with a no-hitter. Like, to me, I'm not going to say that the no-hitter doesn't have the same, like, historical relevance and reverence that it used to, but when you're the Astros and you've actually kind of been scuffling a little bit as of late, you want to just secure that win, and you want your guys healthy. Now, Altuve, who's well into his 30s now, and Bregman, who's been banged up for the last couple of weeks or so.
Right, and you're on this stretch of games with no break, and you're down a reliever. The relievers have been taxed. So there's a little bit of a balancing act there, too, where you do want Aragetti to suck up as many innings as possible. You end up only having to use Brian King as a reliever, which is nice. But you also want, you don't want, I don't want to call it vanity, because nobody's going to begrudge a pitcher for wanting to get a no-hitter. But you got to balance out Aragetti having pitched so many innings and everything else that you got to make some tough decisions sometimes. There's no way they would have pulled Aragetti, but you gotta get Altuve's had to have some rest days as of late. Bregman's got his elbow issue. I think it was fine. I don't think is there anybody that's mad at Espada this morning for ruining Spencer Aragetti's no hitter,
dude?
Other than Whitcomb himself,
other than Clinton run. They were beside themselves that Alex Bregman wasn't out there to help secure the no-hitter, and that Whitcomb was in that moment and had to face that, which I'm like, Clint, dude, to hell with that no-hitter.
I never used to pay this much attention before, but are Clinton, Ron, will they not mention the no-hitter while it's an ongoing no-hitter?
Oh, no, this was fun. So I was actually on with them in the 4 o'clock hour yesterday, and it was as the no-hitter was happening, and Ron kept saying it, and it was actually the YouTube chat in our audience that was giving him crap for it, for actually saying it. And they like to needle Ron anyway, but that, of course, encouraged him to say it even more.
Ron, you get that a little bit with where Callis won't say it.
Yeah.
They'll very much accentuate. He's only all he's given up today is 4 walks, but so you can tell, and that's enough. Robert Ford, I think Robert Ford and Ron are wired kind of the same way, because Robert Ford, I think, has a real grudge against people that try to tell him that he can't say it, because he understands how ludicrous it all is. I treat it kind of like I do religion. I try not to judge anybody's beliefs or anything, as long as it doesn't actively harm other people. And so likewise, I'm never gonna belittle your religion, whatever your faith is. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna do that. Likewise, if your superstition is to not say anything about a no-hitter as it's ongoing, I will honor and respect that, because it's no damage to me. It's kind of a fun little thing.
So I'm actually on the side of saying that it's a no-hitter. I don't think there's a problem with it. I don't believe in the superstition. And I used to be the thing that you're saying that you don't want to be, or that you're not, like to be judgmental of those who are superstitious of it. Yeah. But I'll be honest, man, I did come around on it after I kind of heard Todd Callis's explanation and Jeff Blum's as well, because they're together on this, and I think they stand together on this, and it's kind of a baseball culture thing, but also like specific to TV. Like in radio, I think you should say it. I think you should say it. The Astros radio broadcast, I think, should say it. And in the role that Ron and Clint were playing, I think that they were in a position to say it. But I understand why you might not say it on a TV broadcast, because you can illustrate it with your graphics. I mean, you can just put it up there that there's no hits, and then you could say that there's another way. There are other ways to word that a guy hasn't given up any hits throughout an inning or throughout a game.
It kind of becomes fun too. It's fun to talk around stuff. It's kind of like telling a dirty joke without making it explicitly dirty.
That's exactly it.
The suggestion is sometimes way more entertaining than just bluntly putting it out there.
Yeah.
So the limits and boundaries to make life more interesting. So I appreciate what you're saying there about the TV broadcast. Yeah. I used to be when I used to be more argumentative about things in general. I used to get agitated about it, and now I just I got other stuff I can yell at people about. I can so I get that. Yeah, with radio it's harder to impart it necessarily with graphics or a tone of voice or anything like that. It's just not quite the same.
Yeah, and for me, I'm a complete convert. I went from being the judgmental guy to now I actually like to watch the culture war, if you will, like the side that's where I was ardently against or adamantly against the idea that you can say a hitter because somehow the broadcast and you saying it was going to impact the actual outcome of a game, which is very hard to play, and the things that they're doing are very hard to do, and just saying that it's a no-hitter or not saying it's a no-hitter is very easy to do and inconsequential. I went from that to saying, you know what, there is an art to what Callis and Blum are doing there when they're not saying it's a no-hitter, but everybody knows that it is. Everybody can tell that it is, and nobody is suffering from the experience of the broadcasters not explicitly saying that it's not one.
There's two things about yesterday's no-hitter that are interesting. One is that a lot of times no-hitters are boring games, and maybe that game was boring if you're a Phillies fan, but for the Astros, that was one of the more fun no-hitter, if it had, let's say it had stayed a no-hitter. When you're scoring 10 runs, you've got just the right amount of drama on both sides. It's awesome. Yordan hits 3 home runs. Altuve steals home in the first inning, and yet also you had a no-hitter going on the other side of it. So instead of some 1-0 or 2-0 no-hitter, you had an actually entertaining, for Astros fan, no-hitter. And the other part of it, too, though, is we do what you alluded to. Okay, the no-hitter has lost a little bit of its luster in some ways because the way pitching has changed so much. And yet, for the pitchers themselves, it's still something. It's something. Like pitcher wins. We know that pitcher wins in this day and age are really, I don't want to say meaningless, but it's very clear. There's times, where remember one year Verlander had gotten 6 weeks into the season without a win because he wasn't getting any run support, but he was pitching really, really, really well. You know that it's dicey, and yet Verlander himself will talk about his goals in terms of total number of wins and everything. It's just a nice, easy, simple thing you can latch onto and that people still talk about. So I do feel bad for Aragetti that he had a chance at it and came very, very close, but I also don't begrudge Espada for kind of yanking it away from him.
The text line said the text line is saying that Todd Callis actually broke character yesterday. That he actually broke character at some point after the Dubon catch. That he said he saved the no-hitter. Obviously Dubon had that amazing catch.
Okay,
I didn't catch that. I didn't realize that because he never says it.
I was walking in and out of the room, and I was kind of listening for it because I heard him a couple times conspicuously mention the walks and the strikeouts, but no hit. He didn't say hits at all or mention that. So I thought, I wonder when he broke. Maybe popped that seal a while ago. I don't know.
Maybe so. He said, Payne, I'm Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast on Payne and Pendergast. Coming up next, the Texans have a roster for the most part. We'll give our final thoughts on that and more coming up next on Payne and Pendergast.
Week 1 of college football is here. How about getting out to TDECU Stadium this weekend to watch the
Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Hey, we're happy for British, for him making our initial roster here. And one thing about British, the kid is tough, he's reliable, he's smart, and that goes a long way in this league. That plays anywhere, and he's shown that. He's dependable, and he's competed, and he's deserved the right to be on our team. So excited for him and his growth and his development this year.
That was Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans talking about undrafted free agent running back / possibly fullback British Brooks. Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here with Seth Payne on Payne and Pendergast. Seth, the last time you were on the air, the Texans did have a 53-man roster, but they had not added 12 players to their practice squad. We had not heard from DeMeco Ryans quite yet on British Brooks.
Yeah.
What do you think of? I position it this way. I thought British Brooks was going to make the team, but I thought he was going to be on this practice squad as opposed to actually making the 53-man roster. I do feel like it's a credit to like the fact that he is on the 53-man roster and that we're having the discussions that we're having about him possibly being a contributor to the team. Who knows if he actually sticks around past a couple of weeks? Like the roster could change. But that he would make the 53 and that they would speak as highly of British Brooks as they are at this point going into the season, I think says a lot about the preseason and the training camp that he actually had.
Yeah,
I know you're impressed with him.
I think the competition there at running back, especially amongst the rookies, I think J.J. Taylor and Jawar Jordan, it wouldn't have been a shock if they'd stayed on the active roster. I think British Brooks' versatility and his ability that he showed to be a blocker is the biggest difference by far. I think the other two guys are scintillating in terms of their potential for big plays or what have you. But I also I think we were all impressed by British Brooks being way faster than you expect for a big guy and just shiftier than you expect. But he can do something that those other two guys can't. Those guys are both like 185 pounds.
Yeah.
And, British Brooks is 225 or so. He's a big old load that either as a short yardage back or as a blocker for, any of those running backs. But I think of Damian Pierce especially, he does best with a fullback in the game, with a lead blocker. And British Brooks had shown some violence as a blocker that we haven't seen out of a Texans fullback in a while. And I think that this first few weeks especially, well, they've got, before injuries mount up and everything, that they're going to, I think they'll experiment and see what they have with him as a fullback. And also maybe they're hoping to get the best version of Damian Pierce. So if you want to almost think of this as an extended tryout for both British Brooks and Damian Pierce, it's not a reckless experiment, but I think you can work some things in, and hopefully they work out. If they don't, you can pivot.
Gosh, Seth, I'm rooting for Damian Pierce, but the thought of his success being tied to an undrafted running back who's converting into a fullback and kind of made the squad out of the, kind of pulling up by his own bootstraps, so to speak.
Yeah.
Just makes me a little bit worried about Damian. Like, we went from Damian Pierce as a rookie being the focal point of an offense that was a terrible offense, granted, and was a terrible football team, I understand. But going from that to, hey, this tryout is kind of tied to how well he can play with or play behind or alongside this converted running back into fullback, just doesn't make me feel good, man.
A lot of this goes back to, because I don't like to get too wrapped up in the zone running scheme versus gap blocking, old school blocking, all that stuff. For one, because then there's a lot of people that just kind of, it gets a little too technical. But it's also that going back to 2006 when Kubiak first got here, the old outside zone running team where all they did was run outside zone, that's long gone. And the Texans under Gary Kubiak, but then especially once Kyle Shanahan tweaked everything, they're pretty diverse in all of the different plays they want to run. You just never want to run into a situation where, all right, if we have a running back there that the defense knows can only do so many things, it becomes a little too predictable. But there is also something to be said for teams that run the ball really well with old school leads and powers and everything else like that. there is an element of like, we don't care if you know what's coming. The offense saying, all right, good. Oh, you know what's coming. We're going to hit you in the mouth. And I think they look at British Brooks as that kind of guy that, all right, you know what? Sure, Damian's not good at everything we run, so you're getting there's a smaller number of plays we're going to try here, but we're still going to hit you upside the head. You know, you can be a really good boxer, but if you get caught with the right punch, that's it for you by another professional boxer. And there's a little bit of a bulldog mentality there.
Seth, that semi-viral clip of British Brooks just going heads up against that Rams defensive lineman and like seeming to give a little shock to his system. And you showed this on your YouTube. You guys check this out on Seth's YouTube where Seth actually highlights this. British Brooks hits that guy. This might have been your live stream, but he hits that guy, and he looks like he's ready to stand there and throw a punch or karate chop ready or whatever. like he's down for whatever at that point.
It was exactly like when a boxer is just still in that mode and the guy's gone down, but he's still in attack mode and he almost has to restrain himself from jumping on the dude. It's exactly what it looked like. I feel like British Brooks took boxing lessons at the Y back when he was a kid. They had the old school back when the father would take your kid out into the backyard and teach him something on the speed bag.
He was an early camp crush for not just myself, but for a lot of people. There were people that watch your stream and people that listen to this station were really talking about British Brooks a lot more so than I feel like we were on the station. Dude's got some dog in him, and I think he pretty much described it here where he talks about being willing to play any position, running back, fullback, offensive line. Dude just wants to get out there, anybody.
Just very appreciative of just, being a part of the team first and foremost, and just, like I said, being very appreciative of Nick and Coach D'Amico just giving me this opportunity. And really, I'm down for whatever they need me at, to be honest. I mean, I don't care if I got to play center or line, whatever they need me at, they want to hear a no from me.
Yeah, spoken like a true undrafted free agent who, and we'll play some of this later on. I mean, he's gone through his trials and tribulations with the game and his contemplation of possibly not playing, and has spoken about his love for the game. To go from like this dark place where British Brooks talks about being to now being on this football team, dude's out there willing to do whatever it takes. Yeah, and he's a walk-on at UNC. Which, by the way, there's another little tell there, too, is that, look, UNC is a pretty tough school to get into academically, unless the football team really wants you, and then it's a little less tough. I was a beneficiary of treatment like that once back in the day. I was a pretty good high school football player back in the day, Brandon, and it helped me get into a school that maybe I wouldn't have otherwise gotten into. So was North Carolina the school that had its black athletes taking African American studies or something like that? I feel like that happened. Like they were
it wasn't. No, it was something.
Just come over and take the black classes.
It was something less. I think it was something less challenging than that. In terms, it was bad. Like smart dude who wasn't necessarily all that highly coveted coming out of college to the point where you don't get drafted, and different style of running back and everything. But I could see British Brooks maybe, that's the story I have in mind for him. Whatever he becomes on this football team, that's the story. If you can end up being a story like that, man, it would be awesome because it's a find, especially in this day and age where nobody's spending high draft picks on running backs because you just don't know quite what to make of the position. If you get a guy like that on a rookie contract for 4 years, that could be nice. That could be nice.
Here's British Brooks on what motivated him.
In college, going through that injury, a lot of it was with my strength conditioning coach, who was actually my cousin, AJ Blue. Like, he was there for me, checking in on me. It was always me and him. I also got a dog. She was there, 24/7, pulling me around. I feel like, I tell reporters this all the time, I feel like my dog really helped me get back quicker because she's 130 pounds and we live on the 3rd floor, so I got to drag her up and down the stairs 3 times a day. So, I had a lot of good people in my circle, around them times that, I could lean on, and they were there for me.
That's some perspective for you. How about that? You're having to carry your dog around.
Crediting it. Oh, he had said at the end of the interview it's some kind of, he called it a bully. I'm guessing I didn't catch what type of bully it was, but it's perfect. I feel like having the first name British. If Sean were here, he would tell us about the British Bulldog and the wrestling aspect to it and everything. But also having a dog that suggests what I had said. I never knew he had a bulldog. What I like is for fullbacks. I don't like these 6'3" hybrid tight end / fullbacks because I'll tell you, Brandon, as a defensive lineman or a linebacker, some of the worst pain you ever feel on a football field is when a 5'10" fullback gets you up under the chin and just unloads, because those dudes have the highest strength per body weight and inches of height on the, like, pound for pound, they're usually the most explosive, strongest guys on the team. You know, those thick running backs they're the ones you see squatting 600 deep squats for reps and everything, and they catch you up under the chin, and it messes up the next quarter for you. Like, you can't. Your value, I know these days you're probably like, I should probably go get checked out for the protocol, man. I don't know. It's like that's something that the 6'3" guys have a really hard time doing. That's why I love that image of British Brooks hitting that defensive lineman, because I've been there before. It sucks, and it adds a whole element of toughness to your team that I think can flow out. I think there could be an element of toughness with British Brooks that this Texans rushing offense hasn't had in a long time.
So I feel like they showed us their commitment to the fullback being a part of this team by keeping British Brooks and also seemingly converting him into a fullback. That was actually one of the underrated developments of yesterday's practice was British Brooks not only making the 53-man roster, but when you go out there, he's not working out with the running backs, but he's working out with the tight ends, or at least warming up with the tight ends.
Yeah.
And they warm up and stretch and everything similarly to the way that the fullbacks would, right? And so that was interesting. And then also when we see the practice squad that it's got Troy Hairston on it, like we already understood and like know the offense and know that the fullback plays a role in this offense. You don't necessarily have to do it, but it's something that they like to do. But then on top of that, I feel like they showed us their commitment to it by choosing British Brooks as sort of the nastiest dog of them all, out of all the guys that could, capably play the position.
Right.
But then also keeping Troy Hairston on the practice squad as well. And I know he didn't necessarily redeem himself per se in his last showing out there, aside from his touchdown, but has now played the position and is at least an option there and shows their commitment to having a fullback.
And I wonder about Troy Hairston, man, just going back and watching that last preseason game again, I wonder if he's not injured or anything, because he's been a work in progress as a fullback, but it was rough. It was a really rough day for him. Not just at fullback, but in special teams. Yeah, so I wonder if he was nursing something, because it was as bad as I've seen, and it's not typical of the way he plays. So I'm guessing there's potentially some kind of injury issue he is working through.
So I want to get to this with you later on in the show, but I'm gonna ask you now because I am curious. Now that we have the 53-man roster and for the most part a practice squad, you feel like what would you say are the holes, if any, on this roster? Like, I feel like we're all confident. Everybody's really excited about the season. For the most part, we all got positive feelings about the Texans. But if you were to poke holes in it and say that there's a flaw or a chink in the armor, where would you say it is on the Texans right now?
I think right now, a lot of it's at the backup positions. Like, I like Blake Fisher a lot, but I wouldn't feel comfortable right this moment if he has to start at left or right tackle. And it has nothing to do – I really am genuinely bullish on him. I think he's got a lot of potential. I think he's shown some really good things. But he's a guy that, the story on him coming out in the draft was, wow, if he had stayed in one more year, he probably would have been a first-rounder. He needs some development. So right now is like that senior season of development that he was going to be getting. So and sometimes those guys develop very quickly once they get thrown into regular season games and you get 65 snaps per game. Because in the preseason, you only get so many full speed. So I'm hesitant about that right now. I think the safety position in general, a lot of it depends on just how quickly Kalen Bullock comes along. And I feel good about having MJ Stewart and Eric Murray, but there's still uncertainty there. And then obviously linebacker. As long as Christian Harris is in this Kyle Tucker zone, I don't feel awesome about the linebackers. You know what I kept reminding myself yesterday, Brandon, was that they didn't have Alshire last year. So last year they had Christian Harris and then a lot of the same guys that are still on the roster right now rotating through at the linebacker positions. So it wasn't pretty in the Colts game. Jonathan Taylor had 188 yards rushing, but so you had Christian Harris, who had developed into a really good player by then, but you had a lot of other guys. So obviously they were able to win that game. And now you've got Alshire while you don't have Christian Harris. So the loss of right now Christian Harris and Danico Autry, I look at those things as, all right, man, they can get by. They can be a good defense. To be genuinely elite as a defense and to really blow people away, I think you need both those guys back. So I'm not at 5-alarm fire status yet, but I'm just still I'm nervous about the Kyle Tucker status of Christian Harris.
He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next on Headlines, let's hear a bit more from D'Amico Ryans and the players. That's next on Payne and Pendergast Sports Radio 610.
Men's T Clinic, that's where I go every week for my weekly testosterone boost. A lot of people in my life.
today's headlines.
It is Payne and Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along with Seth Payne. And yesterday, Seth, we got to hear from Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans about finalizing this roster. And I know there were some things that were, I feel like, more surprising to others than what were surprising to you and Sean. Because I know the Noah Brown cut did not catch you guys off guard at all. It felt like it did catch others off guard. But I think when you hear how they talk about cuts and Noah Brown being the most notable of them or one of the more notable ones of them, it does kind of give you some idea, at least to me, some idea of how much they did value him and how much I think they really actually wanted it to work out with him. Like he just wasn't healthy enough to be on the team.
I think this was a genuinely painful cut for the Texans. I think there were a few in the I think it was really probably, I'd guess it was a disproportionate percentage of their time in making the cuts was spent on the wide receivers. And they've got 7 wide receivers right now, which is a lot, but then you include Steven Sims in that as a special teams guy. But they were going to have to cut somebody that they really liked. And maybe if John Metchie hadn't started catching the ball consistently, it would have been a little bit easier because that would have been very specifically performance-based. If they had to, hope that they could put John Metchie or trade him away, or anything, then that would have been difficult for them, but at least that would have been performance-based. With Noah Brown, he's a guy that did everything you could have hoped for him to do last year, and had the 300-plus yards receiving over the course of 2 games, and it's just that he's been injured. And I think doesn't necessarily, because of his injury history, have the same upside as some of the younger guys. So I felt for those guys. I felt for Caserio and DeMeco. It's hard. As DeMeco said the other day, this was really hard this year compared to last year. There were just more guys that you felt were capable of helping your football team out and that you'd grown attached to over the course of the year. And I think Noah Brown was clearly one of those guys that it was kind of painful to have to make that call.
This was DeMeco Ryans talking about the process of cutting the roster down to 53 and how he feels about the team that they have now.
And on the roster cuts and decisions we make is definitely tough. Right? We'd love to keep everyone. Loved all the guys that we were able to work with. All those guys, right, belong in the league. They work the right way, made of the right stuff. So, we're hopeful that, we can get some guys back on our practice squad. If not, hopefully those guys land on another team somewhere. So pulling for all those guys, all the difficult decisions, difficult conversations we had to have, right, just still pulling for all those guys to make it in the NFL.
And obviously, Noah Brown ended up signing with the Washington Commanders later on in the day. But you can tell that there was a little bit of, hey, there are some guys that we want to keep around here.
I like the idea of getting cut by DeMeco Ryans. There's some coach doing more for to get cut by than others. There's some guys that have the human touch or so. I would say, honestly, going back to Bill O'Brien and that year on Hard Knocks, I was honestly impressed with the way Bill O'Brien talked to the guys. Now, he doesn't have the same personality as DeMeco, but I thought Bill O'Brien did the best thing, which was the ones we saw at least, he was giving constructive advice. I would call it criticism if you want, but basically telling the guys they cut exactly what they, were not, why they were doing it and what maybe a guy could improve, which is a hell of a lot nicer to a kid. That's actually helping the kid if he wants to hear the message. It's hard sometimes if you're being cut, your brain's not all, your brain's a little foggy. So I appreciated that. But with DeMeco, I think likewise, I'm sure he does the same thing. But I think, just if you can tell that the guy is genuinely pained to be cutting you, that goes a long way. When I was cut by Gary, first time I was ever cut in the NFL was going into my 11th season, and it was Gary Kubiak. He'd called me on the phone, and I genuinely felt in that moment like, man, this is a good dude. And I by the end, I was trying to give him a pep talk about what a good job he was doing as a coach, and because I felt like he was, I could hear that it was hard for him, and he felt bad, or at least he was doing a good job of faking it about having to cut me, and it made me feel nice. And then I felt like he needed a pick me up, so I gave him a pep talk.
So I thought that one of the more experienced receivers was going to get cut, traded, or let go in some capacity. I just assumed for whatever reason it was going to be Robert Woods. And this is just the problem with assumptions and not knowing or not giving enough credit to the process of the preseason and training camp. But going into this thing, I would have told you that, hey, they probably get rid of Robert Woods one way or another, and that John Metchie and Xavier Hutchinson are in a competition with each other. And it turned out that Noah Brown ended up being the guy that was on the outside looking in because he wasn't available and all the rest of those guys were. Oh, and by the way, on top of that, like Robert Woods has plenty of tape out there, right? He's kind of an established made man. But between Xavier Hutchinson and John Metchie, you talk about maximizing your reps or making the most of your ops, right? Like they absolutely did that. It shows you how much the process actually mattered, the preseason and really the entire training camp in the case of Xavier Hutchinson. But both of them showing up at different times at relevant points, I feel like edged out Noah Brown, a player that they really liked. It shows you how much they like those guys when they can edge out a guy that they really wanted to keep.
It's one part of the dynamic between D'Amico and Caserio that I've really liked, and why I was optimistic about it working out between those two, just kind of professionally and interpersonally, is that Caserio, and I would say this is one of the good things that people it's one of the good things you should bring from being with the Patriots. Instead of all these other coaches that think their main message is like, oh, I've just got to be a jerk. I think the one thing about Caserio is that sometimes personnel people are way more concerned with traits and upside and everything else. And the clash will be between the personnel people who value that stuff versus the coaches who really want dependability. And sometimes the coaches will really love this guy. It happens with defensive linemen a lot, like with a guy like Kurt Hinish. The coaches will really love a guy because he's dependable. He's not going to screw up my game plan, But the scouts are like, why the hell do you like that guy? I feel like Caserio and D'Amico are a little bit more of like mind on that. Caserio, having been a coach, helps a lot, and I think being in the New England system, that's something that they tend to value. Is all right, I can trust this guy. He's not going to screw up my game plan. So I think that's where Robert Woods, in addition to the veteran leadership and all of that, if they've been without Robert Woods, then you've got Stefon Diggs in there as the one guy who's an older guy you can be leaned on, but you don't. And it's been awesome with Stefon Diggs, but I think Robert Woods and Stefon Diggs have just maybe slightly different personalities.
Slightly. maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit.
And I say this without saying that Stefon Diggs is a distraction or anything. There's something about a level-headed, a guy that's just like the consummate, mature, old vet that can kind of keep it calm when everybody else is freaking out. I feel like Robert Woods has that in his bag.
What do you think about since you mentioned it, what do you think about my theory? Because you and I have not talked about this, but I've mentioned this on the air before. With Stefon Diggs and his, let's call them quarterback disputes or hissy fits, whatever you want to call them, what do you make of me actually being on Stefon Diggs' side on all of it? Like to me, here's where I'm at.
Yeah.
I have yet to just assume that whatever dispute existed with Stefon Diggs and let's just say Josh Allen, or Stefon Diggs and let's just call it the Bills offense at large, right?
Yeah.
Like I am not under the assumption that Stefon Diggs was on the wrong side of the argument or on the wrong side of history. I think he is more so a product, the conversation at least is a product of the way we talk about wide receivers. So if a wide receiver pitches a fit, never mind if he's right or wrong, he's a diva, he's an issue. But I'm not so convinced that he's on the wrong side of the argument.
All right, this is the thing, and I'm not trying to be on the fence here. I think that the root cause of some of the disputes was very much on Josh Allen. Like, Josh Allen is not as advanced mentally as a quarterback as C.J. Stroud is right now as a second-year quarterback. He doesn't process the game the same way that C.J. Stroud. Doesn't mean he's better or worse or anything else than C.J. Stroud. He's just not on that same level. And I think when wide receivers get disgruntled, except for the genuine divas who are just all about themselves, I think generally when wide receivers get disgruntled, yes, it's partly because they're not getting the ball, but it's because they're not getting the ball when they're supposed to get the ball. You know, a diva is a guy who, on any given play, is the third option, doesn't get the ball, and he's upset about it. A genuinely reason for disgruntled thing is when you are the first read and everything is going the way it's supposed to, and for some reason the QB just doesn't get it. And I think there was a little bit of that sometimes with Josh Allen. And I know what you're saying. I think that with Stefon Diggs, there is still the social media side of it.
Yeah.
It's the cryptic stuff that just amps any sideline disagreement or anything up a millionfold when you start, and then your brother's weighing in on it, saying that my brother needs to get up and out of there.
Yeah.
With no response from Stefon. It's just that I think that's where if he could just keep from doing that, I think a lot of that never sees the light of day. Because then it's like, we got into it on the sideline, but everything's cool, and then nobody knows anything. But when you get the cryptic tweets or Instagram posts, then you know that Stefon Diggs is still thinking about it, and it's obviously something that's not just in the moment. It's something that extends beyond it.
Yeah, I do think that whatever level of volatility exists there, Seth, that DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud are equipped and mature enough as leaders to kind of deal with it. Now, how much of an issue it actually becomes or is, I guess remains to be seen. They haven't played a down of football yet or like real football. So we'll see, but I'm hoping the leadership is in place and the infrastructure is in place to withstand whatever it is, if there's anything.
I think there's definitely something to the dynamic of, like, from the very beginning, they described it as like Stefon Diggs is the big brother and Josh Allen is the little brother. And in relationships like that, sometimes it's hard for the quarterback to genuinely come into his own. And that's another area where I feel like C.J. Stroud is just way ahead of the curve in terms of leadership and maturity and everything compared to a young Josh Allen. So I think, like, C.J.'s just kind of freakishly mature on the interpersonal side of leadership. And I think he's got probably a higher capacity for disagreement and discord and be able to kind of like, the old dudes in your life where you're like, I wish I could be as patient as him.
Yeah.
Like you can the guy that'll just let somebody flip out and let it run its course, and then we'll have a discussion about it. Like CJ, I feel, is already kind of that old head guy.
CJ Stroud, incredibly mature, ahead of the curve, but what makes him so miserable to defend? We'll discuss that next on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland, the exact opposite of
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, here with Seth Payne on Payne and Pendergast, rolling along with you. And C.J. Stroud did an interview with the boardroom, and I think it was really good, really entertaining. I thought insightful, and C.J. Stroud is just a good follow and a good interview anyway. So I encourage y'all to check that out for sure on your own time. There's a written element and a video component to it that you can absolutely check out. But the takeaway for me was just that C.J. Stroud, very much mature beyond his years, Seth, as you and I were just talking about in the previous segment. But also that translates not just in interviews and in interactions with him, but it even translates in his actual game on the field. And I can remember, Seth, having a conversation with Ron from our afternoon show, Ron Hughley, about quarterback superpowers. It's a very superficial conversation, but bear with me for a second. Quarterback superpowers. And I remember his issue, and I had trouble answering this question for him, but his question for me at the time, this is before CJ took off. This is after they drafted him, but before he took off, it was like, what's CJ Stroud's superpower? What's going to be that thing that's just going to make him such an amazing player? We know he's accurate. We know he was really good at Ohio State. But what is the dude's superpower? Anthony Richardson looks like he's built out of like you just drew him out of a comic book. And Bryce Young obviously had the success that he had at Alabama. But what is C.J. Stroud's superpower? It turned out to be the maturation, him being mature beyond his years, Seth, and having some elements of his game that were veteran-like, that were amazing in that way for him to be so young. And you talked about this quite at length. It's probably the reason why he's going to make life hard on defensive players for a long time.
Right. Well, yeah, and I think a lot of times it's kind of like it was with Tom Brady. Some of the bigger assets are the more understated and less noticeable things. They're the bad plays you don't make. And that's what you saw by the end of the year. Okay, he threw 5 interceptions. After the first 2 games were over, he was up in about if you take out the first 2 games in which he was very much a rookie and got sacked 11 times in 2 games, his sack rate, the number of sacks he took, would have put him in probably around 10th or 11th best in the league in terms of how many sacks he takes. But I think one thing that he got better and better at as the season went along was understanding pass protection and then taking his utilizing really good pocket movement, which is not the mobility, not scrambling, but knowing when to step up in the pocket, knowing when to step away from guys kind of getting beat on the offensive line. That's pocket movement. And I think Cody Stutz had asked this question of Bobby Slowick, and I'm glad that he did a couple weeks ago. Here's Bobby Slowick talking about where CJ is with pocket movement.
Usually for us, it's more moving less, right? Like he's gotten to the point where he's reacting to pockets, but then you want to move as little as you need to. A lot of it at this point is how do we become firmer? How do we make sure we're better against this pressure? How do we help the right guard? How can we be better in our drop? It's something very subtle in which direction we're going just to help the O-line. Might be a little leaky, but we can still operate.
Yeah, and I saw evidence of that on 3 plays in his limited time in the preseason and it's stuff that he's done before, but I think I saw every opportunity he had in the preseason. He consistently was just keeping a wide base, shuffling to his left a little bit, or if you can think about in that Giants game when they were backed up in their own end zone, Titus Howard wasn't getting beat, but there was clutter in the pocket because the defensive end took an inside move. And CJ just shuffled back with his base wide the entire time with his eyes never lowering, and he found Dalton Schultz over the middle. And it's that kind of stuff that it doesn't get the credit it deserves because it's not circus stuff. It's easy to see Anthony Richardson's athleticism. It's easy to see guys that have crazy arm talent. But the really accurate, well-placed, all the pocket movement, all of that stuff, it's just way more subtle. And yet the people that, like the quarterbacks that analyze film and the defensive backs, EJ Speed and Zaire Franklin, we played the audio a couple days of those guys. They're kind of blown away by how advanced he is on the finer aspects of the game. And I'm excited to see what that turns into this year. He's going to make the offensive line.
Yeah.
I don't want to see look better than they are. But just the same way Peyton Manning, Brandon, it used to be so frustrating because when I was a player, I would watch these people talk about how incredible the Colts offensive line is, and I'm like, half these guys are trash, like absolute trash. And Peyton Manning, but he never gets sacked. So people, oh boy, that offensive line is incredible. Like, no, getting sacked is a QB stat. There's some quarterbacks that don't get sacked a lot no matter how good or bad their offensive line is. And then there's some quarterbacks that no matter how many good offensive linemen you give them, they're going to get sacked a whole bunch. Like Pat Mahomes, Tom Brady, Jared Goff actually is really good at not taking sacks. And Josh Allen, over the past 5, 6, 7 years, those guys are consistently in the top 3 for taking the fewest sacks.
Yeah, so this is why phrasing and positioning is important. Because I don't like to look at it as, even if this is the case, I don't like to look at it as much as him making the offensive line look better. The offense highly paid. The Texans invested a lot of both money and draft capital in their offensive line. If you think about Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs being, first and second round picks, and then all the money that they paid Titus Howard, Laramie Tunsil, and Shaq Mason. Like I don't want C.J. Stroud is good enough. I don't need him making that highly paid and highly invested offense. The way I like to look at it, Seth, and this is where you being a former defensive lineman is beneficial, as opposed to making the offensive line look better. I like looking at it as C.J. Stroud making instead of his own offensive line look better, the opposing defensive line look worse. Or make their lives a little bit more difficult because, as Bobby Slowick mentioned, even if the offensive line is a little leaky, even if this highly paid, highly invested in offensive line gets beat a time or two, C.J. Stroud and his awareness in the pocket, his movement in the pocket, his maturity in the pocket is good enough and frustrating enough to make the opposing defensive line look silly, as opposed to me just saying that it makes the offensive line look better. Because they need to look good on their own, damn it.
Right. But no matter how good your offensive line is, they can always look better.
Yes, sure.
And that is something, too. When we could go back to any number of Texans quarterbacks who have been guilty of this, there's nothing more frustrating to an offensive tackle, a really good offensive tackle, when you're running your guy around the hoop just like you should, but your quarterback is drifting backwards into the pocket, and he gets sacked 9 yards behind the line of scrimmage. So the offensive tackle gets blamed for a sack, which is 100% on the quarterback. That's the stuff that drives offensive linemen crazy, and that hurts. CJ's very, very aware of that dynamic of what the drops should be, where he needs to climb the pocket, all of that stuff. And he's the kind of guy that's going to tell if he screws it up, he's going to tell the offensive tackle, it's on me, But as far as the defensive linemen go, if we think about the Colts specifically, they added Leatu Latu in the first round, who had some really good plays versus starting offensive tackles in the preseason. And I don't think he's going to be a challenge for Laramie Tunsil. The problem for Leatu Latu versus Laramie Tunsil is Latu's strength is his hands. He's a very polished pass rusher, but he's not all that athletic. Laramie Tunsil's got the best hands in the business. So when it comes to the hand fighting part of it, Laramie Tunsil's more athletic than Leatu Latu. He's a genuinely bona fide all-pro caliber vet going up against a rookie in his first game. So I feel fine about that. And then the Colts defensive line, it's their interior guys that worry me the most, not because of sacks per se, but their ability to get it, push the pocket, and then also to get their hands in passing lanes. And that's as we know from Brady, that's an obstacle when you get pressure up the middle. So it's going to be really interesting watching them hopefully frustrate those guys in week one.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm trying to decide, Seth, what's my favorite matchup. Now that we've got this roster, and this is my big thing today, honestly, now that we've got this roster for the most part intact, or we understand what it's going to look like for the most part, I am more so into just looking forward to this Colts matchup, like this season opener. Like I know we've got 7+ days to do it. We got a week plus to actually do it, and you even got the pregame show on top of that. But I'm so ready to look forward, and I love the fact that the season opens up against the Colts because, Seth, I'm honestly trying to decide which matchup against them am I most intrigued by. Like what? So for you, what's your most intriguing Texans-Colts matchup? Because it could very easily be C.J. Stroud versus E.J. Speed and Zaire Franklin. It could very easily be the Latu Laramie Tunsil matchup that you just mentioned. I like Kamari Lassiter versus Adonai Mitchell, Houston's own A.D. Mitchell, and former Georgia teammates too, by the way.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's got a Georgia defector versus a guy that chose to play in a bowl game that a lot of people thought he shouldn't play in because he just loves football so much.
Yeah,
now,
man.
A.D. Mitchell also wanted to be closer to his daughter and everything. Yeah. There's a lot of – but he defected.
He did.
He defected away from the University of Georgia.
He did. Now, he came closer to home. I can't be mad at him. Mo City Mitch. I'm not mad about that, but I am intrigued by the matchups. I am very much looking forward to this week one tilt, if you will, between the Texans and the Colts.
This is the test, and this is where it always gets interesting because it's hard. This is hard to work into the pep talk when you're game planning. That sometimes, you got to be willing to take some small L's to get the big W. I think when you look at Anthony Richardson, you've got to accept that he's going to get some yardage with his legs. There's going to be, it's tricky to phrase this because you don't want to tell guys like, don't worry about it, but he is much more dangerous with his legs right now than he is as a passer. To even try to hint at him being some kind of version of Lamar Jackson is such an insult to Lamar Jackson right now.
I agree.
Because, Lamar Jackson as a passer is eons ahead of where Anthony Richardson is. But you've almost got to accept, whether you tell it to your team or not, look, he's going to get some yardage with his legs, but we just got to be sure that we take care of business and that he doesn't have opportunities to do it with his arm. Because he's capable of making the big throws, but he just doesn't do it consistently. And he also makes a lot of dumb errors that at some point are going to yield turnovers. I mean, in the preseason, it was some football 101 level stuff.
Dude.
There was a blitz right up the middle, an unblocked, blitzer and there was an easy hot route open. And he instead decided to throw it to a tight end who was triple covered. It was basic stuff. We talked about pocket movement with C.J. Stroud, where there's a little bit of clutter at his feet. C.J. just backs up. Anthony Richardson had a little bit of clutter at his feet, same way C.J. did, and he takes off running, gets strip sacked. It's just he's very, very raw. So for me, my challenge in my matchup is not freaking out if Anthony Richardson busts off a 40-yard run. But there's got to be a part of you that says, okay, that's going to happen, but that's not what we're most concerned about.
Yeah, well, so I like that you went there because Anthony Richardson, who I think can right now, I think it's fair to say Anthony Richardson has a lot of boom or bust or boom and bust potential in him, right? Like he can hurt you in a lot of ways because of the gifts, but he can also help you because of the decision making and just the flat out accuracy issues, right? Like we have seen him be accurate before. We have yet to see him be consistently accurate at any point, right?
Yeah, it's a classic. It drives me insane because people love to post a picture of a beautiful pass that he makes.
He'll make one every now and then. He'll do it.
I thought he wasn't accurate. No, that's like putting up a Martin Maldonado home run and be like, oh, I thought he was a bad hitter. Oh, doesn't look like it here. Yeah, it's how consistently can you do it?
Yeah, and I think the flashes of accuracy, to be fair, Seth, I do feel like the flashes of accuracy are what a lot of people use to validate the fascination. Like, hey, it's there. He can do it. Someone's just got to tap into whatever he needs to find that consistency. Why doesn't he have the repeatability that he needs to have in order to be an actual viable and serious quarterback?
Yeah.
Tap into that.
That's why I got excited. Before I even watched any of his preseason games, before I had seen any bad plays or anything. The first few snaps, he throws sidearm for no reason whatsoever. I mean, it's just, for him, throwing at an odd arm angle is when he has to throw over the top.
Yeah.
So on that play I was telling you about where he scrambled, where really there was no reason for him to scramble, the only excuse I could make for him is that he would have had to throw over the tops of the defensive linemen to get to his check down. There were two wide open receivers, by the way, too. I didn't mention that. When he scrambled to his left and got strip sacked, he had his check down right in front of him. It was on 1st and 10. It would have been an easy 5-yard gain. And he scrambles, and I'm like, oh, yeah. Because if he has to throw over the top, it's an odd arm angle for him. He's out there whipping it sidearm, which is impressive, but it does nothing for you in the NFL. It's so weird. So he was supposed to spend the offseason fixing his mechanics and everything, and now he's out there looking like Randy Johnson. No, Randy Johnson can throw 3/4 arm delivery, not you.
So Anthony Richardson, Randy Johnson, you ain't no damn Randy Johnson, that's for sure.
Right, not in terms of actual quality, but just having a side slot delivery. If Randy Johnson played in the NFL, he would have developed an over-the-top delivery.
Hey, look, no, Randy Johnson.
Okay, let's say Phil Neshek. He's out there like Phil Neshek.
Phil Neshek too. Neither one. Hey, I would say Randy Johnson for sure has a lot of don't try this ish at home elements to him for sure. But I would say on the matchup point, Anthony Richardson versus who again, as we established, boom or bust, boom and bust potential, versus a Texans defense that I think you and I agree on this part, Seth. A Texans defense that we want to see be much more opportunistic than it had been last year. If there was a disappointment in the defense, if there was a disappointment in D'Amico Ryans' defense last year, and an encouraging point from them in the preseason, and watching them so far, it was the ability to take the ball away. That's a matchup I'm looking forward to. I want the Texans to have, like, whether it's causing fumbles, intercepting those inaccurate passes, or poor decisions that Anthony Richardson makes, I want to see, like, +3 on the turnover margin here. Like, that is a matchup I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, no, I think that's where, in a lot of regards, like I said, where you got to be willing to accept that Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor are going to be able to move the ball a little bit. Because the real opportunity, almost if you think about, like, sometimes the really good Big 12 defenses, that I don't want them to go all Big 12 defense on it, but you concede a little bit, but you make up for it in overs and red zone defense. And whether you want to call it bend but don't break, I think it's more opportunistic than that. I think that's what you hope to get when you face Anthony Richardson. Force them into some bad decisions. Force them into some bad moments. He's going to get his grounds. Now, what the Texans didn't do last year in that second game was it was in the red zone, or at least approaching the red zone when Anthony Richardson did his best. I mean, it was so early in the season, and the Texans defense was still getting their feet underneath them. That was the most disappointing part about it.
Yeah.
If a quarterback breaks off on a long run, and it's from their own 30-yard line or something, okay. But when you're down on the 25 and you don't have that much ground to defend, and he goes untouched right until the goal line, it just, on both those plays, he didn't get touched until the second time right at the goal line. You got to be better than that.
Yeah, I'm more intrigued by Anthony Richardson than I am sold on him. I think there are a lot of questions, and the health is the main one. Like, I think that there will be ways between his athleticism and the coaching. Obviously, you can't be an inaccurate quarterback. He's going to have to be better in that way. But I think that there are ways around him not being necessarily the most accurate quarterback. But, hell, if the dude ain't available, if he's going to be injured all the damn time, it's not going to matter. So I'm more intrigued than I am sold by him or sold on him. I want to throw another matchup at you real quick, though. And this is one that I don't know if we talk about enough, but we certainly could talk about as much as we wanted, or plenty. DeMille Ryans versus Shane Steichen.
Yes.
I mean, tell me, like, this one is underrated to me, not just like head coach to head coach, but coordinator to coordinator. Play
because
caller
they've
to
got
play
a history.
Caller. And they've got the history.
49ers versus Eagles.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's got to be one, right?
Yeah, that's a big one, I think. And that also, so Shane Steichen does a really good job of exploiting overly aggressive defensive linemen, and we've seen that. We saw that 2 years ago when the Eagles did a number on the 49ers defensive linemen and got like Nick Bosa running upfield and it kind of trapping guys and throwing screens behind him. And so D'Amico knows that Steichen knows that D'Amico knows. Like, you got a little cat and mouse going on now. And that's where one of the plays that I broke down from the Steelers game that I was really excited about was that the Steelers ran a play, an inside trap, that's specifically designed to take advantage of overly aggressive defensive linemen. And this is where having older guys, experienced guys like Mario Edwards, like Foley Fatukasi, Jerry Hughes, all those guys help out a lot. So they tried to trap Foley Fatukasi, but Fatukasi read it perfectly, knew what was coming. Mario Edwards anticipated the play and drove the center back into the pulling guard, and they just destroyed. So that part, like, that's big. If I look at the Eagles last year versus the Texans, with Gardner Minshew in the game, they did some things to kind of exploit bad reads by the Texans linebackers and at times play by the defensive line. And Jonathan Taylor had 188 yards rushing, and that includes an injury that he had in the fourth quarter. So I think it's not even as much on D'Amico as it is on the discipline of the defensive linemen. They're in this defense where they're allowed to, they say, yeah, they're allowed to just take off upfield. There's always a little but there. It's there's a couple situations where you're not allowed to just take off up the field, but it's hard to, it's like restraining an attack dog, you know? Like, okay, how tame do you want this dog to be? He's got to be just tame enough. Just tame enough that you don't go to jail. That's the whole thing. So that's what D'Amico wants these guys to be, just tame enough that D'Amico doesn't end up in the clink.
So now that you mention this, it does make me think about, and this has got my mind turning a little bit. It does make me think about Malik Collins. It does make me think about the guy who, like the only guy that I feel like they consciously got rid of. Like it's a whole makeover of their defensive line, save for Will Anderson. It's a whole makeover of their defensive line as far as the starters. But the only one that I feel like they consciously tried to get rid of was the one that they traded to Malik Collins. And I feel like he fits into that category that you just described of like you want to tame him a little bit, but maybe wasn't tame enough.
No, that's a no for going there. Of whether like you have the regret because he was that.
No. That was why he was the most expendable one, if you will. Like they wanted Rankins back. I think that with Jonathan Grenard, it was just a matter of upgrading with Daniil Hunter. Nothing against Jonathan Grenard; he's a good player, but you'd go with Daniil Hunter, right? Like so, you understand why they did those. They didn't actively get rid of the rest of the guys as much as they did trade Malik Collins for a ham sandwich.
Eric Armstead is a little bit more of a heady dude, I think, and just a little bit more polished on all that, the finer aspects of the game. Yeah, It's knowing what your weakness is as a defense, and that's one of the weaknesses of a defense. Sometimes is that they'll exploit your aggressive defensive linemen. So you gotta like take them down. They just need like 50 milligrams less testosterone in their system than at peak levels. Yeah. They gotta be more 19-year-old boy than 17-year-old boy. Yeah. Just a little bit less stupidly aggressive.
Oh my God, the difference. You just really hit home there, dog. I cannot like the difference in level of aggressiveness and restraint. That's another good word to use.
Yeah. What?
The difference in restraint from 19 and 17 is significant.
This is a question for the text line and the YouTube chat. What do you think the average age is that a guy gets in his last fist fight? Like, if you've ever been in a fist fight, like, what's the average age that was your last fist fight? Because you get to a certain age where you're just like, no.
Yeah, no.
Fine, okay, fine, I'm a wimp. All right, you go ahead. I'll leave. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
I don't think this is the average. I think this for me is the maximum. I feel like anything past 21, 22.
Then you might have a problem.
Oh, I think there's issues there.
Yeah.
Anything past that. Now, that shouldn't be the average, though. That should be on the high end. The average, Seth, honestly, and feel free, 713-572-4610. Get in on the text line. the YouTube chat on Sports Radio 610, and also the Twitch. What do you feel like what age did you stop fighting? You know, because I feel like the average should be like 15, 16.
I think the last time I ever like threw a punch in a fight, I was a sophomore in college, I think. And I almost don't count that one because it was well, I can tell it later.
Mine is similar. Like sophomore, my last fight that I was a part of, sophomore year of college, and it was like a kind of a parking lot brawl. It was really odd, and honestly, there was way too much alcohol involved for me to really understand why. The time before that, I didn't actually get in a fight. Somebody saved me from a fight, but I think I was 18. Shouldn't have been drinking, but I was, and I don't know, ran into a guy in a club or something, and he wanted to fight me. But that was around the time, sophomore year, and I think I'm like 19 or 20 the last time I was really in a fight.
I don't know if I count the fights I can't count my fights with the brother, even though they happened publicly in bars. But those were more wrestling matches, and they were fun. But I dented a Volkswagen with my brother's body when I was 28 years old.
Ooh, wait. Hold on. Does domestic violence count? I'm not advocating or anything. But does domestic violence?
I beat my brother with a Volkswagen.
I don't think domestic violence knows no age. Like, you and your brother probably aren't going to fight today, but if y'all did, we would just be like, hey, who cares if they're close to 50? They're brothers.
We would fight for the entertainment of others, yeah. And he also had a little bit of he's my older brother, so he always just wanted to tweak me a little bit. So he would like punch me in the head to see if I would do anything about it. But then so this doesn't count. That was when I ended up denting him in the denting the Volkswagen in the parking lot, but because he was no match for me. But he just couldn't stop. He wouldn't stop. He just had to keep trying to act like he was a big brother. I think that the average, the key is that's where you can start to see, like, all right, if you've gotten in fist fights past the age of 21 or 22, it's one thing if you're defending a woman from being assaulted, like that doesn't count, but it's just an old school, like, okay, this is dumb, adults shouldn't do this. I feel if you've gotten in a fist fight past the age of early 20s and alcohol was involved, you got to really sit down and think about maybe how you're handling your drinking, right? This is okay. All right, maybe I'm not as great a drinker as I thought I was.
Yeah. So from Gilbert Bedford on the YouTube chat, he says there's no age average. You stop fighting when people stop trying you. But there does seem to be an age where you don't really just be trying people.
That's true. Well, or people stop trying you. Like, I feel like I'm at an age where I feel like I can walk into pretty much any establishment, and anybody that looks at me as a rival is also at an age where you don't feel like fighting.
Right.
And then 21-year-olds also aren't going to look at me like some kind of threat or anything. So they're in a different age class. It is weird the way it works like that. Most 22-year-olds or anything, even if I bump, it's hard because I'm a bigger guy, so I generally get away with more stuff.
Yeah.
But if I randomly bump into some 21-year-old, even he's a mega meathead, it feels like they're not as likely to turn on you if you're a middle-aged guy, as much as if you're another 21-year-old, that meathead is gonna bow up on you and ask where the hell you're going.
And see, I feel like both of us could run, even though you would be much more formidable in this way. But I feel like both of us could easily be typecasted as like being tougher than we actually really are, or more willing to fight than we actually really are.
Than we want to be.
Oh yeah, because I know I get the look of sometimes like, hey, might not want to mess with that guy. When it's like, actually, if you talk to me, pretty much as pleasant as you'll find. But you're probably doing the stereotype thing there.
You need to start wearing big bead necklaces and everything.
Yeah.
And just have like a little some kind of a gentle Eastern philosophy tattoo on your neck or something.
Oh,
like,
no.
Not like that.
you add a neck tattoo to me, man, and I'm gonna scare the bleep out of people.
Well, no, but a pleasant, like a gentle, like
butterfly.
a meditating dove or something like that. Yeah.
So I do feel like, though, since we're talking about that, like the age part, you also age out of doing things. You tell me if you agree with this. Don't you feel like you age out of doing things that would get you punched in the face?
That's true too. Yeah, you just know a little bit better about just how to act. I guess. Yeah, you don't just put yourself. It's like defensive driving. It's keeping yourself out of situations and everything.
Right.
I got the little monitor in your car, so I'll make a metaphor out of this that goes back to fighting. Because since fighting is the thing we're talking about that we're not supposed to be talking about, but we are right now.
Yes.
I got the little thing from the insurance company where it monitors to see if you're a safe driver and you get discounts. And I like it because it gives you a little beep when you decelerate really quickly or when you accelerate really quickly. So I've gotten dinged a couple of times in the last month, and each time my initial knee-jerk reaction was, well, but yeah, I would have hit that guy, or, well, but yeah, I had to pull out fast for that guy with me. And then you realize, oh, wait a second, if I had been following from a greater distance, I could have slowed down, or if I had just not tried to get out into traffic there, I wouldn't have had to accelerate. So it's the foresight a little bit. So likewise, you don't find yourself in the situations where you might be fighting because you got more sense about you about just not stepping into those situations.
You know what, though? You mentioned the car. That's one.
Yeah.
That is actually the sneaky avenue, if you will, the sneaky avenue into adult violence, road rage.
Yeah,
it's the last place that I saw a fight live, and they actually didn't actually throw down, but both of them seemed willing. Maybe the light turned green, I forget. But both of these guys got out of their car. I was at the Annie's on Post Oak and Willow Bend. Will not forget this. This was like maybe 2 months ago, and there was some kind of dispute. I don't know what it was, but both guys got out of their car and squared up. Nobody swung. And both eventually got in their car. But that was the closest thing that I've gotten to see to a live fight recently of adults.
Good. That might be that's kind of your last obstacle.
Road rage.
As being a completely matured male is, can I withhold my road rage and understand also. That's where, as toxic as social media is, I feel like for me that's been one of the best reminders that, like, oh yeah, I could totally get shot in the face here. I'm just gonna go ahead and let this guy go. It's not a big deal. I feel like getting shot in the face today.
That's a big part. I'm glad you said that. That's a big part. Not getting shot in the face.
That's one of my big motivators in life.
Well, for me, I feel like I can handle myself just fine, but I'm not a trained fighter. Like, I'm not trained in combat. I'm not a boxer. I'm not trained to fight. So, like, the idea that maybe I could have a dispute with somebody who is trained, like, think about that. An untrained fighter versus, like, somebody that's been in the Marines or somebody that actually, like, knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
I don't want any parts of that. You know what I mean? Like, and so for me, I'm at a point of I don't have really any interest in kicking your ass or getting my ass kicked. Like, I'm equally disinterested in both.
Plus, when it comes to embarrassment that lingers on forever on the internet, there's so many dudes that are into MMA and everything now these days that there's something about getting punched out that's less embarrassing than, like, getting choked out or submission held into, like, I don't want to get submission held on social media, man. That would be, especially as a big dude, that would be really, I don't need some 185-pound, like, wiry, scary freak submission holding me. I can't live that down. You can't come back from that, man.
Oh, man. Dude, you got me thinking about last almost fight was a Little League game between two coaches. That's from the 281 on the text line. Also on the text line from the 713. You can't road rage in Texas. The laws are very clear. So
there's too many gun shows everywhere.
Hey,
you gotta, like, it's not somebody's got a brand new gun that they're all ready to. Yeah, it's just
Hey, look, I'm very, very cautious about that. Like, if I'm at the slightest feeling myself to road rage, I think just a little, like, you know what? Most cars that I've been in growing up around here have guns in them. You know what I mean? Like, you don't really want to be in that situation where you're fighting with strangers and they're in the car.
Did we get any kind of a consensus on the average age that people have their last fist fight? I know that one guy said there is no average, but that's mathematically impossible. Like, the age at which the average guy was in his last fist fight, I'm guessing mid-20s.
Yeah. I would hope younger than that, though, right?
I know, but that's your that's what you're hoping. Let's be realistic.
The average age.
But average, if you've ever been in a fist fight, lots of people have never been in a fist fight. I bet the average is late teens, early 20s. I think a lot of people, these days especially more so, it's just not as, I don't think it's as common as it used to be. There's more zero tolerance policies and everything. I bet the average age of anybody, if you've ever had a fist fight, the average age that you had your last one is probably 19 or 20.
I'm going to do math on the show. Text in 713-572-4610. You can also get involved in the YouTube chat. Give me the age you were the last time you were involved in a fist fight. I'll average up all the ones that we actually get and let y'all know later on in the show.
I bet, you know what I'll do? I'm going to look up average age which testosterone peaks and find where average age where judgment is dumbest somehow, which it's probably exactly the same spot.
Yes. Yes.
I've always felt like wisdom comes from like your testosterone levels lowering enough that you can reflect on all of the things that your high testosterone levels used to do to you.
Yeah.
That you're like, oh, okay, I've got some wisdom now that I don't do all that stupid stuff I used to do.
You just said in a smarter way what I said earlier about you outgrowing or out-aging the point in your life where you do things or say things that get you punched in the face.
Yeah.
You know, you and therefore the people around you, kind of like your age group and your peers, are graduating to a point of, you know what, we just don't do things that make people want to punch us. That's the way.
That's why I'm very careful with with any kind of hormone replacement or anything with me. I feel like there's a lot of 60-year-olds out there who they might have aggressive longevity doctors that there's okay, it's one thing to restore your testosterone levels to a natural level, but then there's the amount that God never intended you to have. And I think it robs some of them of some of that wisdom of your older age that you would otherwise have, some of that restraint.
He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next on Payne and Pendergast, why your team sucks. Houston Texans editions. That is next on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, it's these hot summer months. You get out of your car, your glasses fog up, or sweat's dry.
Drive.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here with Seth Payne. And Seth, we are actually getting some ages into the text line, man.
Yeah. A lot of guys weighing in on when how old they were when they had their last fist fight. I was guessing the average age was I looked it up. When testosterone levels peak, it's around age 19 for most men. I thought that's when it would be. We're getting a lot of people that are weighing in. I see a lot of mid-20s, early 20s, but then here and there a 45. Or there's always extenuating circumstances with the guys who are 45. It's like it was my brother-in-law. It was a guy that just wouldn't let me leave or whatever. It attacked me. So it seems like early 20s to late teens is the most common answer. But I'm enjoying the guys. I'm enjoying the 45-year-olds too.
Yeah, we got a couple of 45-year-olds, a couple of 38s, 34, 35. So I'm 35 right now, Seth. And I got to be honest with you, man. I could not. If I find myself in a situation where I have to get into a fight, and I've actually said this to people, do not make me have to fight you because I might try to kill you.
Because you don't have the normal restraints in place. Like you're out of your comfort zone. You're going to be in that psycho mode.
That's
if
exactly
you get
right.
incited to fight, you're going to be in psycho mode.
That's exactly it. That's exactly. And I so badly don't want to fight. Like I'm going to be so angry that you've taken me to a place to where apparently I've got to do it. That, man, you're going to see a different version of me. Some things that I didn't even know I was probably capable of. Like please don't make me at this big age now have to fight after all of these years. It's been at least 16 years.
You know, one thing that helps is that because I wrestled when I was a kid, and then my brother was a very good wrestler, college and world ranked and everything before he burnt out and quit. So it was that, I could usually turn a fight into a wrestling match pretty quick, and I never wanted to get in trouble. And I knew, usually that, once you got the guy beat, I was scared enough of being an idiot getting arrested or something that I would kind of just wait for somebody to hold the guy down before I tried to go to work on him. So I wouldn't worry about that as much. Wrestling, that's where wrestling and any kind of martial art where there's a lot of grappling involved, it's really good for if you do find yourself in a situation where you feel like physical force is justified to do it without genuinely ruining somebody's life. Some drunk guy doesn't deserve to have cognitive issues for the rest of his life just because he won't shut up at a bar. So that's the training. The training helps a lot in that regard. If I were a kung fu master or something and I punched him 9 times in the nose, he might have long-term damage from that.
So Seth, I also have some experience as a news reporter, right? So I've covered courts and trials and murders and executions and pretty much everything, right? So another thing that keeps me from fighting is having covered some of these cases or been there for trials where a guy where one man killed another with, I kid you not, one single punch.
Exactly.
I've seen it. I've literally seen, I didn't see it live, but I covered the trial where it happened, and they showed the video where a guy at a bar or it might have been a pool hall or something like that, something happened. They get into a dispute, and he gives him a one-hitter quitter, and it is literally a one-hitter quitter. Ends the guy's life. I've seen it.
That's what it's one thing that I think obviously when everybody's in a situation like that, they're not thinking with a clear head. But I think sometimes you got to really impress to young men the fact that it's not just the fist fight, man. Yeah, people die. I know a couple guys that my wife grew up with that one of them they got in a fight in a pizza shop, and there was a big melee, and somebody got suffocated underneath the melee, and it's a long story, but the one guy who was actually sitting out of it because he was on probation it was all eyewitness accounts, no security video back in the day. He's the one that would not plead out of it because he wasn't involved at all. Ended up going to jail for 15 years because of it. And it's otherwise his probation was marijuana possession or something. They were not dudes that it was one moment in a pizza shop, and the kid ends up spending 15 years in jail because he was just walk away, man. It's not worth it. Not worth it.
Moral of the story.
But now let's indulge in it a little bit more.
Moral of the story: do like I tell my 9-year-old and my 7-year-old. Keep your hands to yourself. Hands to yourself.
We've got one guy who says that he's 180 pounds, and you and I talking about how like we're still getting nervous about getting. You know, you could always get pieced up by some dude who really knows what he's doing and he's a lot smaller than you, and that's an embarrassment that lives forever on the internet. That he's like, hey, you guys are making me a little too cocky right now. I'm 180 pounds and I do Muay Thai or something like that. Look, weight classes matter, but I remember talking to a 180-pound MMA pro once. I can't remember his name, but he was like ranked. And I remember looking at him and thinking, like, man, he's 180 pounds, but that is a lean 180. Like, in this dude, and he's got those cauliflower ears. Man, if you know to look for the cauliflower ears, don't fight a dude with massive cauliflower ears. That's the dumbest thing you can do. You could be at the height of your Brandon Scott rage, but if you see, oh, that guy's got cauliflower ears, just go ahead and walk away, man. Just walk away.
Hey, look, so I'm gonna add that to the list. Cauliflower ears. Marine. So if you got that Semper Fi tag on the back of your truck, I don't want those problems. An actual trained boxer yourself. If you've wrestled, I don't want to fight anybody who's wrestled because, look, I feel good about, like, my hands and my quickness and everything. But, dude, Seth, if somebody your size gets a hold of me, you know what I mean? Like, if you get your hands on me, I'm in trouble. You know what I mean? So like, wrestling would be that's a non-starter for me. Like we can box or fist fight, but man, if you get a good grip of me, and I'm less than 180 pounds, so if you get a good grip of me, that's not gonna end well for myself.
Yeah, you can. But again, it's also though too like it's when you turn it into a wrestling match, then it's less likely that somebody really gets screwed up.
I'm the opposite though. Like Seth, if for me, I'm trying to win the fight in like the first 15 seconds. Yeah. You know, like I'm trying to knock you out very early. If I don't, my chances are going down. So like if you don't get your ass whooped by me in the first 15 seconds, you got a pretty good chance of surviving, of doing pretty good. But I'm trying to do my damage early.
I was like, and I'm spoiled because of my size though too, because like a lot of the fights I ever got in when I was younger, it was a lot of times it was like a kid who was a genuinely tough kid but just way too drunk, and it's almost like, dude, come on, just like I kind of just holding him down until he would quit or whatever. It was just a little. It was a little too easy sometimes, is all. I feel like it's not. I wasn't out looking for fights or trying to, It's not like I was trying to dial up the toughest guy in the joint and get in a fight with him. Usually, it was a guy that was drunk at a party or drunk in a bar and just was needed to be restrained for a while.
This is so much fun. People are asking us, Seth, what sparked this conversation about fights, and I wish I had an answer for them. Like, I wish I could tell them exactly how we got on this topic, but somehow we did, and I'm so glad we did.
Well, okay, so if we were to bring it back to sports, I think also there's kind of an immaturity and a restraint. There's probably something about CJ's restraint or something, or his maturity. That's one, if you're an athlete that cares about still playing football and everything, it is like it's drilled into you all the time about being smart in public and walking away. Like, we get a lot of talks when we're younger about walking away from conflict, to the point where it becomes, I don't think it's a point of pride for some guys that, you walk away because I got bigger stuff in my life going on. Where I think some guys, if they don't have that drilled into their head, they get all their ego and they've watched too many movies on Netflix and everything, and you've got a Scarface t-shirt, and all of a sudden you start, you know how it is when you're a young man, you watch a lot of those movies and TV shows and you start thinking you're Tony Soprano, and it's a bad influence. You start thinking that, like, oh, I gotta live by what's the mafia code, Umberto or whatever? Like, you start thinking that you were raised different than you actually were. Yeah. Like that your honor and respect is of paramount importance in life.
Yeah, it's like me when I listen to certain music, or like me when I listen to Scarface. Like, I know you're talking about the movie, but when I listen to Scarface, the rapper, talking about murder and all these stuff in the streets and these things that I did not participate in. I'm like, yeah, man, don't mess with me. Don't mess with me.
At the end of the day, you got to remember that a lot of those rappers are really nerdy dudes. you gotta go back and look at their high school yearbook photos. Not all of them. Not all of them.
But a lot of them are. A lot of them are creative and imaginative. But as Seth said, not all of them. Some of them.
Not all of them, of course. Not all of them.
Some of them mean exactly what they say.
Yes, 100%.
100%.
Houston resident rappers. I understand.
He is Seth
But
Payne.
also, the ones who are kind of nerdy also now have the resources to take care of whatever business they need taken care of. Yeah.
He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, how did John Metchie and Xavier Hutchinson earn their spots on the 53-man roster? D'Amico Ryans will tell you next, and also why your team sucks. I promise that in this segment. We'll do it later. Texas edition. We'll do that right here on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, I'm talking to you homeowners or you business owners out there that suffered damage.
Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott rolling along with Seth Payne. I am in for Sean Pendergast. Having a good time here.
Having a really good time. You know, I'm glad we spent pretty much the last hour talking about fighting. Fist fights and everything. And it's technically kind of a sport, but I'm enjoying people like Texans Cap, hardcore sports fan, we're enjoying the conversation. We went off the rails for a little bit, and sometimes the hardcore sports radio listeners don't like that, but I feel like we've got a lot of hardcore sports radio listeners that were identifying with our conversation.
I feel like there are universally appreciated things, if not topics.
Yeah.
I feel like fighting is one of them. I feel like racing is one of, like, not necessarily in a car per se, but like just the idea of a race.
The
right?
idea of you racing somebody especially or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, like a foot. It's why track and field takes center stage at the Olympics. Like, everybody likes a good race. Everybody likes a good fight. I think food is a unifier. So, like, if we sat up here and started talking about food, that'd be another thing that I feel like people would give their input on. Like, certain topics and things are universally appreciated, and I feel like fighting, at least as a discussion, maybe not as the actual act itself, but to watch or talk about or observe, everybody can do it. Everybody can appreciate fighting.
It does well on the internet, I've noticed.
100%. Now, I wonder if people are going to want to fight me for this, because I'm going to tell you why your team sucks. And this is
I'm really glad you brought Brandon. I'm really glad you brought this up, because the Drew Magary, who used to write for Deadspin, the back when it was whatever it is now.
Yeah, before it is what it is now. Back when it was good. When it was
I used to read this. He used to do this every year. He does it for every team. He used to do it for Deadspin. Every single team he does it, and a lot of people don't realize that it's a joke. But it also does tend to bring up. He does a piece on why your team sucks for every team in the league, and he still does it. He does it for Defector Media. But I'd completely forgotten about it once it wasn't always popping up again. So I have not read this, and I'm eager to find out why the Texans suck.
Yes.
I'm really glad that you did this.
And so he starts off with the record, the 2023 record, and calls it the most stunning one-year turnaround in recent memory. So he leads with that is why they suck. So you can kind of feel the tone of sort of this resentment for the Texans' recent ascension, if you will. Yeah. But I'm going to skip down here, because there's a lot here that's really good. But I'm going to skip down here to the coach, D'Amico Ryans.
Oh, he takes on D'Amico. Okay. Your former
teammate.
I can't wait to read the comments later, because, man, he's going all Steven Nelson on D'Amico. It's not a smart move, okay?
Why your team sucks.
Yeah.
Houston Texans edition. Let's go with your coach, D'Amico Ryans. This is what he has to say. And this is Drew Magary, as you mentioned, from formerly of Deadspin, now of the Defector Media. D'Amico Ryans, who's frustratingly competent. I'm so used to Texans head coaches either being replaceable stiffs or rage addicts that I'm frozen by the sight of Ryans not only being a good coach, but a likable one. Yeah. Meanwhile, and he mentioned Josh McCown earlier. Meanwhile, the aforementioned Josh McCown is now on my team's coaching staff. And I think he's doing a great job talking about D'Amico Ryans. That is going on here. So D'Amico Ryans is why they suck, but basically because D'Amico Ryans is excellent. The Texans suck because D'Amico Ryans is excellent.
Oh, okay. All right. Boy, he couldn't even bring himself to be satirically critical of D'Amico Ryans.
Yes.
Josh McCown is with the Vikings. So that was Josh McCown keeps skating by. Like he was supposed to be the guy that was going to help Bryce Young become great, but then he gets fired, and Bryce Young continued to suck, so you can't blame him for that. Now he's up there with J.J. McCarthy, and, like, nothing's going to become of that for at least a year. But, so D'Amico Ryans being really likable is why the Texans suck. I can accept that one.
Yes, I like it. So far, so good. And just real quick on Josh McCown, he kind of did this head coaching thing in reverse, right? He becomes a head coaching candidate and then does the legwork of coaching and being a middling assistant coach. Like normally it goes in reverse, but
yeah,
anyway.
it's a strange dynamic.
It is a strange order in which he did that. Keeping on with why the Texans suck. Your quarterback, C.J. Stroud. Here's what Drew Madry had to say about C.J. Stroud. Got dinged prior to the draft for allegedly crapping the bed on a fake aptitude test and then became one of the best quarterbacks in the AFC by his third game of the season. Stroud was so good a year ago that the eye of Reuben landed on him, and then he's got a picture of him at the white party with Rick Rubin standing with Paolo Banchero. He says, well, it was nice while it lasted. Can't say I'm jazzed to watch C.J. Stroud appear at Fanatics Fest in 2025 to tell attendees that it's never a sin to dream. Behind Stroud are Davis Mills, who he also calls Mike Glennon. He says, behind Stroud are Davis Mills, a.k.a. Mike Glennon, or Mini Glennon, and the immortal Case Keenum. In other words, C.J. Stroud better not get hurt.
I'll tell you what, man, honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed. This kind of falls in line with what the rest of the national media has done over this last offseason. It's really hard to find Texans haters. I mean, this is like Drew Magary. Usually, even though you know it's funny, even you know that it's a humor article, there's a few moments where you got to remind yourself of that. So far, this just sounds like he's jaded more than anything.
Yes,
he hasn't given a genuine criticism other than calling Davis Mills a Mike Glennon mini Glennon.
What might not suck? This is what he says. What might not suck? I can't believe an NFL team unveiled new uniforms that are genuinely new, but the Texans bloody did it. Those get-ups are nice. All caps on nice. Not as nice as the old Oilers unis, but you get what you can. You take what you can get.
That's all right. Again, it's begrudging praise more so than it is an evisceration of them. Does anything that's genuinely negative about the Texans in this article?
The only thing that I think is negative, he takes a shot at attendance and uses a J.J. Watt tweet to do so, where J.J. talks about NRG Stadium shouldn't have an empty house, C.J. being an MVP-level talent as a rookie, and we know there were times where the crowd didn't necessarily reflect the excitement of the team or the caliber of the team. So he did talk about that, and he did take a swipe at Bob McNair, mentioned a racist co-founder. That kind of stuff's got to make it into a defector article. It's not a defector article if you don't call somebody racist at some point. So that was like meeting a quota, if you will. But other than that, no, man. The Texans, your team sucks because other fan bases resent them for how damn good they are.
This feels like I went to a heavyweight fight and both the fighters showed up drunk. You know, when you're like, oh, boy, this is going to be one for the ages.
Nope.
Here we go. They're just leaning on each other.
Nah,
or
not at all.
There's a fix that's in or something, you know. Okay. That's the thing that's making me eerily suspicious. It makes me nervous. It makes me fear the ambush. The fact that when everything's going just fine and nobody foresees any issues or anything, you know what that was like? 1928. Back before there was people have gone back and tried to find the people that forecast the Great Depression or that everything was about to fall apart. Nobody was predicting it. Everything was rosy. We're in a new age of prosperity. Nothing's going to change this. And then bam.
So what's with the dooming? Leave it to Seth to take us back 100 years, man. What's with the doom and gloom?
I stay ready so I don't have to get ready, Brandon. It's the same way with my fighting. That's why nobody tests me, because they know I stay ready. Damn it.
Seth Payne, a stay ready all-star. Who knew?
Got my brass knuckles in my pocket.
Know your history or you're bound to repeat it. I will say
the problem is sometimes when people get into trouble with like being too confident about the future, it's because you never know what uncertain. You never know what type of surprise is coming. People get too hung up in like, oh, well, look like real estate never fails, so it's something else we have to worry about. There's always something that's never happened before looming around the corner. So you just always got to be ready to be able to stick and move. It's a lesson. By the way, and I say this before anybody accuses me of being too negative, this is a lesson I learned from a book that Nick Caserio had recommended to me, Same as It Ever Was, where it talks a lot about the unpredictability of the future, and where sometimes you get lulled into a sense of confidence because you know that these other catastrophes that have happened in the past are very unlikely to happen, but then there's always a brand new type of catastrophe that nobody envisioned. So you just got to stay ready for whatever might come.
So since we're talking about staying ready, and obviously in this piece, it was a hard time finding criticisms of the Texans. We just got their roster yesterday. I'll use this as a long-winded way of asking you this question, since Drew couldn't do it. What sucks about this team? Where is their weakness, if at all? Like, now that you know what the roster looks like, what the Texans roster looks like, what about this team do you either not like or feel like you need to be sold more on?
Okay, the thing that's 100% still unproven, because there's weaknesses on the roster, just like every team that wins the Super Bowl every year has weaknesses on their roster. Like, it's not a barrier to winning a Super Bowl if you don't have 22 all-pros out there at any given time. So that the various issues at linebacker right now or depth at cornerback, I'm concerned about those things, but it's not like it's impossible to play good defense without it. By far, the biggest concern I have, and this is one thing that I think a lot of people in the national media neglected when talking, including some really smart, hardcore film watchers, they neglected to discuss the fact that the Texans were horrendous at running the football last year, and that so far in the preseason, the starters haven't looked good running the ball. So even without boiling it down to who they have at offensive line or running back or anything else like that, Bobby Slowick is still, as of yet, unproven in terms of showing that he can actually put together a good rushing offense. And he was passing game coordinator in San Francisco, and obviously that's Kyle Shanahan's offense, but he comes here and he puts together a hell of a passing game, but the running game was one of the worst in the league. So for me, if they want to be genuinely elite, they've got to be at the very least, respectable rushing offense this year. The addition of Joe Mixon helps out a lot, but beyond that, it's really a big question mark for him.
So this is where I would say I had a blind spot, because I've been on this exact point that you just made. I've been thinking this since last year, and it was something to monitor going into this year with Bobby Slowick. But I think I was naive or just had a blind spot for how difficult it would be for an offensive mind to scheme up a run game. Like, I think I just kind of took for granted that, hey, offense, football, you understand the X's and O's, and then it just comes down to a matter of your personnel. Do you have the offensive line that can block it? Do you have the running backs that can run it? And therefore, can you execute it? But it wasn't until I saw how badly the Texans struggled with it last year, and I understand their offensive line had issues last year, and that Dameon Pierce maybe wasn't necessarily the best fit for what they were trying to do at times. But you've even talked about how, look, there are certain plays that do seem like they fit his skill set properly, that he's still not necessarily seeing the way he should. But it's also highlighted for me, and then going into this year, that there is something to how you scheme up a run game. And to the point that you just made about Bobby Slowick, I think that he is a net positive for you. And Bobby get some opportunities after this year. I'd be shocked if he didn't. But that is an open question. Like, not just the personnel side, but on Bobby's end as well.
I'll tell you honestly, I've learned more about offensive line play since I retired from the NFL than I knew when I was in the NFL. And it's one of the things that I regret. I wish, like, a lot of the stuff that I've learned now, because now that I have to talk about and criticize offensive linemen at times, I am always like, when I think a guy screwed up on a play, I've got a roster of former teammates that I send film to be like, just like, okay, this is what I'm seeing. Am I correct here? And it's just amazing how complex it is at times, and like just how hard it is even for those guys to figure out, without knowing the game plan and exactly how they typically do things, exactly who screws up on any given play. And that part of it is where usually if you look at Kyle Shanahan offenses, the rushing, when he's been at different places, the run game improves in the second year over the first year. And there have been a couple times where the run game was already really good in the first year. There have been others where it wasn't so hot, and then it became really good in the second year. There's a lot of nuance. There are a lot of decisions that need to be made pre-snap, that some of it is just guys need reps and they need time. And you've got an offensive line coach who is new to the system as well. So that's where this year, if they can do it, it's not out of the ordinary for them to take a big leap in the second year. We haven't seen it yet, so we just got to see it. And I'm relatively optimistic that it's going to be a lot better than it was last year. But I want this team to be elite offensively.
Yeah. So for all the hand wringing that we've had about the run game for the Texans, and this is not to do excuse making, but it is worth pointing out. Rookie offensive coordinator who was a pass game coordinator before. Rookie quarterback who, as you've noted a lot on this show, needs to take the next step in his ownership of the run game. So didn't necessarily have that club in his bag as a rookie, right? Even a quarterback knowing when, like, actually being involved in the run game, and the offensive line coach being new to the system. Like, on top of the fact that they had those injuries along the offensive line, like those are four components that could contribute to a run game not necessarily being as strong, between not having the experience there and coaching it and executing it, on top of the fact that you've got those injury issues.
And then we also, there's the question marks of, as excited as I am about Cam Akers, that it is still a guy that's coming off of his second Achilles tendon tear and who wasn't, didn't look awesome after his first Achilles tendon tear. So that's a huge X factor that as excited as I am about what I saw from him in the preseason, we got to see how that goes. And then obviously the Dameon Pierce, I've grown tired of talking about Dameon Pierce, partly because, Brandon, I feel bad afterwards. When I talk about, because I have to talk about Dameon in the way that I see, like the way he's played over the last year and during this training camp and everything, there's things I got to critique, and I hate it. Like, I hate it. I feel bad about it afterwards because it feels like I'm attacking the guy, and I 100% am not. I'm just trying to call it like I see it. That's where I hope that I genuinely hope I'm 100% wrong on some of my opinions about where Dameon Pierce is right now, because I don't like feeling this way.
It is emotionally taxing because Dameon Pierce is a fan favorite, and look, we all like the guy. This is just what we've seen, and what we've seen is that he did not seem to make the most out of his opportunities either last year and certainly not in the preseason. But a couple of guys on this Texans team that did make the most of their preseason and training camp opportunities. That's next on Payne and Pendergast. Stay there, Sports Radio 610.
Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. When I say the word Prize Picks, that should immediately elicit fun in your brain, because playing Prize Picks every night is fun. I know, because I do it. All Prize Picks is just, it's a fantasy sports.
Staples.com/price match.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here with Payne on Payne and Pendergast, rolling along on a Thursday. And two players that made the Texans roster that I want to talk about with you, Seth, are John Metchie and Xavier Hutchinson. I mentioned this earlier in the show. To me, their status on this team is a credit to training camps and preseasons and the process in and of itself, because I think that you probably would have said one of those guys, if not both of those guys, but certainly one of those guys was not making the team, not making the 53-man roster. Maybe you stashed one of them on the practice squad. But I feel like between training camp and the preseason, both of those two guys played their way onto this roster. And between that and Noah Brown's lack of availability, his unavailability, if you will, those things came together to allow these two younger players to make the squad. It's a credit to the process, I feel like.
Yeah, I was surprised Sarge, when he asked the question yesterday, talked about the conversation about Hutchinson and Metchie as sports radio fluff.
So look, let me say this, and I have not talked to Sarge about this, and Sarge, if you're listening, you can text me or whatever.
Yeah.
But I do feel like this, and I'll tell him this when I talk to him again. I don't feel like fluff is the word he was looking for. You know how sometimes you misspeak?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that's a good one. Okay,
I truly don't think either one or two things, and so I'm going to give him more credit than this. I'm not going to say.
I felt personally insulted.
I'm not going to say he does, because I think he knows what it means. I'm going to insult him and say he doesn't know what fluff is.
Right. But that was like in the moment when he was just talking that it was he would have said something else. Right?
Yeah.
But that's where I felt.
Yeah.
I felt like it was a euphemism for BS. That's what I felt.
And maybe that would have actually.
I was personally hurt by that, Sarge.
But BS would have maybe even worked for me more, because it's like, man, like maybe trying to dismiss the conversation, but don't call it. I don't think it was fluff, though. It was a relevant conversation and question.
I think it was. I do think there was genuine and real competition on because by the same token, it can't be BS because Caserio and D'Amico want it to be genuine competition. So I think that those guys were 100%, as everybody else on the team. They're competing for that spot. The one area on the team where I felt like maybe the concept of competition was overblown a little bit was with Dameon Pierce. I think that Dameon was running with the ones the entire time, and those other young running backs were doing a good job. And I know Dameon looked good in practice, but didn't look so great in the games. But you excuse it because of bad blocking. It feels like Dameon Pierce is the one who is most given the benefit of previous performance 2 years ago, and that I'm not 100% convinced that he won. That he won the running backs competition, because those other guys didn't get opportunities to run with the ones in practice or to do a lot that that Dameon might have had in that competition with those guys.
So we'll get to D'Amico and Caserio's comments on Metchie and Hutchinson, but since you brought up Dameon Pierce, I know you said before, because I've been listening, I know you said before that you feel like maybe D'Amico and Nick, either one or both of them, could have a blind spot for Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
Let's listen to Nick Caserio yesterday on Dameon Pierce, and let's determine whether we think this is somebody who might have a blind spot for a player.
Yeah, we'll look at everything. I mean, it's practice, it's games. I mean, some guys get more opportunities in games than others. Some guys get, opportunities in practice. I would say the joint practices, the teams use that sometimes as almost another, I would say, scrimmage or game, if you will. So Damien's been available. He's been out there. He's been productive with his opportunities in practice. I mean, limited opportunities in the game, but we're glad he's on the team, so we'll see what his role is moving forward. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what I think or what D'Amico thinks. It's what the player does with the opportunities, and then the players are going to determine how big of a role they do or do not have on a week-to-week basis.
Is he saying he practices well? He likes him in practice? What is it? The data? What do they call that? The tracking data that they use on him in practice. Is he running faster in practice? Limited reps in the game. What are we doing?
And honestly, I think the way he framed it there, almost it's saying the player will determine what it basically makes the evaluation for you. It does feel like this is an extended training camp in some ways, because I think that Demio probably agree with me on this. It's really tough to evaluate running backs in practice, because especially when the running back like Dameon Pierce, when his strength used to be breaking tackles, that there's only so much you can do in non-full contact football to really see if that's who a guy is as a running back. So I'm guessing they were probably disappointed that he didn't get better blocking in front of them in the games, because they would have loved to have seen, like, all right, what's it look like? Can we see a little bit of the old Dameon when he's got a nice hole and he can just hit it hard and all of that? And I'm not making excuses, because I think there were a couple plays where old Dameon Pierce would have still at least gotten 3 or 4 yards out of some of that blocking. But it is true that he did not have good blocking in front of him on those just 7 meager carries that he had. So at this point early in the season, when you've got injuries haven't mounted up necessarily, you've got some space and some time, that I don't want to say they're using it as a tryout, but they're gonna have a short leash on just how long. They're not going to take as long as they did last year to make the decision. Last year, it had to be drilled into their head that Dameon wasn't fitting in the system. This year, I don't think they can waste that much time. Not when you spent the whole offseason behaving like a team that's trying to win a Super Bowl.
Seth, I imagine if you had this answer, maybe you could help them solve the problem, but I'm going to ask you the question anyway. Why doesn't Dameon Pierce break tackles anymore? Are you old enough? Are you old enough, Seth, to remember when Dameon Pierce used to break tackles? Because I am.
I watched a bunch. You know what I did yesterday? I'm a real glutton for punishment. I've watched a bunch of the highlights from 2022 to remind myself, but then I'm like, all right. I found a clip on the internet on YouTube. It's every single carry and touch that he had in 2022. Because I wanted to say, all right, but realistically, am I just forgetting some of the negative plays? And you're reminded, there's times where he was wrapped up at the line of scrimmage, but the consistency with which he was always bulldozing for at least an extra yard or two when there was bad blocking, it was much more frequent. It was much more frequent, I think, than we saw any time over the last year and a half. So I do remember that. I think it's a combination of, think of a quarterback when a quarterback loses his arm strength when they get older. Think of late-stage Matt Schaub. It affects more than just the specific plays where arm strength is required. It affects the quarterback's entire decision-making, because there's things that he knows he can't do. And I think with Dameon, my first suspicion is that whatever his rookie playing weight was, that's his ideal playing weight. I think he's wearing brass knuckles at that playing weight, and he can walk into any bar in any city and feel really comfortable that he can handle himself. When he slimmed down, he got a little quicker, but he lost that power. And I think now that he knows that he doesn't have that power, I think it's affecting his decision making. I think it's affecting his vision. I think he's lost, because that thing that he used to have, it's Thor without his hammer,
Oh, man.
Who's Thor without his hammer? He doesn't even know who he is anymore. It's Superman with after Kryptonite or whatever. I can't remember which movie it was where he kind of lost his zest for life.
You got me thinking about Thor. There's Fat Thor in Endgame where he's got the beer belly and
yeah. But where Thor had kind of he was lost. He didn't know what he was. He's living in a cabin and his body weight was more like what I'd like Dameon Pierce's to be. Yeah. I feel like Dameon would be best when he looks like Fat Thor.
Who tried to change Dameon Pierce though? I don't understand that. Like I get wanting to better your body, maybe take care of your body better. It's your first professional off season and all of that. But who told Dameon Pierce to go get like smaller and less physically imposing?
I don't know.
That was misguided, whoever you were.
I think maybe it was in an adaptation to wanting to be like really good at the Texans staple outside zone run, that it's better to be, you want to have some foot speed there and everything. But every athlete's different, and some guys you've got the right body weight for the system that you're in, and you can feel it. I mean, it seems like 5 or 10 pounds shouldn't make that much of a difference, but that extra ballast matters. Sometimes it's not just how much you can bench. A lot of times guys will lose weight, but hey, I bench as much as I did and my legs are as strong as they were, so I'll be the same athlete. Some of it's just bodies knocking into other bodies. The body weight matters, and it might be as simple as that. But it's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's probably just self-motivated because he was trying to make himself a better overall running back. But I think he lost too much of what his superpower is, which is strength and breaking tackles.
Someone in this draft class, John Metchie, looking pretty good toward the end of the preseason. This was Nick Caserio on what John Metchie and Xavier Hutchinson did to make the team.
I think what you saw with both players was improvement, was they were available, they were on the field, and they continued to get better, and they took advantage of their opportunities. So I think Hutch was probably one of our most consistent, most dependable players from the beginning of training camp until the end. Say Metchie took advantage of his opportunities there at different points. So, I mean, it's all you're looking for. Training camp is about putting the foundation in place, kind of the earlier question, what are we trying to accomplish? Put the foundation in place, look for individual improvement, look for a collective improvement, and I'd say those two players are good examples of that. Now, I mean, the hard work starts. So, I mean, there's a lot that went into it to get to this point, but, I mean, now the hard work starts, and, we'll see what are our options game day. What's the role? How can we use them? It's not just about offense and defense. It's about the kicking game as well. So that goes into a lot of discussions that we have, not only daily and weekly, but D'Amico has with Frank and Bobby and Matt on the defensive side of the ball. So, I mean, those two players are great kids. They work really hard. They care a lot about football, and they've went out there and they've improved. So we'll see where that goes from here.
So Seth, I thought it was interesting what he mentioned about the kicking game factoring into it as well. That was Texans general manager Nick Caserio. This was head D'Amico Ryans on Xavier Hutchinson and John Metchie and what separated them in the wide receiver room.
Yeah, Hutch and Metch have been consistent all camp. Guys, they've shown up out here, on these fields, making plays from the first day of camp all the way through the last day. So they've just been consistent, and they've earned the right to be on our team.
Yeah, so I am impressed by the fact that they were able to make this happen, able to show up in the preseason and training camp and edge out Noah Brown, who I was one of those that you and Sean were probably looking at like, why are you penciling this or writing this guy in pen? Well, because I thought he was better than those two guys.
Yeah.
Right. I just thought he was a better football player. But between him not being available and those guys showing up consistently the way that they did, that's what sort of turned things around. Plus that special teams element as well that Nick mentioned.
Right, and then also, the younger guy with upside, and with Hutchinson, I think that I've seen a lot of people kind of compare him to Kevin Walter in terms of not necessarily all that impressive athletically, but just exactly where he's supposed to be, and the quarterbacks can trust him, and he's just very, very consistent. It's nice to have guys like that on the team, especially when you talk about just moving the sticks and just having options when the primary number one guys are being plastered and double teamed and bracketed and all that.
He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast on Payne and Pendergast. Coming up next, let's circle back to the Astros. They won easily yesterday, but I'm going to tell you why it's an even bigger deal than you think. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
Smooth, steady, and consistent. That's what you want lots of things to be, right? Including your financial.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So the Astros actually put a beating on the Phillies yesterday.
They did.
And it was a pleasant.
So it felt so good.
It was a pleasant watch. Did you have fun watching that, Seth? We spent all of this time talking about fights.
Yeah.
And the most recent beatdown, if we want to localize this all the way, the most recent ass whooping that we've both watched, what the Astros did to the Phillies yesterday.
That's true. That Tawan Walker, the pitcher for the Phillies, just stood out there getting bludgeoned for 6 innings. Just where they've got a really tough series coming up. They want to rest their relievers, and they just said, "Oh, all right, man, you're gonna give up 6 runs." And there's nothing. We're not sending in anybody to rescue you. And the Astros just took every opportunity they could, including Yordan Alvarez, to the tune of 3 straight home runs after the first at bat in which they walked him. And Spencer Aragetti had a no-hitter going on into the 8th inning. Mauricio Dubon made a brilliant play out in center field to help preserve the no-hitter. But then ultimately, Shea Wickham, your Alex Bregman in-game replacement at third base, wasn't able to handle a grounder, and that broke up the no-hitter.
So, yeah, and we talked about that earlier. That was disappointing, obviously.
Yeah.
Now, at this point, you just want to win games. But how about how they got this ass-whooping started, Seth? How about Jose Altuve catching Bryce Harper sleeping just a little bit? Yeah. And it sounded a little bit like this, getting that first run.
Payne, a close play at first. Altuve's going to try to score, and Jose's in there. Caught him sleeping. Bryce Harper taking his time on that close play at first, and Altuve noticed and took off for the plate and scored the first run.
Jose Altuve feeling a little risky out there, took a risk and scored.
That little old rascal?
He's a heady base runner. Everybody knows Altuve's a heady base runner.
That's why they signed him to the extension, Seth, for his base running.
All of Altuve's base running flubs of the past led to that one moment where Bryce Harper underestimated Jose Altuve's savviness on the base paths. He got a little too comfortable thinking, surely Altuve won't take advantage of me, and that's exactly what he did. Good job by Altuve.
Yeah, bad job by Harper, though. If I'm thinking about it like that, Seth, though, I would come at it from the opposite view.
You would think he would be the guy that's always a threat to steal home, whether he should or should not. You're exactly right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fool,
you're exactly right.
That fool don't know better than to not try to steal home on me. He's going to try to do that for real, and so I'd have my head on a swivel ready for him.
Yeah, if you're an infielder and Altuve's on the base pass, it's kind of like talking to a crazy person. You get into a debate with this crazy person, you're kind of like, I don't know what they're going to say, or just what, but I got to be ready for anything. You're right. Okay. Yeah, this is 100% on Bryce Harper, and just him being, frankly, Phillies, this is the kind of thing that prevents you from winning a World Series, okay? No matter how good you are. The inattention to detail, the smaller things. You think you're good enough to make the kind of mistakes that Altuve routinely makes? No. You only get away with that. Altuve is the only player in sports history, I think, who's so good that he can get away with some of the errors he makes on the base paths. You're not that level, Bryce Harper. I'm sorry.
He's new to the position. Maybe we give him credit, or not credit, but a little slack there. Give him a little slack for being new to the position, but he shouldn't be new to Jose Altuve's adventurous base running.
Yeah.
How about the fact that Chaz McCormick wasn't able to survive even having a better day? Chaz McCormick did this.
He's got plenty of family and friends here to cheer him on.
Come on, Chaz.
And TK.
It's been a fun week for me, too, I must admit. Chaz skies one into center field. Brandon Marsh going back on it. He'll watch this when it goes. Chaz McCormick in his hometown hits a home run to right center field over the wall where he made that incredible catch in the World Series.
Ma may be here in the stadium, but I'm still going to yell at her. Hey, Ma, the meatloaf!
And they sent him back to Sugar Land shortly thereafter. Damn, Seth. I mean, how did Chaz not? I was hoping that maybe, just maybe, that would keep Chaz in the major leagues just a little while longer.
Were you hoping that hard, man?
No.
Like it's been
for his sake, but no, not really. Not as an Astros fan.
His previous hit before that was on August 19th. So, and before that, it was August 12th. And that's without missing a whole lot of games or anything.
So he's good for a hit every 7 to 10 days?
Yeah.
What the hell? That is not it.
Maybe being, it's not his hometown either. I remember talking to Ross Tucker about this, who's up from there. Like, he's from a ways outside of Philly. It's his home region. But it's not like a, Humble is Houston type of situation, or it's like, oh, if you're in Atascocita, you're from Houston. This is more like I got the sense it was like from being from College Station and saying that you're from Houston. It's it's his home region. It's his home region.
Yeah, close enough. Probably still the closest, I would say. The closest that you can get to a major league ballpark from his hometown.
Right. Yeah, that was his team growing up and everything, I'm sure. So all that, yeah. And it, obviously the site of his World Series greatness. It's over the last 14 games, he was hitting 107 with I cherry picked to go back to August 12th when he actually had a hit on that day. I could have made it look worse. But he had an OPS of 402 and a batting average of 107. So that home run notwithstanding, he's got some things. Man, I hope it cleans up for him.
So Jason Hayward is expected to join the team today. And I am surprised that we've reached a point. I didn't think that Chaz was going to be a superstar. I did think going into last year that he had earned, and I'm talking about 2023, going into that season coming off the World Series, I did feel like he had earned the center field spot. Now he ended up playing mostly every day anyway, so it wasn't like a huge issue or as big of an issue as it was made out to be with his playing time or how much he played and all of that. I am shocked that he has gone from me having that level of confidence in him to, hey, Jason Hayward's going to join the team, and Jason Hayward, who's my age, feels like he's a better option than Chaz McCormick at this point.
Right. He's hitting, was he above 200 the last time? It was 208 right now. So there's that. Well above the Mendoza line. And his OPS of 682.
Where are we, man?
But he's a lefty, so there's that.
There is that.
Until Kyle Tucker returns, then, all right, you've got Jason Hayward, who's a better hitter than Chaz McCormick at least, and he's a lefty to boot. So where we go? Off to the races. Off to the races we go.
Poor Chaz, but good on the Astros for handling business yesterday. Here's my big thing from the game, Seth. And I think the big takeaway for me is just Spencer Aragetti, not just from the game, but the last – how many games has it been now, Seth? It's been like the last 5 to 6 starts, maybe more than that. It's been a little while now.
He had a shortened start sprinkled in there, but in the month of August, he was at 2.55 ERA entering that game. I mean, he's full-blown. You know what? It was kind of startling yesterday, even though I've talked about this and everything, just seeing the pitchers. They had the graphic up where they were showing the 4 guys who weren't Verlander and realizing that, oh, yeah, you've got – Aragetti might not be in the starting pitching rotation in the playoffs at this point. It's given all the injuries that there have been on the start, he will be. I mean, it's just hard decisions to make on the starting pitching rotation in the playoffs, but it also gives you some nice piggyback opportunities. Aragetti is full blown come into his own. It's really cool to watch, and he was just a machine yesterday.
Yeah, man. Once you talk about postseason baseball, you can't have enough arms. I mean. The Rangers were a perfect example of that. They had a crap bullpen going into or all of last year and going into the postseason, but they had eventually after the trade deadline, they get Montgomery, they get Scherzer. They had a surplus of starters that ends up compensating for their situation in the bullpen, and what do you know? They win the World Series. For me, Aragetti's emergence is something that I feel like I can take away from this Astros season. Even if they don't win the World Series, even if they don't go to the World Series, you've basically, in my mind, got like your Lance McCullers replacement or heir apparent. You've got what I feel like can be, between him and Hunter Brown, who pitches tonight, you've got fixtures in your rotation, and they've emerged in a way that I don't know if you could have expected, at least with Aragetti, that you could have predicted that earlier, especially the way he started this year.
I think too, if I were to look into next year, because obviously Kikuchi you don't retain. So the fact that you've got Aragetti and Hunter Brown as guys who are, I'm going to be surprised if we don't feel bona fide solid about them. If some, cross my fingers, knock on wood thing, going into next year. And then when you think about the guys coming back from injury, like over the course of the next couple of years, whether Keedy and Javier and depending on how long the UCL surgeries take, they've got more than just their minor leaguers as trade bait. So I mean, there could be some off-season moves and acquisitions or trades involving starting pitchers, because all of a sudden now you're chock full of guys. But I'm always going to have the memory of having 5 starting pitchers on the IL at any given time this year too, where I don't know how cocky I want to get with just trading guys away.
He's Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott, in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, the Texans start off their season against 2 quarterbacks who are trying to live up to the standard set by C.J. Stroud. Which of these 2 worries you more? That's next on 610.
What worries you about popping the question? If you're about to propose, okay, you probably got to think about, okay, where am I going to do it? How am I going to do it? What am I going to say?
person, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along with Seth Payne. I don't feel like, Seth, I have an aggregated or an average age for when people stop fighting.
Yeah. I had asked the question early on, and I can't even remember why I asked the question, but we were kind of wondering what's the average age at which, if you've ever been in a fist fight in your life, what's the average age of your last fist fight that you ever had? Because I felt like it's probably right around when testosterone levels peak at the age of 19. And judgment is still kind of sketchy at that age, as we men know. If you haven't admitted it to yourself, it's because you're 19. So it's dicey. It's dicey at the age of 19. But we've gotten quite a few people that it seems early to mid-20s seems to be as common as 19 or 20. And we've got a few very interesting people that I want to have a beer with someday, maybe, whose last fist fight was like at the age of 45 or 49 or so. We haven't got anybody in the 50s yet, right? That's very rare. The 50-year-old fist fight, very, very rare.
Yeah, we just got we've got the 50 and 60-year-old that's like, hey, I got into a fight in my 40s, but I feel like 40 is about it. 45 was the highest age that we saw. But I thought about this, too. Like, for me, Seth, I can admit this. I peaked a little early, like physically. If you can look at me, who you're looking at right now, I'm 35 years old. I've been the exact same size since I was 14 years old, since the ninth grade.
Oh, so you were a beast when you were 14. Okay.
Yeah, I might not be an impressive 35-year-old, but but in the ninth grade, man, you thought I was a prodigy. Like, I might be the future.
I always feel bad for kids like you, though, because you see it a lot where, man, like when they're 14, they're just dominating everything in all sports.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden for them, as opposed to most kids where it's like, okay, by the time you're a junior and senior in high school, you're really coming into your own. It feels like for those kids, and I don't know if this was your experience or not, it's almost like they have to come to grips with reality that they're not as awesome as they thought they were.
Yeah. No, that happened toward the end of high school when all of a sudden being 6 foot wasn't, being 6 feet tall as a senior is not as impressive as being 6 feet tall as a freshman.
Right.
So, that happened, but it worked out for me, though, Seth, because my interest changed. Like, around the time where I was no longer physically dominant also coincided with the time where I was no longer interested in being physically dominant.
Oh, yeah.
Like my interest had also changed as well. So it worked
it protected you from physical violence, like when you were younger and might be wanting to fight or whatever. But then by the time you were no longer interested in such things, you were it wasn't as much of an issue. It's easier to walk away from things and whatnot.
From the 713, 43, drunk and got my ass kicked.
Dude, there's a movie that I grudgingly watched. I didn't think I was going to like it for some reason, Ford versus Ferrari. And I ended up really enjoying it. It was with Matt Damon and Christian Bale about when Ford was like trying to take on Ferrari in the racing world. But there's a scene there where Matt Damon and Christian Bale, I don't know how old they're supposed to be in the movie, but probably in their 40s. And and it's hilarious because they get into a fight and basically just tap out. They both tap out because they're so tired. You forget how physically exhausted a physical altercation is. It's not like you go into a fight kind of, just relaxed but focused or anything. Usually you're in really the worst emotional state ever for a fight, which is angry, and that makes you tired 8 times faster, and then fighting itself is pretty physically grueling. Yeah, I could totally see if I were to get into, how old was I? 43?
Yeah, 43. 43,
yeah,
drunk and got my ass kicked.
I could totally see myself getting in a fight with my brother, and after about 90 seconds, both of us being like, all right, you're still a damn.
We've got a 58-year-old who says he's been showing restraint for about 30 years. He says, I'm 58. This is from the 713. I'm 58 years old and struggle not to beat someone's ass on a weekly basis. Probably haven't fought since I was 20, give or take a year.
That's good that you're restraining yourself. I feel like, man, if you're 58 and you still are getting that angry or upset about it, I just feel like you might need to take some, just like watch some YouTube stuff on anger management or something. Like it should get easier for you. You might just still get angry about stuff, but not to the point where you feel like you want to fight somebody. It's you might just be too much man to handle for yourself. You gotta figure out a way to tamp that down a little bit for your own mental health.
The 346 says, my last scrap was January. I am 59 years young.
Shut up. Who are you fighting at 59?
Come on, man.
Oh, come on.
All
right, we need more details on that.
How are you not solving your issues with words, your problems with words at that point, at 59?
I don't know, but I want to meet him. I should have a big old party with everybody who said that they've had fights in their 40s and 50s.
Fight club.
We'll have it in a small, cramped room. It'll be too hot. Feed them whiskey. That'll be a whole new niche on the internet.
I'll film it for
Old
sure.
man bar fights, yeah.
The 832 brings up a good point. If you play pickup basketball, fighting can last well into your mid-30s.
That's a good point, yeah. Heightened tension and everything, competitive situation. It's never accepted, kids. Never accepted. But I guess they may be somewhat more accepted or expected in those situations because the environment matters, you know. You're unlikely to get in a fight outside a church. Much more likely to get in a fight and in places where fights tend to happen. I'll fight you if you take a different interpretation of predestination than I do, though, you son of a bitch. Yeah.
Hey, look, y'all clearly don't want to get on the wrong side of Seth. I've thought about this, honestly, Seth. Like, if for some reason, you know what I think about that day? I'll never forget this, actually. The day that DeAndre Hopkins got traded. And you remember this, Seth, because you came up here and you talked on the air.
Oh, yeah.
And you were angry that day. I was still relatively new to the station. I knew you, though. I knew you before I worked here. But I was relatively new to the station and relatively new to working with y'all. And I don't remember you being or having at that point seen you that angry before.
Oh, yeah.
And I can remember thinking, like, yo, Seth is not, he's not mad at us. But like, if he decides that this is over, it's over. Like, I want to be on his side. I'm on whatever side you're on, basically.
Sometimes I forget how big and angry I can be.
You were big and angry that day.
Yeah, and I used to be like, by the time you got here, I'd calm down somewhat from when I used to flip out about stuff all the time.
But then Bill O'Brien had to damn trade DeAndre Hopkins for a ham sandwich.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I wouldn't have punched you in anger over that trade or anything. I've always been good at staying just below the edge. I feel like I was back when I had like serious, genuine anger issues. I was always, though, because it was it was all so familiar to me that I could actually. It wasn't that I had anger management because I could control it pretty well. I've always been able to come down from it very quickly because I learned how to tap into it for football. I wasn't that good of a football player until I kind of like had a water boy moment once in high school where I can't remember what triggered it, but I kind of figured out and learned how to tap into the psychotic side, and it just changed everything. So I was always kind of really good at bringing it up when I wanted to, but then tamping it down. But I didn't realize how much or how destructive it is when you overuse it, you know, or when you don't realize, like, oh, I'm not actually winning this argument. I'm just shouting louder and more aggressively than somebody else. Yeah, like it's so once I made that realization, I was able to pull it back just almost completely. But it's never been to the point where it got me in risk of actually like beating somebody up for no good reason. This is the scariest instance I was ever in something like that. Do you remember Orlando Brown Sr., Big Zeus?
Of course. Of course.
The Ravens and then Browns offensive lineman and then back to the Ravens again.
Yep, and
so his nickname was
his son, who Ross Blacklock swung on, I think, a couple of years back. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Big Zeus was called Big Zeus for a reason. He was a freakishly large and very angry football player, and people did not mess around with Big Zeus. So for the kids, you might have seen something about this, but this is kind of a big incident back in the day and in the early 2000s. It was us. It was late 90s because I think I was on the Jaguars at the time. We were playing in Cleveland. Big Zeus. So it was like in the expansion year or the second year that the Browns were back in Cleveland. Jeff Triplett, the official, threw a penalty flag on a play, and it hit Big Zeus in the eye. Like, went right through the face mask, hit him in the eye. Ultimately, it would, like, temporarily blind him, and he got a huge settlement from the NFL because of it. But in the moment, we were not thinking about lawsuits. I was standing there, and I saw Big Zeus shove Jeff Triplett. And look, I know that this isn't literally how it happened, but this is the way it looked. It looked like Jeff Triplett went like 10 feet in the air. In my mind, like watching Zeus hit Jeff Triplett, it looked like he cleared like 10, 15 feet backwards with like full kapow basic and everything. It was, and all I was thinking was, how the hell are they going to restrain this dude? And it was kind of like I had to consciously be like, don't step backwards. Don't step backwards. Don't look like a punk. Don't look, because I wasn't that close to him, but I was close enough that I was kind of like, I don't know what they're going to do to this guy. I don't know how they're, and then luckily he was, Big Zeus wasn't he could control himself, but it was scary, man. That was a big angry dude. If I saw that out in public, it's probably like the people in that bar when Richie Incognito was marching around the bar with his shirt off. You know, you got this 335-pound psychotic drunk dude tearing his shirt off and yelling. I bet people in that bar were scared as hell.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Man.
It was like I had to consciously tell myself, like, don't be a punk, don't be a punk, don't be a punk. If he decides to come after me, don't be a punk.
You know a fight was real or an ass whipping was real when you think about it, and it's like, I remember sound effects. Because you went kapow.
Yeah.
Like if you remember or can insert sound effects into an ass whooping, you know that one was real. You know that one was memorable for sure. We had somebody, let me see if I can find this one because this was hilarious. Somebody says they were 48 from the 713. I was 48. Unfortunately, I had to fight my daughter's ex-boyfriend. Thank God I'm a larger person, ex-college football player, and he was a pot-headed twig.
All right, that's
a 30-year-old pothead twig, he says.
That can go a couple different, because in some ways, isn't that every guy's dream? Like, all right, if you're going to get in a fight. Now, I feel bad for whatever his daughter had to go through to that he got to the point where he was fighting.
Right.
But like at the, defending your daughter's honor is the one where I think like, you're like, okay, if I'm gonna get in a fight, it's damn sure gonna be to protect somebody who's in danger or something like that. I hope it's worth it. You know, it's not gonna be an unjustified, like ridiculous, my ego got involved type of fight.
Yeah, man. 48 though, still, it's like I would be. That's another example of what I mentioned earlier, where if I got to fight at this age, and 48, I'm obviously not 48 yet. But if I got to fight at this big age, let's just call it the age past where I feel like fighting anymore, I'm going to be so mad at you for pushing me to the brink, for pushing me to that level that I got to do this. You mean you couldn't treat my daughter nice enough for me not to have to want to fight you? Now I'm even more mad. Now I'm even more upset. Like that's got to be it.
You got to feel weird. Did the 58-year-old guy respond with what exactly the circumstances were? That he got in a 15-year-old?
It's crazy because we're getting so many in, and you know how our text line works.
Yeah, it's hard to go back and find them.
It is wild, and of course, you know, now that we're talking about fighting, you know, people are going to bring up Radio Row with you, Seth. Everybody wants to know how close you were. I wasn't there, but I maintain you weren't going to actually kill Josh.
God, no.
You weren't going to kill Josh, and Josh, poor Josh, was scared for his life.
I honestly, I've told Josh this before. I actually went on I've talked to him a couple times since then. So for those of you who don't know, Josh Innes and I used to be on this station. We got into a big argument on Radio Row, which I only recently went back and watched for the first time. It still pops up on the internet here and there on my YouTube. And so it's funny. I kind of, with reflection, how would I have handled this differently? Yeah, Josh was never in any danger of me swinging on him. like I said, I can control myself pretty well, no matter how angry I get. And in that moment, I just wanted to slay with words more so than anything else like that. But to Josh's credit, he didn't know that I wouldn't have swung on him. So at some point in that whole exchange, I basically did challenge him to come speak to me man to man. And Josh said that he was over sitting at his table as he's hearing that. And, Jilly, his girlfriend, is sitting across from him, working with him. And Josh did that thing where he's like, well, I got to do what I got to do, I guess. And he came over.
Oh, wait. And, remember, Jilly was there?
Jilly was there, too, yeah.
Oh, man.
It started off because they sent Jim over, and Jim, the producer, he had his phone on, and I know what they do. Like, he had his phone on, and I knew that was getting piped back to Josh's radio show, and they were going to come over and make fun of whatever we were talking about or whatever. So that's where I kind of flipped out on, because I knew what they were up to, and they had done the same thing the year before and kind of messed with Sean and Ted and Rich's show in the afternoon during Radio Row. And I'm like, it was like, all right, well, what are we going to do? I'm looking at our program director at the time, and he wasn't going to do anything about it. So I kind of just flipped out because I felt like somebody had to do something if the actual bosses and everything weren't. So I basically just flat out said, I told Josh that he should come say it to my face, and Josh, to his credit, did. And I think Josh didn't know that I wouldn't beat him up there. So it's...
Very scary. Very scary.
Yeah.
Brave and foolish on Josh's part. Good job on you for showing restraint. From the 281 here, I'm 46, and I think this is relatable for me, Seth, especially where I am in life with my kids and everything. 281 says, I'm 46, and I want to fight these people that cut in the school drop-off line for the kids. They are teaching their kids that other people don't matter, and I want to teach my kids not to let people punk you. I understand this. The car line can be a tenuous space.
I know.
It can be a tenuous space.
It's tenuous, but also, man, teaching your kids not to get punked is really dicey, too. Because there's always that perspective. Man, sometimes it takes a lot of there's a time to stand up for yourself, but then there's also a time okay, whatever, is this really the biggest deal? There's a fine line between turning the other cheek and also, sometimes doing what's right either for you or others. That's tough. I don't know, man. Boy.
I love that we spent almost 20 minutes talking about fighting and not that quarterback conversation that I wanted to have. But Seth Payne, Brandon Scott, in for Sean Pendergast, we will have that conversation next. Which of these two quarterbacks worries you more? That's next on Sports Radio 610.
West Point, Lincoln is Sugarland. That's Ruben Mendoza, the GM. He's my guy.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon's got in for Sean Pendergast here with Seth Payne. We're having a pretty good time today talking about fighting. I mean, it's been a good show of us just talking about fight experiences. The last time we were in a fist fight, how old you were, what age is it, no longer appropriate or excusable to be in a fight. Is it even age specific? Because we got a lot of people, and I got to be honest here, I'm surprised how advanced of the ages that we're getting. On the text line, 713-572-4610 is where you do that. But we're hearing from some, dare I say, seasoned people here telling us about their fight experiences.
Yeah, I'm always. It's always. Well, there's always interesting things like, it was Marky Mark there, Mark Wahlberg. Mark Wahlberg loves to talk about like what a badass he was when he was a kid in Boston growing up and everything. But I remember telling him some story once where he talked about how he'd been in like hundreds of fights and he never lost. I'm like, well, okay, you're obviously lying. Like, there's not either that or you're picking on 10-year-olds, because if you fight that many times, you've gotten your butt whooped a few times. So the people that keep growing on into adulthood, like that's especially on into your 40s, I feel like you either haven't learned some lessons or you're just like freakishly out there on the bell curve where you can handle yourself really well and you don't mind every now and then having your ass beat. Like you very much understand. You don't make it into your 40s being a guy that gets in fights somewhat commonly without having your ass beat a few times. And that's a certain level of toughness that I'm just amazed that people are still alive by that point. Like to actually live to that point without losing some of that zest for it. It's impressive. It's impressive.
So we've got someone here from the 713 says, almost beat up a bunch of loud teenagers at Deadpool 2. That's when I decided I needed course correction. The movie theater, that's another good one.
That's
so like
tough.
The mall and the movie theater, when you're out in public, anywhere where you're out in public and there's going to be a crew of teenagers around, that's a time to show restraint. Because obviously I'm not going to beat up a bunch of teenagers, but I am going to feel tempted to like chastise them. Hush up all of that noise, or where are your parents, and that type of thing.
Right.
And it never fails that one of them could very well sass you and make you want to yank them by the collar.
But it's a group of them too.
Yes.
You're stepping into, those kids have no ethics. Like it's not like, well, surely they'll let this be a one-on-one scenario.
It could go either way.
And let the better man prevail.
It could go either way.
You're gonna get some damn sneakers to your head, man.
Some sketches. Sketches up your tail.
You're going to be kicked unconscious with rubber soles, and that'll be it for you, okay? Yeah.
100%.
Couple of a van upside your temple.
So, yeah, those checkered vans. Got like a bunch of checkers.
I got beat by a group of skater kids. It was degrading.
Like these kids were wearing New Balances and I don't know what Pumas, and I don't know what happened. Yeah, man, it's fighting at this age is not it. Two players.
One of our listeners, 57 years old. I take really good care of my body. Former athlete. I think when I could do something, in reality, that fast twitch has been gone for years, and things just rip when you try to explode. Odds are I would rip my shoulder, cry like a baby, sucking my thumb in the corner in a fetal position, hurting myself in a fight. That's probably about right.
Yeah.
That's why, you start tearing your Achilles tendons playing basketball when you're in like your late 30s. So imagine 20 years after that trying to do something sudden and explosive. It doesn't, even if you win the fight, it probably doesn't end well for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the difference, obviously, in a spontaneous, urgent fight. The difference between that and working out or playing basketball or any kind of sport, you're able to ration or to pace yourself, move or operate at your own pace without overdoing it. At least hopefully you are. Whereas in a fight, it's kind of it's a survival of the fittest kind of thing. Like you're out there trying not to get your ass kicked, trying not to die, whatever it is. You're going all out, and at these ages, we don't do that anymore. Even when we exert ourselves,
you get that adrenaline rush that
even when we exert ourselves, we ration
your structural strength. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. So there's a message for all you 57-year-olds out there: just stop fighting, okay? It's not worth it. Quit fighting. Quit going out to the bars and getting in fights every weekend.
You know who is in a fight? Nice little segue here. Who is in a fight to compete with C.J. Stroud? That's Anthony Richardson and Caleb Williams. First two quarterbacks that the Texans face this year, I feel like are in a fight to live up to the standard that C.J. Stroud has set as both a rookie quarterback in Caleb Williams' case and then an AFC South quarterback who is in the same draft class as Anthony Richardson. I feel like both of these guys are now in some ways having to either, however you want to look at it, look over their shoulder, rearview mirror, or just, look at somebody else's paper. The other paper is C.J. Stroud's. And what C.J. Stroud was able to do last year with the Texans, first two opponents are guys that are trying to measure up to that standard.
Yeah.
And so I would ask this question, and I'm very interested to watch the Texans defense go up against both of these guys. I think they're going to have a hell of an opportunity in week one against Anthony Richardson because of what we talked about, his propensity to give the ball away or to make shoddy decisions or to just flat out be inaccurate with the football. And I think that Caleb Williams has got some hero ball in him, if you will.
Right.
So I think he's a more polished and more skilled talent, but I think there's opportunity for the Texans defense against both of them. But I'd ask this question, though.
Yeah.
Which of these two guys makes you more nervous? Which one of these guys scares you more, if at all, if either of them do at all?
Look, Caleb Williams by a long shot, I think. And they're both, Anthony Richardson can make your day miserable. I mean, he won the game for the Colts against the Texans last year in the first quarter. I mean, that was an insurmountable lead based on a couple of – he made some nice passes too, but he also he ran for 2 touchdowns virtually untouched. It's in a weird way, it almost makes me feel better about – it makes me feel better about it that he was untouched on those plays because that was as much about the Texans' defense just not having their crap together. I mean, it could have been Baker Mayfield running untouched for 15 or 20 yards there. It was just they were not dialed in. So, that's a concern. But you're on a team where, go back to the old Lamar Jackson is a younger player where they were incredible when they had a lead, but they couldn't play from behind before Lamar Jackson really developed as a passer. That they had to rely too much on Lamar Jackson's legs. So if you get in a shootout, the Ravens weren't as good with a younger Lamar Jackson. Now, I'm not comparing Anthony Richardson to Lamar Jackson because it would be an insult to Lamar Jackson, but you do have that same combo of scary as hell on when they're running. And I think the Texans can withstand that a little bit. If Anthony Richardson ends up with 90 yards rushing in the game or what have you, C.J. Stroud's much more than capable of making up for however many points are scored off of that. With Caleb Williams, I think Caleb Williams might be more at risk for throwing turnovers than Anthony Richardson early in the season because he's willing to take too many chances, and he's capable of doing it with his crazy arm talent. With the Colts, I think that Steichen's going to try to manage Richardson really carefully and keep him out of situations where he might turn the ball over. But with Caleb, he's just got such freakish arm talent. And the Texans have had issues with play action. The Texans last year, that was one of their big issues on defense. And I got to see that they've gotten over those issues before I can stamp them, one of the better defenses in the NFL. So I think Caleb Williams has that ability to keep up with C.J. Stroud if they're able to exploit the secondary a little bit or if the pass rush isn't getting there.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. My answer would be Caleb Williams. But I'll say this much for both of them, though. I feel like what makes them scary is what's around them as much as their talent in and of itself. And I think Caleb is more talented. Obviously, Anthony Richardson is unique physically and physically gifted. That's why he's here. But when I look around, like what's around those two players, Caleb Williams, and what the Bears have done in bringing in Keenan Allen, drafting Rome Odunze. Oh, by the way, DJ Moore, somebody that they acquired last year. He was a part of their team last year. They just gave him $100 million. Like those weapons, Cole Kmet as a tight end option, the options around Caleb Williams, I think, are going to be dangerous and going to have the Bears in a position to really compete in the NFC. And then likewise for Anthony Richardson, I like the Bears' weapons a little bit more, but given Anthony Richardson, A.D. Mitchell, and probably more than anything, I'd say, Seth, Shane Steichen, what's around them to me works for them and makes them just as scary or almost as scary as their actual physical traits.
I think the one thing about that is the one thing I saw from the Colts in the preseason, which is relevant, obviously, in week one. I think it'll be better as the season goes along. But one problem they have right now is that Anthony Richardson and his receivers are not on the same page. There have been multiple instances where some of the throws that look like errant throws were actually just Anthony Richardson throwing it to where he thought the receiver or the tight end was going to be. That had
to be the pick. Remember the pick six from either last week or the week before?
Yeah, it was. It was he thought the tight end was going to squat where he was, but instead he pivoted out. And so they were on a different page. There's another one where I think it was A.D. Mitchell where, A.D. Mitchell flattened his route out where maybe he should have extended it further upfield. And so it looked more like it was on the wrong page than a wildly inaccurate throw. But they haven't had much time to figure all that out. So I think that's going to be one more area the Texans might be opportunistic just on that kind of stuff.
Seth Payne, Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast on Payne and Pendergast. And coming up next, we've got a roster for the Houston Texans. Where are they weak? I'll discuss that with Seth. That's on Sports Radio 610. Stay there.
You're looking for a place to watch all your favorite Houston teams on big screen?
Pfizer. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott rolling along with Seth Payne here on Payne and Pendergast. Enjoyed the discussions about fighting, enjoyed the discussions about the Texans, enjoyed the discussions about the Astros, who, by the way, we should mention, the Astros start their series against the Kansas City Royals tonight. You've got Hunter Brown on the mound for the Astros. You got Brady Singer on the mound for the Kansas City Royals. But also worth pointing out, the Royals, like, this isn't just any old team coming into town, Seth. The Royals have they got a legitimate squad, but they also more specifically have a legitimate MVP candidate, a legitimate rising superstars. One thing I think about Kyle Tucker and his injury and how much I regret the fact that this happened to him, not just because the Astros have missed him. That's primarily the reason the Astros have missed him, even though they've survived, especially like that initial stretch without him, survived it just fine. But like Bobby Witt Jr. for the Kansas City Royals, I feel like Kyle Tucker was emerged. I know he's much older than Bobby Witt, but emerging as a superstar in the game for the way that he was playing early on in the season, like bona fide MVP candidate level play from Kyle Tucker early on in the season. That's what you're getting from Bobby Witt Jr. and somebody that Astros fans are going to get an up close and personal look at tonight at the Juice Box. Yeah, no, and look, do we see Jason Hayward? When's Jason Hayward's first appearance? Jason Hayward is supposed to at least join the team. So it's a couple real interesting news items. And by the way, our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. But yeah, Jason Hayward joined the team. Chaz McCormick hitting the home run and promptly being sent back to AAA to Sugar Land.
Yeah,
like
Chaz has been just absolutely atrocious over the last couple of weeks. He had however it was, going back to August 12th or so, he's had a 108 batting average. It's been as bad as it looks, okay? And it's unfortunate because everybody loves Chaz, and something had to be done. The problem is that you're at a point now where you're not allowed to trade for anybody. Jason Hayward of the 208 batting average, but a lefty. He's a lefty, so he's got that going for him, and can play outfield. I've seen hand-wringing over the Jason Hayward signing and that it might be a bad sign about Kyle Tucker. I don't know. If Chaz weren't as bad as he's been, maybe then I would read it that way. I'm just going to take the reports that Kyle Tucker is almost sprinting and take that as okay. That's got to be good, right? We got to find out, is he sprinting off a mound? This feels like pitcher updates anymore.
The last time.
These little tiny baby steps. Ooh, he's throwing. Ooh, he's throwing off a mound. Ooh, long toss. Good for you. That's what we are with Kyle Tucker.
Seth, I'm not going to lie to you.
You're running like a big boy now.
I'm not going to lie to you, man. The last video I saw of him, the last video that I saw of Kyle Tucker, I think it was it couldn't have been over the weekend because they were on the road. But either way, the last video that Adam Spillane took, so whenever they were at home last, Kyle Tucker was like, it looked like he was bunny hopping. He was bunny hopping or something. Like he was not running.
Oh, like a little bunny hops, not plyometrics, but just like tiny little bunny hops.
Yeah,
to get his
That is not a great feeling. This is what we'll do here in this final segment of Payne and Pendergast before we hand it off to In the Loop. We'll just catch all this segment with where are we weak? Where are we weak? So since the Astros are at this point, they've demoted Chaz McCormick, and they're bringing in Jason Hayward. Mm-hmm. The Texans obviously have finalized, for the most part, their roster. Let's do this with both teams as we end this here, Seth. Okay. Start with the Astros here.
Okay.
Where are we weak? What about the Astros has your confidence waning, would you say?
Let me give you a baseball lesson here, Brandon. You know, I sometimes I like to let the common folk in on a little baseball wisdom.
Please mansplain baseball to me.
At any given time on a baseball field, defensively, you have 9 players out there, 9 positions. 4 of those positions you feel awful about right now. Okay, that's 4? Where we are.
4?
Other than when Yordan's playing left field.
Yes, correct.
You feel awful about 4 of the 9 positions on the field, and also you don't feel hot about third base because one of the best third basemen in the league is a bum elbow that basically turns into he might as well be 49-year-old me. They can only throw a ball hard every so often without it coming back to bite him. So, but at least 4 of those 9, damn near 50% of the positions on the field at any given time you don't feel so hot about. So that's all. The outfield and first base, that's all that really concerns me. Both of them have been, the outfield as a group for the last couple of months has been one of the worst ones in baseball. First base has been a rotating character of dudes who have never played first base before. But other than that, I feel pretty good about things. It's crazy because at any given time, it feels like it's some kind of fantasy league where these minor league kids get a chance to play with Major League All-Stars. You know, like, wow, look at this. Big thrill for the kid. Yeah, maybe it'll inspire him someday.
Yeah. What is this Make-A-Wish situation at first base and in the corner outfits, corner outfield spots?
You know what?
Why is this happening?
Victor Caratini came up to me and he told me, you know what, Skip? I just always dreamed of playing first base, of getting a start at first base. Could you do that for me? I just, times that life is short, and I'd like to start at first base at least once in my life.
To me, Seth, it's one thing to have a turnstile at first base. It's another thing to be without one of your superstar players in Kyle Tucker. The fact that the Astros have been able to not just survive, but I would say excel with this being this, because, I mean, remember, this is not just surviving. It's not like they've been in first place the whole time. They had to catch up. They looked at various points earlier on in the season, dead in the water, and then you look up and, no Kyle Tucker, no problem. First baseman is a catastrophe, no problem. We're still going to figure it out. I don't know how they've managed to do this. I don't know how they've managed to withstand some of the glaring weaknesses and glaring. As we do this segment, we're weak. They're weak in multiple spots, as you point out, and they're still overcoming it.
Well, it's all. I mean, ultimately, it's. I was jokingly simplifying it earlier, although it is kind of glaring that like you're getting negative production out of 4 of your 9 positions. That the pitching. You know, like it's as simple as that, man. When Hunter Brown and Spencer Aragetti are able to transform into what they've become, and now with Verlander, we'll see Kikuchi, but widely panned by myself as well as others. Kikuchi has worked out marvelously in the relief staff. Just after all of that, just the atrocity of the first 3 weeks of the season, it's good, and it's that good that and because your all-stars when they're good are that good. I mean, the shot in the arm of Kyle Tucker coming back in September somehow, some way, it might just be for a team that's been running with a parachute behind them the whole damn time. It feels like Kyle Tucker could cut the cords on that parachute and you could run full speed finally. Which is, by the way, the next step in his rehab is sprinting with a parachute behind him, ironically enough.
Sprinting it all would be nice.
Sprinting, yeah, and then you'll start doing the resistance sprinting.
Any kind of sprinting would be nice. Now, I don't think, like you mentioned earlier, some folks are concerned that the Jason Hayward signing is somehow an indication that something bad is going on with Kyle Tucker, or that they anticipate him being out even longer than he already has been. Look, for one thing, they've survived that. But you tell me if you agree with this. I don't view the Jason Hayward addition any differently or much differently than I view them bringing back Hector Neris. Like it's almost the exact same thing. Both guys 35, roughly 35 years old.
Yeah.
You don't want to have to rely on them any more than what's reasonable, right? You feel like you've got guys that are already in the roles that they would otherwise fill if this was, say, years ago in Hayward's case, or even just last year in Hector Neris's case. I don't feel like they're going to be in a situation where they're super reliant on Jason Hayward at the end of the year.
Right, and it's also, if Chaz McCormick were just playing viable baseball at any time in the last weeks, then I think it's not, they would have been, they would have stuck with that. And it's just, like, Kyle Tucker is just, it's just this big unknown that's looming out there, and the Astros have known that already. I don't think it was any point where they realized like, oh wow, this really does seem like it's taking a long time for Kyle Tucker. They're just managing the roster the way they had been by just using Hayward instead of Meyer.
Yeah. So I'm confident in the Astros, though. I'm thankful that they play in this year's version of the AL West, and let's say maybe not last year's or even the year before when the Mariners were pretty good. Because I don't believe in the Mariners this year. I'm grateful that they are going to more than likely win this division almost by default. And I don't want to take credit away from the Astros and what they've been able to accomplish, but that's just not a very, very good division. The question with them is going to be more so how they stack up against the other not just how they stack up against, but whether or not they are themselves an American League power, like, say, the Yankees and the Orioles have shown themselves to be, and like the Cleveland Guardians have shown themselves to be. And honestly, I know that the Royals have sputtered at different points, but they've got an MVP candidate, and they're much better than they have been in previous years.
No, I think that we've been through this enough times in series where you win the World Series and series where you don't win the ALCS. Whatever. Bats are going to go dry at any given time anyway. No matter how good and no matter how historically potent you are, there's going to be dry spells. And so it always comes down to pitching to some degree. I think for the Astros to make a push this year, it would have to be with a freakishly good stretch of like world-class pitching for multiple series. And I think they're capable of doing that. It's just it's hard to imagine me some way where they're slugging their way through the playoffs when you've only got so many actual viable major leaguers on the roster right now.
Where are the Texans weak? Where would you say the Texans are weak? And we're going to bring in the guys from In the Loop in just a second. They can weigh in on this as well. But for you, Seth, to kick us off here, now that we know what the roster looks like, where would you say the Texans are weak, if at all?
I think for the most part, if I look at the entire roster, I worry about depth more so than anything, which is always a good sign. But part of that depth is that right now you don't have your ideal linebackers in the game. So right this moment, as long as Christian Harris is Kyle Tuckered his way into some unknown dark area of injury, that I'm nervous about the linebackers. I do remind myself that, look, the Texans beat the Colts last year, and Jonathan Taylor ran for 188 yards, but they had Christian Harris and a bunch of these same guys rotating in at the time. So the existence of Alshire, if he hadn't been added in the offseason, then I'd be super nervous about linebacker. But I think Alshire being back there does make a big difference. And it's just without Christian Harris there, hard to envision them being an elite defense. So that's why I need Christian Harris back as soon as possible.
John P. Lopez and Reginald Atatula of In the Loop fame, and also Figgy Fig, all joining us here on, still Payne and Pendergast, but about to be In the Loop, fellas. How y'all living?
Terrific, man.
Doing pretty good myself as well. I got the Houston, the Cougar box in, man. I'm excited.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got your nice little
swag box.
Swag box.
That's right. There we go. Yeah, man. I'm excited for the season, and we'll see how long that excitement holds.
When was the last time y'all scrapped? How old were you? How old were you the last time you scrapped?
Like a real one?
You ain't got to tell us, how it ended if it didn't end well. I'm just curious. At what age, Reginald? I know you're 32.
That's correct.
What age were you guys at the last time
you keeping tabs on me?
You actually scrapped?
Man, the last one that I actually really remember, and I will be honest, there are things that I allow to be memory hold within myself. So there might be one that I just forgot of. But last time I really remember, it was probably like middle school, being completely honest.
College.
College?
Oh, yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, college.
College. So Aggie on Aggie crime?
No, it was an honorable fight. It was.
Were you on the right side of history?
I was on the right side of history. Just for the record. No, but my best friend. Actually, I was in Austin. My best friend went to UT and I went to A&M, so we'd go back and forth. And we were at a bar called Speedy's on 6th Street, and it was a piano bar. And he was singing, and some guy got into it with him, and he went to the bathrooms 10 minutes later, and I saw the dude walk in there, and I said, I bet you he's up to no good. And he jumped my friend. So, I was young and stronger, and we walked out of there with our heads held high, I'll just say that.
Oh. How about that?
And who remembers Speedy's on 6th Street? That was a great bar.
No,
sounds like the same. A lot of bars were named stuff like Porky's and Speedy back in your day.
Yeah.
It was a popular name. Yeah.
Underrated bar on 6th Street that I used to go to back in the day was called the Library.
I remember
there's a library on every anywhere that there's a college, there's a library.
Okay.
I don't know exactly why that. Well, maybe it's because when that credit card receipt come through, it just says that you were at the library. Maybe that's what it is.
The Cave, you remember the Cave?
And it might have just been that particular weekend that I'm thinking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That particular weekend where things worked out perfectly in my favor.
Yeah.
Was it anywhere near Texas Relays?
No,
okay.
no, it wasn't.
Because that's a great weekend in Austin.
That's a good point. Good point. It was
Brandon,
basketball season, but that's a good point.
I think you had said it earlier. What was your age that you realized your last fight was?
19, and that was more of a parking lot brawl. It wasn't even a one-on-one. I just participated in some shenanigans. My last one-on-one, honestly, probably was, like Reginald said, 8th grade, and I got to actually tell this story.
Okay, I want it.
Well, because if you look at the beginning of the fight, you might think I won it, but everybody that was at Stafford Middle School that day will tell you that I actually lost that fight if you watch the entirety of it. I started off really good because I got the first couple of licks in, but this dude was actually much bigger than me, and once we got to the ground,
it was over.
Man, I was getting the business, man. I was like, man, somebody get this joker off of me, man.
Weight classes exist for a reason. Exist for a reason.
But I got those first 2 licks, and it was glamorous.
That's right.
It made it look good.
That's when you need to have that fight near an authority
Yeah, so you break it up.
Broken up soon. You know
Hold
what I mean?
me back. Hold me back. Yeah.
100%. Seth, you and I are done. We're going to pass it over to Reginald and John P. Lopez. You are listening to KILT HD2 in Odyssey Sports Station. And In the Loop starts right now.
You damn Skippy, it starts. You're in the loop right now. Sports Radio 610. Always get involved with the program by texting in 713-572-4610. You can also catch us on YouTube. Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, and then 610 Houston on Twitch. I don't know why that always gets me.
Because it's hard.
I guess so.
Yeah,
I guess so. But it makes it easy for people to get involved with the program, and that's what I want first and foremost.
Yeah.
Also, what I want, and I want you to get involved because I want you to tell me what's the bigger deal: Yordan having a 3-home run day, or Aragetti going 7 innings on a no-hit bid? Because just a fantastic game after a couple of games in this Philly series where you were like, oof, I don't know that this team necessarily stacks up. And, of course, baseball, again, marathon, not a sprint. Go ahead and chalk that one up, right? Like, that's the cliche that keeps popping up when you talk about baseball. There it is. But, like, this is why you have to keep that
perspective, man.
Yeah, perspective. Yeah. Because you can have a couple of games. You can have a game where you get shut out and then ultimately drop 10 of them things on the team and make them look stupid.
Yeah, I'm going to answer that, but I want to make a couple of notes here real quick. First of all, how about the courtesy, the gentlemanly courtesy that one Brandon Scott had for us today, did for us today.
What a guy.
I noticed the fact that you guys were doing that for
We're doing
the
it twice.
afternoon show.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and I've noticed this because, I'm kind of behind the cameras.
You
are. So I've been noticing that y'all were doing it.
We moved, basically, for those who don't know, we moved to the other side as a courtesy to the morning show. We start there. They don't move. And then in the afternoon, we move as a courtesy to them.
So that they can get going,
But I'm going to credit you guys for taking the initiative and the leadership on that because I followed y'all's lead. I noticed the move that y'all were making, and you was like, you know what? I'm going to do that exact same thing. Extend the same courtesy that they are extending to others.
That's a gentleman right there. That is a gentleman right there.
Good job by y'all for setting the tone.
And then the second note
And good job by B. Scott for holding it down on the morning show. Fantastic listen as always.
And then the second note I want to make is I'm a lover, not a fighter. But back in the day, you're young and dumb and drinking beer at Speedy's in Austin. So I just wanted to clarify that. Now, what's bigger? Man, that's a good question. Because at first I was thinking, Reggie, like, Yordan is bigger because dude hit 3 home runs. And if he gets hot and he starts seeing the ball well again, I put it on the dock this morning. Because if he's doing that, that's bigger.
And it definitely felt like an This is all 3 of them right quick.
Through 3 2/3. This ball skied into left field. That'll send Austin Hayes back. He's near the wall. He looks up. It's gone. The big man does it again on the road. Yordan Alvarez, home run number 26 on the year. And the Astros with a 5-run fourth lead it 6-0. That ball scalded to center field. Yordan crushes one to straightaway center. That's in the back of the Phillies bullpen. Second straight home run for Yordan Alvarez. 27 on the year. And it's a 7-0 Astros lead. Chazzy Fizz followed up by Yordan with a smash to center. 3 in a row! The big man is on fire. 3 straight home runs. A laser beam over the wall in center.
I'm not sure what else to say about Yordan.
Yeah, me neither. So if he starts seeing the ball like that again, and it carries into September and then October, and who knows beyond that. I said it last year. Figgy, you know this, and I think I said it earlier this year. The Astros are going nowhere if Yordan is not being Yordan. They're going nowhere. I mean, I get Altuve, Bregman, Tucker if he's healthy. I get it, but Yordan is the absolute paradigm shifter, for this organization. That said, I think it's a good question because if Spencer Aragetti, keep in mind, in August, he had 47 strikeouts and 19 hits he gave up.
Yeah, man. Like this dude has been cooking, and his stuff has been good, the location's been good, and it's all kind of come to a head as he's going up against the Phillies team that is it is a daunting lineup, right?
Yeah.
You start off with Kyle Schwarber. Trey Turner is one of those guys that can easily be lost in this, but that's a fantastic shortstop, and he's been that. Of course, we all know about Bryce Harper, Alec Baum, another all-star. Castellanos, he's become a meme with the frequency of his home runs, especially in times of downness. Bryce is not somebody to look over. That is 6 dudes that I'm talking about there that are all fairly difficult outs when you talk about you're going up against them. And he had them hitless through 7. Right? Like through 7, he had them hitless. Yeah. And really, it was you could make the argument. I don't want to put this all on Shea Whitcomb himself, right? But you can make the argument that if a defensive substitution was not made in going into the 8th, that Aragetti could have kept going with that no-hit bid deeper than he even went. And, that's pretty incredible to say.
Yeah, so I want to say Yordan, but this is the Aragetti that you're getting. And this is another thing. People often throw around the term, well, he's a competitor. And
is that the cliche, Bill? Is that what we're doing there? Okay, I like it.
That he's a competitor. And they throw it around very casually. But Joe Espada told a story after the game that I thought, no, this dude is a real competitor. Listen to the end of this.
How proud of him that, that's a really good lineup. I don't know if you guys remember, but the last time he faced the Phillies was in Clearwater. So I told him, I told you that you were going to get these guys at one point. And he did. And he said, Joe, I really want Harper. I said, I know you do, son. But this is the end of the day. You get Harper some other time.
He said, after all that, he said, I want Harper. That is a window into the kind of competitor he really is. And I love that. And that's the kind of pitcher you want in the postseason.
That's exactly it. I think that's the important part of it for me. Obviously, he got an opportunity to do something kind of incredible. He was on the verge of doing something even more incredible, which is, possibly getting that full no-hitter going. But the idea that he clearly feels comfortable and confident enough that he wants to face off against the best of the best, well, my man, if this team continues doing what we all believe them capable of, you're going to need to do that, especially when you look at this team and you look at the fact that they have dealt with a rash of injuries when it comes to their starting pitching. Right? You've dealt with a lot of injuries to your starting pitching at the top, right? You have a lot of guys that you thought would be kind of back end of your rotation, maybe even guys that were kind of, substitutes in your rotation.
6 starter, reliever.
And those guys have to now step up. And even if you, shorten your rotation, you're going to have to find guys within that you feel confident being your 3 to maybe 4 guys that go out against the creme de la creme of Major League Baseball, because that's the whole point of a postseason in sports, is that you filter out the teams that are no longer as good, and now you're only playing the best ones.
Yeah.
You're playing the best teams, and you need guys that are willing and capable and excited to go up against that level. And he has not only the capability with the stuff, as we've seen over the last, as you mentioned, month or plus. Now, we're seeing specifically that he has the temerity, that he has the disposition to want to be in those places in high leverage situations. And so that was really exciting to me to see. I think that I probably lean to that side right now as well.
Okay, so I was just going to ask you and Figgy, so where do you fall? I think, and you hit it with Aragetti. He's willing. He wants Harper. He's been pitching for all this time, throwing the no-hitter. I want Harper. That's what you want in a starting pitcher. As impressive as that is, as important as it is, I'm still going to say Yordan, as much as pitching in the postseason is so important. I think the bigger deal was Yordan, but, man, it is close. So you got to break the tie, Figgy. What's the bigger deal, Yordan or Aragetti?
I'm going to say Aragetti, man. I think that was the bigger deal because look where this guy came from, man. I didn't expect this from him. And this dude looking like probably one of your best pitchers right now.
Yeah.
And that's a guy that was not expected to be in the big leagues this year. And so I think that's a bigger deal. He's finding his groove, and if they make the playoffs, this might be one of the bigger pitchers they have.
No doubt.
Well, and this is the thing about the Yordan, and I want to turn to the text line because there's other folks that, kind of weighed in from the 281. They said starting pitching yesterday was a bigger deal. Yordan will do what he does. He give it a. That's from the 281. And I found that to be interesting because, Yordan is one of the most feared batters in baseball, and we know that. He was going through a little bit of a struggle himself to send the ball out of the yard, and it was nice to see him do that, break that in incredible fashion. 3 home runs in a game is notable every single time that you do that. But somebody else went and asked from the 832, can we get stats of Yordan hitting inside versus hitting outside, as in like indoors versus outdoors? Just trying to figure out why he struggles so much at home. And I went to a good old Baseball Reference to look at this.
How about that?
And when they have it broken down by game conditions.
This is a full-service show right here.
I'm trying to do what I can do for the people, man, because that is who I do it for, the people.
Yeah.
In open situations, batting average of 356. Slugging is 696, good for an OPS of 1.131, right? That's 49 games, good for 191 at bats. That's a good amount, right?
That's good.
That is a good amount in a dome, which he only had 3 games in a dome. I believe that's Tampa, right? Batting 200, ultimately OPS is a 685. Not very great. Retractable roof, I think, is where you end up getting an inside because obviously
but it's mostly inside, but
like
yeah,
Minute Maid Park.
Yeah,
282. Is his average. Not bad, but not the incredible, scary, terrifying is the word I should use, hitter that Yordan could be. Slugging is 477, ultimately leading to an OPS of 851, which is still good, but it is interesting that there is a pretty big gap with, a solid amount of data with the open, outdoor versus kind of indoor situation. That being outside helps him in a great, a great deal. And I imagine that there's going to be an uptick outdoors with, the idea that you're going to get some jet streams and things of that nature that might carry the ball in various situations that'll factor in. But I did not anticipate it being that distinct. And I do wonder if maybe we need to do some diving or, maybe talk to Spo or some other baseball folks more in depth as to why that seems to be such a big disparity for indoor versus outdoor, because that's going to matter as well. Yeah. It looks like in order to get the postseason, you will have to win the division, but are you going to be able to get a record that's high enough to where, I guess you wouldn't want a record that's high enough, right? Are you going to get the matchups where you're going to be outdoors, where he's going to be even more dangerous to teams?
Yeah, I can't put my finger on any theory of why that might be true, because some stadiums outdoors are hitter friendly, some are definitely not. Hitter friendly. Philadelphia isn't always depending on where you hit the ball.
No, I'm pretty sure that's considered a pitcher's park.
Yeah, that's a pitcher's park. Depending on, I think right field is friendly in Philadelphia, but other than that, you're going to have to go a long ways. If you're going to hit a home run in Philly, so I can't quite put my finger on that. But again, the bigger story for me last night was the fact that you had Yordan doing Yordan things, and boy, just stay hot. Just stay hot, because that's the kind of thing that once you get into the postseason, a hot Yordan changes the algorithm, the math, no matter who you're playing.
Actually, I was wrong. Phillies end up being kind of in a more neutral area, trending a little bit towards a hitter's park.
Yeah,
shout
right
out to
field
baseball.
is as I remember, right field's a little easier. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like some stadiums are more friendly than others. But I can't place it. I just know that it doesn't matter with Yordan if he's seeing the ball like this.
Yeah, and hopefully you can see that translate as they're making their way back to Houston tonight. They'll get going against the Royals.
Another good team.
Right, another good team. And hopefully they can carry the good vibes and really the good offense. That was the thing that was nice as well, because you were starting to get looks of, hey, man, what's happening with this offense? Offense got going, and that really started with the aggression on the base paths of Jose Altuve.
Yes,
I found that to be really interesting, because we know Jose Altuve, like he had the I guess the ignominious is the word that Chandler Rome used in his piece, distinction of having the most caught stealings last year, and he's top 5 this year right now. He got out there and stole some bases and got home with aggressive base running, and it seemed like that was something that was harped on with the coaching staff, with Joe Espada, and being able to tell, hey man, the Phillies, this is something that they might be a little susceptible to, and they took advantage of that early to get the vibes going, to like get that kind of tenacity and mentality. And I do wonder, we talk about the dudes on the diamond, how much is Joe Espada and like those types of things, those types of edges? How confident do you feel that Joe Espada can give you those types of edges? Because that felt like a huge play that then led to a lot of success in this game.
Yeah, well, let's call it what it is, and we're just being honest, as much as I love Jose Altuve. By all accounts, he's a bad base runner. He is not a good base runner. But that, to me, was even more important that he did that, because when you're trying, and I don't That was a Jose Altuve joint. I mean, nobody gave him the green light or told him to.
No,
that was just awareness.
Well, and then in the meeting ahead of the series, they had
Maybe
kind of a discussion of, hey, this might be somewhere that you can get an advantage.
But it was his call, and I think that's where Jose Altuve's greatness came in last night. When you're trying to get the offense going, as you just illustrated, and we've all known, when you're trying to turn a bad streak around. And they had lost, I think, 6 of 8 is what we were talking about yesterday. You do things like that. You take that risk. And that's not Jose Altuve, a bad base runner getting lucky. No, that's Jose Altuve, a bad base runner trying to get something going for his squad. And that's why Jose Altuve is one of the greatest, if not the greatest, Astro there's ever been.
For sure. And it did get things going. And, I mean, look. If you steal bases early and then you don't hit the ball, you're not going to put up 10 runs, right?
Yeah.
You still need to go out there and hit the ball. And so, shout out to the entire Astros team taking advantage of what. Let's be fair. Admittedly, not a great pitcher in Taijuan Walker up there. I mean, as of right now, I think also including this game, 6.50 ERA, right? Like that's not something that's going to be terrifying. But hey, man, you've got to do that. You've got to be able to take advantage of those things. Also, someone who was able to take advantage. It's a gentleman. Let me see. What's the number on this one? It was number 7. Cut number 7 here. Fig. This man who had been having such a tough time, gave us a little bit of joy in that moment.
He's got plenty of family and friends here to cheer him on.
Come on, Chaz.
And TK.
It's been a fun week for me, too, I must admit. Chaz skies one into center field. Brandon Marsh going back on it. He'll watch this one. It goes! Chaz McCormick in his hometown hits a home run to right center field over the wall where he made that incredible catch in the World Series.
Ma may be here in the stadium, but I'm still going to yell at her. Hey, Ma! The meatloaf!
All right, so he just alluded. That was almost the exact spot where he made that catch. In the World Series.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it was amazing that he hit it there. We're also going to get to this, and we'll probably do it during confessions. Our guys in the afternoon, well, there was an update after this. By the way, there was an update, and we'll hear from the afternoon guys for sure.
Well, I mean, I can go ahead and give the update. We'll talk about it again. Like, look, man, Jason Hayward's coming as an outfielder to try and help these things along. Chaz, great to have a home run, but clearly he has not been doing all that great, so he's going to Sugarland to hang out with the Space Cowboys. He sent to AAA. That's unfortunate, but at least he didn't go down on a bad note, right? Because there was a lot of bad taste in a lot of folks' mouths when it came to Chaz McCormick and his play this season.
And it was the right call.
Yeah, you can't make a big decision based off of a small sample of he hit a home run game. Ultimately, the offense and the bat has not been.
No, it was absolutely the right call. But kind of the look is kind of weird. Hey, great job, Chaz. Grab your stuff.
He went out like Joe Pesci and Goodfellas.
Yeah, he did. And one last thing. If you want to watch the Astros this weekend, you are in for 3 terrific pitching matchups.
Yes.
Terrific pitching matchups. Brady Singer versus Hunter Brown. That would be today. Tomorrow, Seth Lugo versus Framber Valdez. And then Cole Reagans against Yusei Kikuchi.
I'm super excited for
those. Those are 3 really good pitching matchups.
I like the last one a good amount as well. But, I mean, the whole weekend should be fun pitching, and hopefully it'll be some fun hitting for your Astros. But, yeah, they got to win yesterday. They get a chance to get at home, and hopefully we can see Yordan go yard again. That'll be fun. But there you go. Astros doing some big things. I think we all landed on the idea. Aragetti looking like he's doing real high front of rotation pitcher things for your Astros as they head, I guess, down the stretch is the way that I'll say that. Coming up next, right now you're in the loop. Coming up next, we're 1 year into the C.J. Stroud as starter for the Texans tenure. How have your expectations changed for him over this year? What are your favorite moments? Let's talk about all of that next.
Texans GM Nick. week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Shout out to Yarborough and the Peoples.
Hey,
you're in the loop.
Now
Sports
we're
Radio
talking.
610. Yeah, that's just to let you know. Apparently, what we talked about all morning, instead of prepping for the show, which we did prep for the show. Don't get me wrong, but we talked about music a whole bunch, and what we learned, myself and Figgy, is that John Lopez, whenever that when that intro plays, he's not hearing Tops Drop by Fat Pat.
Not in the least bit.
He's hearing Don't Stop the Music by Yarborough and the People.
The original.
You're damn right.
1980.
Dude, that's why when I first heard this, they said, what intro you want? I said, that one. That one right there. That one right there. Because, like, this song came out in 1980.
It sure did.
And I was, as you well know by now, I mean, I am all about 70s and 80s funk, like good old. I still play it played it this morning on the way in. And this song, I graduated high school in 1980. So I said, that one right there.
You was cutting the rug to this, huh?
I could do it right now.
Okay.
I could. Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go. And so, yeah, like, they go, Fat Pat? I said, who the hell is that? See, this is the old school. This is what it's all about here. Which, by the way, it might have been an accident. I'll give Figgy and Parker credit on this. It's the perfect song for you and me. 1980.
Yeah.
And Gen X. Are you X? You're X, right?
I'm a millennial.
Millennial.
Yeah, apparently I along with my cohorts, got it.
I always
ruined everything. A man who is neither Gen X nor millennial nor. Are you Gen X?
I'm the last of the boomers.
Okay,
boomers are from 1945 to 1962.
Generations are fun, aren't they?
And I was born in 62, so I'm bringing up the end of boomers.
Okay,
yeah.
A man who fits into none of those generations. C.J. Stroud, 22 years of age, now has spent a full year as the starter of this Texans team. Well, first of all, like, what have some of your favorite moments, and how have your expectations of him changed? As let's give you a little taste of what you can recall C.J. Stroud as a Texan starter.
4th and goal from the 9. Stroud gets the snap. Stroud, quick throw right side, caught, touchdown! Dalton Schultz. The Texans are in front on 4th and goal. They convert. What a rocket from C.J. Stroud to the tight end. 4 touchdown passes for C.J. Stroud. 4 different receivers have caught them.
That's the perfect one to play for what has changed for me.
Okay,
because everybody.
That's when we knew it. Oh, nah,
for
he's
sure,
different.
For sure. But going into last season, and by the way, we're bringing this up because a year ago yesterday was when he was named the starter.
That is correct.
Yes, and. So when he was named the starter, actually going into the draft,
were you shocked?
And everybody remembers this. I was more of a Bryce Young guy, but I consistently said I love C.J. Stroud because of one thing: his accuracy. Like his accuracy in college, and you guys remember this. I was just like, this dude can put the ball where it needs to be, and that goes a long way in the NFL. I mean, that goes the longest way, the furthest in the NFL. But what has changed from my expectation a year ago to now is I knew he would be accurate. I knew he would be good based on what we had seen in training camp and the preseason and all that. I knew he'd be good. What I didn't know, what's changed is he's got – I mean, I refuse to hit the cliche bell because I've already done it twice. But he's got like that something that very few quarterbacks have. Now you –
got that it factor.
Dude, they become
just built different.
They become cliches because they're true. Like they
just know how to win.
He's got the look. How many of these different ways can we say this? How many different ways can we say that? But he does. He absolutely does.
So what he got?
He's got that special something. He does. You can hit that cliche bell all you want. I didn't know. Nobody could have said that a year ago. We knew he'd be good.
Right. And I think the thing that's impressed me quite a bit, and look, I'm sure that this is not novel by any means, right? I don't think anything we can say at this point is novel because locally we've been gushing over him for a year. Nationally, people have been gushing over him. I just am amazed when you have somebody who is young that shows a crazy amount of maturity.
Yeah.
Right? Like, well beyond their years, the level of kind of awareness, especially in places in positions that are not built for you to have that maturity.
That soon, especially.
Right, like as we know, quarterback, one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult position in sports. There's a lot that is often heaped upon you. And I know in some instances there are ways to simplify, there are ways to make this easier for various different people. But at the level that you want very good players to play at in the NFL, there's a lot that's expected of you. And in that way, C.J. Stroud has shown a level of maturity. And I always say it like a rookie is going to look like a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
And it was minimal in the instances where it was like, that's a rookie right there, right?
Yeah.
Like he looked like a dude that you could heap all of the regular expectations and pressures and not worry about folding, right? Like there's the general
But that's a different way of saying what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Like that special something, you're saying maturity, but they're both in the same neighborhood.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find the way to lay out why I believe that's so important is because that then raises the floor, right? If we're not concerned about, oh man, we got to make sure that we get him into the offense. We got to make sure that we're not putting him into difficult situations. That changes the height of where you can go, right? And that's the on the field aspect of it, right?
Yeah.
Like we can get to more difficult concepts when we know that the basics are taken care of, right? I am like 500 days into Duolingo trying to get my Spanish right, even though I took like 4 years of it in high school and college and all those things, and still
say taqueria arandas.
You got the audio for me? I'm pretty sure I said it
Taquerias arandas.
Yeah, that's exactly how I said it. No, but like in going into Duolingo, because I had that previous experience, I jump into the app and I'm like, oh, I got this. We can get to something more advanced quicker. Yeah. That's what C.J. Stroud did. That was super impressive to me. But then on top of that, like managing the locker room, like that's the thing that's tough, right? He's 22 years old, walking up on 27, 28, 30, 32-year-olds. And they're all willing to go, I got to get behind this dude. And not only do I have to get behind this dude, I have to like listen to what he says and like really treat him as a leader, right? There's one thing besides your position grants you authority. There's another thing besides you as a human being I'm willing to follow
Your
behind.
Your locker room grants you authority.
And he's done that in spades. Like I'm impressed by that.
No, it is. And quarterbacks study quarterbacks. And I say that because we always are somewhat more impressed when a quarterback talks about a young guy. And Dan Pastorini, my buddy, is in the building today on some business, and I saw him in the hall, and I sat down and just started chatting with him. And of course, inevitably, it turns to C.J. Stroud. And Pastorini knows a thing or two. He's the last quarterback to take this team to an AFC championship twice. He knows a thing or two about the city, I should say. About getting there. And he said something that I actually gave him an out. Like, it was like I was almost, we were just chatting. It was like I was interviewing him. And I was like, are you sure you want to say that? Because he goes, he's the best I've ever seen. And I went like, oh, you mean like in Houston? He goes, did you hear what I said? Oh, you mean like since Tom Brady? I said, he's the best I've ever seen. He said, and he actually stood up and was illustrating, when the ball needs to be right here, it's here. When it needs to be low to avoid the DB, it's here. When it needs to be outside, it's here. And then he goes, when it needs to be in the bucket, he was doing the hand gestures and everything.
Yeah.
It's there. He says that's something that is just, you're born with. And Figgy, you were saying, I was giving him some outs, and he's like, he's the best I've ever seen. And what were you saying?
It's funny. He said the same thing to me. So I interviewed him on the red carpet at the Houston Sports Awards, and I didn't even bring up C.J. Stroud. I just told him about the whole Tennessee wearing the Oilers stuff.
Yeah,
and he went from that to C.J. Stroud. So this is how that went.
Yeah, sure. It seems weird, our uniform being on the field anywhere, but it's nice to be remembered. And the fact of the matter is, the legacy goes through Tennessee, unfortunately. Our hearts are here in Houston. I live in Houston. A lot of the Oilers still live in Houston. This is our town. And, we're supportive of the Texans, and especially this year. They had such a great year. D'Amico Ryans, C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is the best quarterback, I'll say it right now, the best quarterback I have ever seen or ever played against. And this kid's going to be a Hall of Famer. He keeps his head on straight, and they protect him. He's going to set all kinds of records here.
That came out of nowhere.
Praise.
Out of nowhere.
I had to end the interview after that. I'm like, all right.
And I'm just chatting with my buddy in the hallway. He goes, did you hear what I said?
That leapt out of his spirit. Like, it was weighing. I was like, I need you to know that C.J. Stroud is going to be a Hall of Famer and the best quarterback ever.
When he said best quarterback I ever seen, I was thinking like, man, is this dude high? You know how many good quarterbacks we seen?
Yeah.
I'm like, dang.
So even if he's not, Pastorini studies quarterbacks. Brady studies quarterbacks. You know, was
it JT O'Sullivan who does the quarterback school?
Yeah.
He did a breakdown of C.J. Stroud in the preseason, maybe a week or two ago, and he just is heaping praise upon this guy. That's a guy who studies quarterbacks.
So that's the difference. A year ago to now, you got experts in the field, people who played the game to the AFC Championship, saying no, he's the best.
And so look, here's to year 2, I guess is what I have to say, right?
Buckle up.
It is, and look, I know year 2 comes with kind of the cliches of, they've got tape on you, and I don't know that I saw anything from what he did where it was like, but that was just a lack of preparedness that had to once they're more prepared, they'll be able to handle him. Oh no, like this is just. He has a level of skill and maturity, and he has places where he can improve and is improving. I know that Seth Payne of Payne and Pendergast, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on Sports Radio 610, has been like really high on the idea of that pocket presence and his ability to like move and shift just barely, as opposed to like making big dramatic moves in the pocket to get yourself in a better place. Those things as well. He's getting better at and has an opportunity to improve at. So I'm super excited to see where we are, August 28th, August 29th of 2025, looking back at season 2 with C.J. Stroud, or year 2 with C.J. Stroud, because I've been thoroughly pressed through 1. I can only imagine where he goes in year 2. It's In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, our question of the day. What's the single most exciting play in all of sports? 713-572-4610 is the number. We'll talk about that next.
The roster is
Surgeons alone.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, SportsRadio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day, ladies and gentlemen. What is the single most exciting play in all of sports? 713-572-4610 is the number to text to get involved. You can also respond on YouTube and Twitch. I'm looking at those as well. We're getting people chiming in, weighing in. Before we get there, we were talking about the full year one of CJ Stroud as Texans starter, as he was named starter a year ago yesterday.
Yeah.
By D'Amico Ryans, and Villa Maurice on the YouTube said, just like Tom Brady, that is, CJ can go get that Super Bowl year 2 with a strong squad. I think that is plausible.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's even a little different than Tom Brady, because it feels like, and I'll pull up the stats just to make sure that I'm 100% right on this.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Brady in year 2 still, I don't think he had nearly the command of the offense that CJ Stroud already does. Like, he is so integral to how they go about things, and how they will go about things passing the football compared to Tom Brady. I think that if they manage to make it happen, it will be more impressive.
I think Tom Brady reached that level in the postseason, if I'm remembering that season right. Like, it was like the man. Look at what the Patriots are doing. Great defense, running game.
It kind of reminded me of Brock Purdy a little bit
back then.
Yeah, back then.
Yes,
where you wasn't the best. You ain't had to do too much.
Yeah,
because you had a
exactly.
great cast around you.
And then in the postseason is when you're like, whoa,
yeah.
Now he's carrying this squad.
Yeah.
So that's what it felt like. But yeah, I'm with you. I think there is no no mistaking that this is more C.J. Stroud. You know, than back then it was Tom Brady.
Well, I mean, look, there's a long way to go till you get to a Super Bowl situation. And D'Amico Ryans actually talked about that on Nightcap with Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp. We'll get to that later during the program. But right now, question of the day: what is your what do you believe is the most exciting play in all of sports? And that was inspired by a little bit of baseball by the Astros.
Payne, a close play at first. Altuve's going to try to score, and Jose's in there.
Caught him sleeping.
Bryce Harper taking his time on that close play at first, and Altuve noticed and took off for the plate and scored the first run.
Jose Altuve feeling a little risky out there. Took a risk and scored.
Stealing home is on the list.
Oh, yeah, it's up there.
Stealing home is on the list. But for me, stealing home is probably more appropriately on the list when it's a true old school, the pitcher goes into his windup and the dude takes off.
Yeah.
As opposed to catching Bryce Harper sleeping and technically getting us. I mean, it's still an awesome play, don't get me wrong. But, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's always funny. The pitchers just be sitting there and kind of dozing off. And all of a sudden, he trying to throw the ball fast and miss him totally.
That's the most awesome stolen home. Like the old Jackie Robinson clip that we see from the postseason. The guy goes into the windup, and Jackie Robinson just takes off.
All you see is dirt
He's
everywhere.
like, I'm going to beat the pitch home is what I'm going to do.
Yeah. I mean, I really want to just put, most stolen bases up there as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering, am I just not being appreciative? It feels like a stolen base doesn't have that same je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, but stealing, that's impressive. But stealing home.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, I'm right there
where
with
the
you.
ball is going.
Yes.
The ball is going there.
Yeah.
To me, that is definitely on the list. I got some other candidates.
Oh, absolutely. There's so much excitement in sports. Hell, if there weren't more candidates, what are we doing with sports?
Why are we even here? And then you guys add yours as you see fit. But these are the ones that popped into mind for me. Inside the park home run.
Definitely.
Dude.
Okay.
Baseball, when you get action on the base paths, real action, that's where I think it gets super exciting. And, of course, baseball for the heady heady fans and heady observers, like it's that battle between pitcher and hitter. Like, what is the sequences? What are you trying to accomplish? What is that cat and mouse game? But I guess for like the unwashed masses like myself, like, hey man, get on these base paths, run around. Like let's see that level of competition. And if you're going all the way around and we're seeing the panic in the outfield of an outfielder trying to gather the ball and you send it in and cutoffs and all those types, hell, even the Little League World Series where you have somebody throwing the ball into the outfield, those types of things end up being very entertaining. And so you get all of that kind of in that inside the park situation.
You got a shot into the gap and you got a fast dude at the plate and he just turns it on.
Yeah, man.
You know what's coming. You can feel the buildup. And then, they're sending him, from third. And that
play at the plate.
That's an exciting play.
Yeah, we start getting down to like the essence of competition. Yeah. For me is like running, right? Like if you just get down to I am running and I will beat you to this point.
Yeah.
Right? That's where I think that's the very essence of like sports competition. You cannot beat me to this point.
Yeah.
And you kind of get that.
It's a great play.
When hey man, I'm at second, I'm turning the corner on third. You gonna beat me at home? Because I'm getting there first.
Yeah, it's funny you said that too, because the first play I thought about is a kickoff return.
Kickoff returns up there.
Yeah, no matter how it's going, man. When somebody get the going and get in the open field and just running for their life.
Yeah.
That's always that always make you stand up a little bit, like
especially because you have that roller coaster of emotions where you're like, I think we've gotten to the place where kickoffs we're like, this is routine, and then you start on the uptick where you go, is that a gap? Nah, he's not gonna hit it. I think he's hitting it, and then you're at that high, and you're like, one more to beat.
Yeah,
you hear the commentator.
Then you see the kicker kind of flailing, trying to get.
No, you hear the commentator like, he got room, he got blockers.
Yeah, that's on the list.
Is kick return better than punt return though?
Yes. I like kick return better.
Yeah.
That's 100. That's 100 yards, man. The other three that I have on my list, you can technically say all three are football, but one is with a U, and that is a PK save for a win. Like the dude puts the soccer ball on the spot. The goalkeeper, the goalie's the keeper's just kind of trying to figure it out. Dude just slams a shot to the net. Boom. Saves it. They win. I love a PK save.
Can I? And as a soccer guy, like I love a PK save in the right stakes. A lot of this
it has to be World Cup, Euro Cup, whatever.
Yeah, but I don't know that I'm putting this as high. I do wonder, can I interest you fine gentlemen in a posterized dunk?
Oh, for sure.
Right,
yeah.
just an open, just a open court dunk. That is what it is, and maybe we've just gotten so many of them that it's not as high. But when you have, again, I'm going to beat you to this spot. You're trying to stop me, but I will throw this ball through the hoop regardless, like a real dunk. I don't want these Blake Griffins. I'm tossing it in. Like, I'm really, on top of your head top.
Let me add a level to that.
Okay.
A posterized dunk off an alley-oop.
Oh.
That to me is like, ooh. You're like, what does he do? Oh. Yeah. Two more. Hail Mary TD. Hail Mary touchdown.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a big one for me.
But will you go Hail Mary? Or would you rather go like a
last second,
the lateral, just we are throwing the ball around, pitchy woo woo as Scott Van Pelt will call.
Yeah. And then the last one for me, and maybe this is just a personal preference. I love a good fake field goal, man. I love a good fake field goal.
Oh yeah. Fake field goal, especially because we're getting dudes that are not intended to do this way.
Yes.
A lot of times, sometimes you'll have either a quarterback getting out here or, a punter or a kicker.
When was the last time we seen a fake field goal? We usually see fake punts.
You don't see them as much.
Yeah, you see fake punts.
Yeah.
But we don't really see a fake field goal now.
I like the fake punt, too.
I like the fake punt, too.
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
What about as far as other sports, like a boxing, like a knockout?
Oh, yeah.
Knockout. An early knockout.
Like a
Tyson. Oh, they're about 37 seconds. Oh, that's it.
It's true knockout. Not a TKO. Because, a TKO, but a true knockout, exhilarating. Because that's what we're all here for. We get into that primal part of ourselves where we're like, kill him. And it's like, wait, I don't think we should say that. I don't think that's what it should be. But, man, he is out of there. An out cold knockout.
Or even if you in the 8th round or something like that, and then you just hit he goes down. He's down.
Somebody said triple play from the 970, which is an exciting play, but to me they're almost kind of lucky. They're often just like
a little bit
line drive, boom, boom, boom. Okay, triple play, cool. But is the most exciting play in sports?
I don't know. Look, I'd rather see, and maybe this is just, I do wonder how many of these are actually defensive situations. Because I think we're leaning all offense in a lot of these, and I'm wondering, are we erring in that focus? Are there defensive situations that we're missing? Well, I guess interception return. There you go, pick six. There's definitely the defense there, right? Yeah. Like, especially, and I do wonder, does it have to be a pick six by the secondary? No, sometimes you get the big man.
The big man pick six is the best.
JJ here against the Bengals in the postseason.
Yeah, or seeing somebody like a Vince Wilfork just going and going and going and get there. I think he
just fat man touchdown in general is always
exactly
fun. Yeah. Right, you just get an offensive lineman like seeing that the ball is on the ground. Well, I will pick this up and I will take care of this.
Or even last season, remember Andrew Beck? He returned a kickoff return.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like that. We were
return for a touchdown.
We were super excited because it looked bad. It looked like he kind of fumbled everything, and we like, oh Lord, Andrew Beck got the ball, and he took it to the house.
You go to the rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, like you just get that feeling. Yeah, man.
You know what else? And I just thought of this one because we saw it Saturday, and Metcalf did it as well for Seattle. The rundown. The rundown, the hustle rundown.
Yeah, it was some guy for the Giants.
Yeah,
that ran down.
He weighed like 280.
Yeah, he ran. Did he run down? Was it British?
J.J. Taylor
or J.J. Taylor? Yeah. He ran him. I know he was out of bounds early, but
I love a good big man.
He ran him down.
I know Metcalf is a receiver, but dude, that
was legendary, man. That was that should have been a pick six.
Shout out to some more baseball ones coming through. 409 says suicide squeeze. Okay, I'm with you there. 281. I think I agree with this one. Strike him out, throw him out.
Happened to the Astros this week.
Those are pretty exciting. I will not lie in that regard. Chaz McCormick's type series-saving catch. Yeah, a catch, robbing a home run over the wall.
Yeah.
Is really exciting. Depending on the wall, too. Like, sometimes you see somebody climb up there, like, like Barry or what have you.
Yeah.
Like, someone going up. Or, hell, Mauricio Dubon, running into the wall. Obviously not the outcome of that was a little scary, but that was exciting seeing him out in the outfield. And then even yesterday, he had another one of those situations at the wall where he goes up.
Another one I like in baseball is when you think you hit a double and you run around base and you get called at second.
Oh yeah,
that one where you grab the ball and like,
especially from an output.
Yes.
The 281 actually said that a second ago. I saw that, like the ultra long throw.
Oh yeah, when somebody just puts it on a rope.
Yeah,
like some dude in right field.
He gonna try for two.
No, he isn't.
He's out at the plate.
And then of course we'll end here because I think this is a great one. Just a goal line stand.
Big time.
Goal line, just stonewalling somebody.
Big time.
Like you need an inch, you need a few, maybe a foot rather. And we're not giving it to you. We're stonewalling you. That's exciting play. There you go. Yeah. I just got my juices going, man. I'm so excited now. I want to see some.
I like the buzzer beaters too, man.
Buzzer beater jumpers,
especially in March Madness buzzer beater.
Ooh, yeah. If you specify March Madness,
buzzer
100% because of the stakes. I love that. Yeah. Most exciting play in sports. I don't know that we got to the single, but we enjoyed a lot of the exciting plays in sports. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where Noah Brown, he didn't stay out there on the market yet. We'll talk about that and more next.
Payne and Pendergast. in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula on Houston Sports Leader.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on this Thursday in the H-Town, in the H-Town area. I don't want to, forget all of the surrounding exurbs and things of that nature hanging out with us.
What about the Woodlands?
We got a lot of listeners in the Woodlands.
What about Katy?
We see y'all. Pearland.
Mo City.
Do we need to do a roll call now? Is that what's about to happen here? Hey, you know what? Why not? Text in. Let us know where you're listening from. 713-572-4610. A man who is no longer in the Houston area, nor the exurbs, nor anything like that. Noah Brown. Noah Brown was released on cut down day. We knew that that's a dude who can help a team when he's healthy, and there's people that matter with the Texans said as much, right? They were like, look, Noah Brown, we made a decision, but we know that he's going to be picked up by another team, and that was absolutely the case. As we found out, the Commanders signed wide receiver Noah Brown. He joins into what they're doing there, giving them much needed wide receiver help. I know that the Commanders just traded away Jahan Dotson, but they still have Terry McLaurin. They still have, actually, is it Curtis Samuel still there? I need to look at that roster one more time. But no, he just comes in and immediately becomes a very big help to what they're doing.
It's a compliment. It's a compliment to the Texans. And we knew this was going to come, and probably knew it more in the case of Noah Brown than anyone, because that guy is a legit, big-time, potentially starting NFL receiver.
He won the Texans
he won two
games almost single-handedly.
Yeah, so it's a compliment. And by the way, it's also a great landing spot for Noah Brown. I mean, he's from New Jersey. He's an East Coast guy. And that's, I'm sure, he paid a lot of attention to the then Redskins, and now Commanders growing up. No, it's kind of a win-win.
And he's paired up with another rookie quarterback.
And another really talented rookie quarterback.
Him and Jaden Daniels. He'll be rolling with, I mentioned, Terry McLaurin, Diami Brown, I forgot about him, and then Olamide Zaccheaus is also out there.
He'll have a shot. He'll
definitely factor in. Jamison Crowder. Jamison Crowder's still in the league.
Still in
the league. Shout out to, hey, man, getting them, my man, as long as they'll give them to you. But, yes, he jumps into that wide receiver core. Absolutely is going to be very helpful for them. Are you concerned at all about, or not concerned, but do you have any level of expectation with the Commander? No. Do you have any expectation level for the Commanders?
Well, I'm high on Jaden Daniels. I have been since the draft. I stand corrected on Caleb Williams based on all reports. I thought he would be better than Caleb Williams going into the draft. But it seems like Caleb Williams has got something going on. We'll see. But I think Daniels is going to be really, really good.
Oh, man. The text line going crazy. We got well, someone said the strip club. Shout out to you hanging out in the strip club. Montgomery, Magnolia, Katy,
Alvin,
Blessing, Spring, Jersey Village, A-Leaf. Shout out to A-Leaf. I see you.
Shout out to Odom, Texas, down by where I go fishing in
Tomball, Corpus Christi. Oh, man, y'all out there.
G-Town.
Okay.
Blessing, Texas, home of the best cafeteria on the planet. Next time you drive through Blessing, Texas, go to the old hotel. I forget the name of it. It's the best home-style cafeteria I've ever been to in my life.
Do they serve liver?
Dude, they serve all the comfort foods, liver and onions.
I feel like there's something about, if it's a cafeteria, they better have liver and onions. I might not order it, but if they have it, then I trust you. You know what I mean?
Every time I'm near Blessing, I stop there. It's old school. It's family style. They have everything you can imagine. Old comfort food. Shout out to Blessing. They're listening to us in Blessing.
I was trying to find the right transition, and all of the other ones, all the ones that I thought of I wouldn't be comfortable putting y'all in that position. Comfort and old school and all those things, kind of weird. But let's talk about Deshaun Watson, ladies and gentlemen. Deshaun Watson.
Speaking of comfort.
All right. That was one of the ones that I thought about. The quarterback for the Browns, we know, is the only quarterback to get a fully guaranteed deal of the magnitude that he did, 5 years, $230 million, some years back. And that was starting to really hamper the Browns a little bit. And so what the Browns decided to do was do a little bit of a restructure.
Yeah.
They created almost $36 million in space doing a restructure. So they converted almost $45 million of his base salary into a signing bonus. That is the mechanics that they use. Move some of that money into the future. What that does mean, though, is that in the future they will have some real big cap implications to deal with. But for the time being, they open up a little space. Would you have done this when it comes to the money of it?
It's a blessing that he's not here anymore. See what I did there? This is awful. Like this is, you don't even know if he's good anymore. You don't even know if he's good anymore. Such a good point. And you're creating cap space for the here and now.
Correct.
And they have, I believe it's now the most cap space in the NFL, $60 million. I believe they have the most. Cool story. I mean, because after this year, if it doesn't work out and he's still not good, you have a $72 million cap hit with your quarterback in 2025 and a $72 million cap hit with your quarterback in 2026.
But is this the smart thing to do right now?
Yes.
Because they got to win right now.
No, it is.
I think so.
I see them working.
They got to win in the next year or two.
This year.
Or at least, yes, this year.
This year. It's the smart thing to do, but, man, it's going to get ugly fast.
$73 million cap hit next year and the year after.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah.
Whew. And a dead cap in the void years.
$38 million, right?
As well. There's a $27 million cap hit in 2027 in one of those void years as well. Hey, man, we are never seeing fully guaranteed quarterback contracts, are we? Like, he ruined it for everybody.
But they're coming. They're still getting, not fully, but what he did do was create a larger guarantee for most players. Even receivers now are getting enormous guarantees. So he did kind of impact the market, but fully guaranteed quarterbacks, no, that ain't going to happen.
The YouTube letting us know Annapolis, Maryland, Tomball, Northside.
All right.
I still love you. Chinatown, Kingwood, downtown Tomball. Okay, a lot of folks hanging out.
Yeah.
Out that way. You talk about getting guaranteed money, and I imagine that's where Jamar Chase stands. We had made note of this weekend him actually going to practice, and like, okay, well, what does that mean for the holdout that hold in that he's been on, and the idea of trying to get that contract? Apparently not a ton, because Zach Taylor had started telling us, the head coach of the Bengals, that hey, he expected Jamar Chase to be involved with the team and be able and play and all those things. That is now a little bit more in doubt.
Yeah.
As Zach Taylor talked about Jamar Chase's practice availability yesterday, using the phrase "I probably put my foot in my mouth," talking about the idea of him coming back. He said, "I think it was wise for me to just say we'll take it day to day, see what tomorrow brings. I think I probably put my foot in my mouth." Speaking quickly. And again, it is a day-to-day situation. So Jamar Chase still has 2 years left on his rookie deal, but he's looking to get his money right now.
Zach Taylor basically said, my bad.
Yeah.
He thought he would be there. And the visual of like, okay, we're expecting him to practice. Dude walks out there in basketball shorts and basketball shoes and just kind of meanders around in street clothes. Like, okay, maybe not.
Holding back on, baby.
Maybe not.
He just wanted to get a sweat real quick this weekend. He was like, I'm back to not doing all this work.
Yeah.
Man, I'm interested to see what that power dynamic is, because Mike Brown notoriously can be a little cheap as an owner, but they found ways.
That brother is cheap.
He is cheap, but I've been amazed. They found a way to be a little bit less cheap. Like, they've actually invested in some of their facilities and those types of things with Joe Burrow in there. And I guess that, I was like, are they turning a corner? We'll see if they're willing to go to the places that Jamar Chase wants them to go in order to assure his future there. They have to, right? Like, you've already moved on from Taj Boyd as a wide receiver, and look, I think that's the guy that you want to make sure that you handcuff to I was about to say C.J. Stroud, not the right quarterback, to Joe Burrow there, and so you got to just make him happy, right?
You got to make him happy, and they will. I think these things. I said this the other day. They always end up with the guy getting paid. It's just kind of sort of cat and mouse. Negotiations, all that stuff. No, they'll pay him. They have to. It wasn't just. Who else did they let go? That was a free agent.
T. Higgins.
Was
it T. Higgins?
Yeah.
So you had a nice three-headed monster at wide receiver. At this point, you've decided the one that has to be there, and so go ahead and make sure that you finish through and see that out. Speaking of wide receivers that haven't gotten theirs yet. The will they, won't they saga of Brandon Ayuk and the San Francisco 49ers. A little bit less thought about, but honestly, I'd probably say more important. Trent Williams, left tackle.
Yeah. I forgot he wasn't signed.
He been in the cut, just like, all right, y'all see what it looks like. We saw last year what it looked like. The games that they looked woeful, Trent Williams was kind of absent, inconspicuously absent in those ones, right? Like, all of a sudden you look up and you go, he's not there, and that team does not work. Both of them need to get themselves together. And there was a little bit of audio from Kyle Shanahan. Apparently, he feels good about one and maybe not exactly happy about the other.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that things will work out with Trent. I'm not sitting here knowing what day it'll be. I mean, we're getting close to playing a game, so like my mind is completely on preparing for a game without those guys. But yeah, I feel when two sides want to get a deal done, and usually it happens.
Is it fair to say that because of the stakes and the expectations that the Niners are in a worse place than the Cowboys?
Ooh.
I think so. I mean, they have Super Bowl aspirations.
They do have Super Bowl aspirations.
They've got Ayuk and Williams not playing.
And you got a coach who has to get out here, whether that's negotiations or not, and say that I'm planning to be without them.
Yeah.
However, I still think we've seen them do it. Like, we've seen them do it at a high level. We've seen them go to NFC Championship games, go to Super Bowls. Like, we've seen them be in that mix where if you stay around, I guess in theory, if you stay on that mix, eventually you imagine that you were able to break through. The Cowboys ain't even in that mix as of right now.
Yeah. I mean, if I was the 49ers, I would at least try to pay Trent Williams. Now, Brandon Ayuk, I might hold off a little bit or try to see what I could get for him, but you got to have Trent Williams, and you got a guy that's on probably the friendliest rookie contract ever.
Yeah.
And he's playing like an elite quarterback, so you got to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about the Brandon Ayuk, they have tried to trade him. He just don't want to go.
Yeah. Well, they traded him, then they didn't trade him.
Yeah, that is fair. Our appreciation to all of the people on the YouTube, on the Twitch, on the text line, reminding me.
You got them going.
Tyler Boyd was the man who was playing for the Bengals recently.
Taj Boyd was the quarterback, right? Yeah. Quarterback for Tennessee? Was it Tennessee?
Wasn't it Clemson?
Clemson?
No.
It was Clemson.
My bad. That's on me. I will hold that one. That one is on me. Okay, so some other things to note. It is interesting. We've gotten kind of the quarterback sit-start for the 2024 quarterbacks, right? We know who will be playing, who will not be playing. I think this will be interesting to watch out for as we go along with the season, especially within the age-old question of rookie quarterbacks. Do you start them? Do you sit them? How are they going? Obviously, Caleb Williams is a starter, and I think that he's in a really good situation. Fair?
Yes, that's what we were just talking about. I think he's going to be more than fine. I think he could be really, really good.
All right, so you have Jaden Daniels, Washington. They just added Noah Brown, a veteran wide receiver, to that, but he's start. Drake May, we learned today, will be sitting as Jacoby Brissett has been announced as QB1. Any surprise there for you?
A little bit, but Jacoby Brissett is the safe pick there. It's kind of old school. Patriots way kind of thing. Let's get the veteran started, then Drake May comes in later.
Okay, so yeah, I know that there's been kind of he's not looked ready just yet.
Yeah.
I think that's the whole benefit of having a Jacoby Brissett. He can handle the job. Obviously, Michael Penix Jr. not going to play. He'll sit behind Kirk Cousins, and then J.J. McCarthy hurt, but Bo Nix will start. Who do you anticipate being coming out the best of those, at least in season one?
Yeah, I think it's the top two that we just talked about, Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams. I think both of those guys are kind of equipped with decent squads around them that are getting better to excel, and I think they're just further along.
Real quick before we go, Chris Ballard, the general manager of the Indianapolis Colts, been there for, I think this is his 8th year. We were talking about this a day or two ago. Like, man, he's been there for a while. Hasn't had a ton of success in roster building, and something interesting that happened on Cutdown Day, they got rid of quite a few of their late-round picks. I believe a 5th, 6th, and a 7th-round pick.
This year's draft.
We're all cut from this year's draft. Yeah, like that's something that GMs aren't typically all too willing to do.
I kind of respect it.
I do. I kind of like it a little bit, man,
I respect
because
it.
A lot of teams, I feel like they in a space where they probably got a lot of good players, and maybe those players just ain't good enough to make the 53-man. But some teams would just kind of keep them around just for the benefit,
for their ego.
Yeah, for the ego.
The vast majority of general managers, they absolutely favor or bias to their draft picks because they don't want to look bad. I respect this. And Ballard, he actually had a good start to his career in Indianapolis. Drafted some good players and then kind of dipped. I respect him. I mean, he flat out said, if it gets me fired, so be it.
And that's exactly where I was going to go. Is like he was very bold about this yesterday when kind of asked about some of these things. He said, "quote, I've always had a strong belief in myself and those around me, strong belief in what we do. And he went further to kind of talk about the last 3 years, not making the playoffs, disappointment, all those things. And he capped it off with this poignant quote: "If it gets me fired, so be it."
Good.
And I kind of do appreciate that. He's like, this is my process. I'm going with it. I also appreciate that if it does get him fired, that means that the Texans have one less thing to worry about in that regard. So more power to you, Chris Ballard. Good luck to you in that regard. There you go. We're in the loop. That was around the NFL on the In the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get to sit down with one of my Nigerian brethren, a man that you heard all preseason long on the Texans broadcast. He'll give us a little bit of football knowledge. His name is Indy Kalu, and it comes next.
How important was it for the Texans to balance veteran leadership and young potential on their roster?
You know, having that diversity amongst our team is very valuable. I think it's
610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. And I've got to say, this is my most excited segment of it, the day at least, maybe the week. Because there's another Nigerian in the building, and as we like to say, Nigeriano de Kari last, right? He is a man that you should love, though, as well. You heard him all preseason long on the broadcast of Texans preseason games. A former Texan himself, ND Kalu. What's happening, my man?
What's going on? And I want to make sure I say this to you while everybody's listening. Congratulations. What a great hire. I've been listening,
Thank you.
and they got it right. They got it right. You and John have been, kicking tail and taking names. So
all right.
The whole community, but especially that Niger community, is very, very impressed with what you're doing.
And it's extra important that he said that because there's a little bit of conflict with the tribal background in your in your Nigerian.
Look at you flexing your Nigerian knowledge.
In your Nigerian heritage. Can you care to explain that?
All right, so my family is Yoruba as a tribe. You have a little bit of mixture. But I saw the ND and I was like, that seems Igbo to me. But you got some Yoruba with you as well, right?
So my mother's Yoruba,
okay.
But obviously Nigerian. You go by your father, you go by your name. So
Yeah.
I'm Igbo, but I'm kind of mixed.
Yeah,
I'm like Genuine and Boris Cujo. I'm mixed like that, but so I have a respect for both. I was about to say Kedu, but that's an Nigerian. That's an Igbo greeting.
Okay.
So I said,
I wouldn't have had anything for you. To be completely honest. Shout out to all my Igbos out there, though. It's always love. It's always love. And look, man, speaking of love, I love what this Texans team has put together, but I'm interested in kind of getting into the nitty-gritty a little bit with your football knowledge, and I'm going to start defensively because that's where you are. Linebacker is a position that is really interesting, especially with the kind of lack of clarity with Christian Harris. I'm very intrigued for you. Like, how do you view this linebacker room as it was cut down, especially if Christian Harris is not able to go week one?
Because of the question mark on Christian Harris, this is the one position group where I say there's a question mark.
Yeah.
But if you look at the coaching staff, if you look at the head coach, and if you said what position group would you be okay there being a question mark, it's linebacker. Because you have D'Amico Ryan showing these guys, showing Henry Toa, what you have to look for, what you have to think about as a linebacker. So that is the question mark, and you still have to get it done with your athleticism, your play, your experience. But I think D'Amico is going to spend a little bit more time in that linebacker room, making sure whoever's suiting up is going to be ready. We've all seen the highlight from last year where he coached up Christian Harris.
Christian
Harris, I believe, and told him what to look for. And in the next series, a pick six to the house. That's the type of attention to detail I think D'Amico's going to be pouring into that room. But absolutely, if you said, hey, what's the one group that you still want to see something from, it's the linebacker.
And is there anything like in specific when you talk about wanting to see some, like what is that specific thing? Is it like getting out in coverage and being able to, or is it, identifying run fits, those types of things, staying clean? Like, is there a particular skill set or, thing like that you're looking at?
Run fits, especially in between the guards. During preseason, and again, you're mixing and matching who's on the field. But during the preseason, I felt like the run defense was somewhat of an issue, and especially the inside run. So when you think inside run, you think defensive tackle.
Yes.
But a lot of it is also the middle linebackers because if your defensive linemen are playing with gap integrity, they're not going to get the play. They're not going to make the tackle, but they're going to be where they're supposed to be, and then the linebackers have to fill in.
Clear space.
Exactly, and make the play.
Now, you mentioned something on the offensive line as well. Not necessarily like, oh, I'm worried about these guys, but to your point, I'm thinking the run game only really had Dameon Pierce with the first team. So it's like, which is it? Was it Dameon Pierce struggling, or is this offensive line maybe still need to prove itself a little bit?
Yeah, not so much worried, but I just haven't seen it. And this is what did Janet Jackson famously say? What have you done for me lately?
That's right.
I know Laramie Tunsil is a straight stud. Yeah. I know Titus is a good player. I know Shaq Mason is one of the most underrated offensive guards in the league, in my opinion, because I've watched him play. Yeah. But I just haven't seen it. So I need to see it together, and I need to see them as a unit. Then you can be a little bit more excited. So if they live up to what we see on paper, because with every other position group, we saw flashes of it. You know, we saw Cam Akers as a running back. We're like, okay, I'm pretty comfortable if that's your number 2 running back.
Yeah.
You saw Jalen Petrie make plays in the preseason. You saw Derek Stingley. So that's just the one position group we just haven't seen this year healthy as a group.
One thing about the offensive line real quick, because I think, talk about underappreciated or underrated, I think we underrate exactly what Kenyon Green has managed to accomplish. Because let's be honest, I mean, he was either injured or ineffective, and dude comes back, and we just kind of like acknowledge, oh yeah, he's gonna be fine. It's a very impressive camp that he's had.
Camp.
Yeah, camp.
You know who else had impressive camp one day? Yeah. Myself, and it didn't matter. I was still third string when the season started. I was still third string, so, but no, all jokes aside, it is impressive because there was all this talk, is he going to be a bust? There was all this talk that he's not ready. So for him to, like, redefine his body and come in, he's looked awesome. And I'm rooting for him, a North Shore grad, going to Texas A&M. I'm always rooting for the Texas guys.
Tascasita, man. Don't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't say that.
Was it a Tascasita? okay, my bad. I don't know why it's
Come on,
North
man.
Shore.
Oh, that north side beef. I don't get into that. That's y'all.
Go Europe.
Wow.
That is bad. That's a bad mistake.
You're not wrong.
But so what he's done so far, but now we need to see it. When the Colts step on the field
and a good defense
and a good defensive front. Now we're going to see where and how all that work paid off.
I mean, I want to stick with this offensive line at least one more question here, because I know that we want to see it specifically in the run game. Like, how did you feel they did getting up to the second level? Because there was times where I was interested in not only are you getting those blocks, but are you then creating the space for, big plays, right? Because those chunk plays are what you're looking for, are they not?
During the preseason, I noticed it more when the second and third group came.
Exactly.
Because there are times, and British Brooks, I mean, what a story. But there were times where British Brooks didn't get touched until 5 yards down the field, and then he broke that tackle. There were times where J.J. Taylor didn't get touched until – so I remember thinking about that later in the preseason games, and later in the preseason games you're talking about guys lower on the depth chart. So, again, that's why it's a question mark, because you want to see it with Larry Tunsil. You want to see it with Shaq Mason. And on paper, those guys are good.
Sure.
We just haven't seen them together. Even in the previous year's regular season, they've been hurt and they've been playing musical chairs with the offensive line.
Let's talk about the quarterback of this team, C.J. Stroud. We were mentioning earlier that yesterday marked the 1-year anniversary of him being named the starter of this Texans team, and the growth and the amazing play that we've seen over the year of that year has been incredible. I'm always interested in a defensive player's perspective of offensive players, because they know exactly what hurts them. Like, what for you been the most impressive part of C.J. Stroud's year one?
His mind. To be a rookie quarterback, a young rookie quarterback, I believe he's only 22 now, so he's 21 last year, playing the toughest position in sports, and the way he does it with so much poise. When you look at his stats, I believe it was 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
Correct.
You might think, oh, he's just dumping the ball off. No, he's threading the needle, and he's taking some risky he's making some risky throws.
Yeah.
And he's a guy, when a mistake or a bad play happens, he just bounces back from it. And when you get a chance to talk to him, it's, I always joke around. I'm like, man, this dude's been here before. Like, he's been on this earth before. And I don't believe in that. But it's just like he's so mature beyond his years, and you see it translate to the football field because he plays like a veteran. He makes decisions like a vet. So it's his mind, because he's not the fastest. He's not the biggest. He's pretty big. I mean, he doesn't have a Brett Favre type arm, not too far off, but it's what he does between the ears.
Yeah. Interestingly with him, and we were talking about this earlier, and I just double-checked my work. You had a crossover with D'Amico Ryans about 2 years, right? 2 seasons?
3. 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, 6, 7, and 8. So we were talking about how he can command a locker room at 21 years old of guys that were 33, 34 years old. You were 31, 32 when D'Amico got here. I mean, what is it that can all of a sudden win you over like that?
It's something that's just innate. It's something that's in you. With D'Amico, they brought in, and I don't know CT's kicking in, but
oh, wow.
it was a Buffalo Bill, and I should know, Sam Cowart.
Okay.
The Texans brought in Sam Cowart on one of those 1 year, he's a veteran, he'll be our starter, and we'll bring along this young kid, D'Amico.
Yeah.
So they brought in Sam, gave him a good little sign-up bonus, and after like the first week of minicamp, not even training camp, it was like, that little bald-headed kid from Alabama. Not only is he good, he's a leader.
Yeah.
Like just the way he commanded the huddle. You know, because I was on second string back then. I was backing up Mario Williams.
Yeah.
So D'Amico was in our huddle. And just the way he commanded the huddle, I was like, he's not going to be in this huddle long. Like, don't get used to him. The rest of us backups and scrubs because he's going to be gone. And I don't know when they named him the starter, but it was obvious. It was one of those deals where if the coaches didn't make it happen, the players would have been like, no, that guy needs to be the starter.
Yeah, you would have told them. And that's what CJ immediately – he goes in with these veterans, and they're like, oh, I'm in.
Yeah.
You know?
And not only that, when I heard that CJ and Will Anderson were named captains, I've played with some stud rookies.
Yeah.
And you never would have even considered making them captains their rookie year.
Yeah.
And then when I heard about it, I remember, because I'm on the outside looking in, I remember thinking like, they're just trying to give him confidence.
Yeah.
Then when I met him, I was like, oh no,
No,
like,
they're captains.
they really voted for a reason, for these guys, especially C.J. Stroud to be captain.
We've got this defensive back room that I think the starters we're all sold on. The depth we have, maybe I know that myself and Jalise have a little bit of questions as to like how confident we are. Do you feel the same way as we do, or are we just being overly cautious, overly scary in that regard?
I don't think you're being overly cautious or scary or whatever you want to call it, but I do question when we really start breaking down backups and getting nervous. Like, do we really know what they can do?
Yeah.
So, give me a guy, a defensive backup that just makes you nervous.
Jeff Okudah, we haven't seen him in the system, and he's had some rough times in the early parts of his career, although he was very highly regarded out of college.
And I don't want to say, well, I'm just going to trust the coach's decision.
Yeah.
So when I think of him as a backup, I lean towards, this is a former first-round pick. He has the physical talent, and now he's working with a coaching staff that's shown that they trust him. If there comes a time where he's thrown out there, it's more of a wait and see. It's tough for me to – because I didn't see enough of Jeff Okudah.
Right.
And he's Nigerian, so I'm going to say, he's fine.
Also a great
So I'm
point.
going to be like, he's a great player.
Why isn't he starting?
Yeah. Come on, D'Amico. No, but all jokes aside, it's just hard for me to say I'm nervous about a backup because if any starter gets hurt, I'm going to be nervous until see what they can do.
All right, let's talk about a starter real quick, and that's Jalen Petrie.
Yep.
Never really played nickel, man.
Right.
But he's been up on the line of scrimmage. That's one that I'm not going to say makes me nervous, but I'm watching that because it didn't work out at safety. Hell, he got benched in a game.
I'm watching it, but I'm excited about it because he's a football player. Like, he's one of those guys, you're right. His rookie year, he's all rookie. He makes
5 interceptions,
then has the sophomore slump, and maybe there's some weaknesses that they're able to exploit. But just when you watch him play, especially when you watch him play the line of scrimmage, he has that linebacker mentality. I'm excited that they know how to utilize him.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be covering the number one, wide receiver or tight end day in and day
Take
out.
advantage of his strengths.
Yeah.
Favorite Nigerian food?
It depends because my favorite food is Nigerian food. So
Good man.
Most of the time it's jollof rice.
Okay.
With the hen, oxtail, the goosey soup. Sometimes I have a feel for it. So my favorite food is Nigerian food. But as far as dish, it kind of just depends on the day.
That was all self-serving because me and you are going to have a text when we get off. We're going to talk when we get off air. We're going to have a text. I need to find the places.
There's a couple, right?
There's a couple.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't want to say this on air because I'm 90% sure, but I think they closed down one of the best ones.
The best ones?
Yeah. But you know how it is. Like, the best ones, they're good, but if it doesn't taste like your mom's cooking or your grandmother, it's like there's something about the way your mama makes it. But I would definitely get that for you.
I appreciate that.
What part of town are you on?
I'm not far from here, actually. So
okay, if you were closer to Most City, I would say I'll just bring you something on a Sunday.
Look, we can make that happen. Ain't nothing but a drive. I have lived in Houston before. I know what it is. If I got to drive 30 minutes an hour, ain't a problem. Appreciate you, ND Kalu.
Appreciate y'all.
We're going to make this regular, right?
Are we good on making this regular?
Oh, absolutely.
Excellent.
Put him on the spot. That's how you get him.
That's exactly. That's right. So you can expect to hear our guy a little Nigerian Thursdays.
Yeah.
I love it.
As long as I get that John Lopez barbecue sauce. All jokes aside, I've been using it more because I'm trying to do the whole no carb thing. So I'm making a bunch of chicken, steaks. I'm putting that ish on everything.
It is good.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
Thank you.
Now, I put it on before I cook it.
Both.
Oh, you could do it after?
You
Okay, I didn't know if it had
after
to. Okay,
too.
I'm going to try that next.
Yeah, I told him I was going to pay him in OG sauce and hugs.
Okay.
And I'll take them all.
Excellent. Shout out to the 713. Great to hear ND on air. No news flash, but he was an awesome addition to Texas broadcasting last season. Looking forward to his return this season.
Whoever said that, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
And the check is in the mail. Appreciate you, ND.
Thanks, Mom.
We'll talk to you next week. That's our guy, ND Kalu. You can hear him about this time every Thursday right here on In Lieu Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where bobbleheads are being given out and creating traffic jams. And then also, Andre Johnson gave us a little bit more insight into that one thing. You know what I'm talking about. We'll talk about it next.
We got ChatGPT to help us introduce. Poppin'.
In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Datatula, here with you. Much appreciations to Indy, Kalu for coming in studio, hanging out with us for a little bit, talking Texans. Let's talk about what's popping. And apparently there's a little bit of news. I wouldn't call it breaking news, so you don't have to get to the Sounders, Fig. But Aaron Wilson letting us know that the Texans signed former TCU and Dolphin safety Mark Perry. And he will wear number 32. And so I'm not seeing that that's like a practice squad situation.
No,
yeah. So that's practice squad. Okay, practice squad safety. Okay. Very good. Just wanted to make sure there. So that's just another depth piece when we talk about what's happening with the defensive backs, as we were, kind of, I don't know if lamenting is the right word, but kind of just talking about the idea of, hey, what does that safety room look like? What is the depth? Will they add another piece?
Well, safety's one of the ones, right? Where we're kind of like, let's see. I got a couple of little thoughts on that, concerns perhaps.
Yeah, more options, I guess, by adding Mark Perry, who apparently played high school football with C.J. Stroud. He will be on the Texans practice squad. Another thing that is recently developing when we talk about what's popping, Golden State Warriors invested a lot of money in a dude that you're supposed to invest money in. Steph Curry has agreed to a $62.6 million extension to keep him under contract through the 26-27 season.
Yeah.
I do find this interesting, right? Like, that seems like a dude that you want to just lock down. A one-year extension, does that feel worth it necessarily?
Look, it's $62 million, and I think it gives him the leverage. He may have wanted this.
Yeah.
He may have asked for 1 year. By the way, Figgy, we're only going to hire you for 1 year. You can only work here a year. The good news is it's $62.6 million.
Goodness gracious,
62.
Man. Yeah. I mean, look, I understand that NBA players have kind of gone to like these shorter deals to keep taking advantage of money
I think
going
that's
up.
What's going on.
Yeah, I guess that's fair, but I thought like at least get a 1-and-1 or a 2-year deal, something like that. But hey, look, the Golden State Warriors, that's the one player that you can't lose. He's the reason why you have the new arena where you do and all those things. So I guess congratulations to all of them folks together. I do wonder also if he's trying to look around and see, all right, y'all, I will extend this one more year through that 26-27 season. And I guess he's older. I don't know if he'll have a lot more after that, but see if they get their act together. And if not, maybe, just maybe, go out there and do something different.
And then let him or you decide after this year. But that's like you said, that's a must-have. You must have him.
Yeah. Face of your franchise. I talked about bobbleheads because the Dodgers had a Shohei Ohtani bobblehead night, and people loved it. And that's an understatement.
Freaking Taylor Swift concert broke out.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 7 hours they were waiting in line.
Is there anything related or otherwise? 7 hours in line?
No. Ain't going to happen.
Fig?
Ain't going to happen.
I was thinking if I could get like a meet and greet in the picture and all that stuff with maybe like a Michael Jordan or something like that.
Okay. I like what you're doing there.
I would think about
7 hours?
I would think about it. I don't know if I would do it. I would think about it. It had to be somebody like that I'd never meet again.
Yeah, that might be maybe, and even then I'm like, nah.
Yeah.
I'm too lazy for that.
Dude, that's the thing.
Me too.
You have to charge your phone.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Honestly, maybe back in like the 2000s or something like that, I would do that.
Yeah.
But now I'm just like, man, I can see this dude all the time on social media or something like that.
I mean, I'll give you an hour or two if it's something like that.
For sure.
I'll throw an hour or two out there.
That's not too unreasonable.
7 hours?
7 is a lot. 7 is a lot that we're asking for there. And that just speaks
what about I was going to say, what about the people that's waiting on Black Friday? Just waiting outside of Best Buy
I don't even think we're doing that in the cold. Like, I don't
they
think
do, though, for the sport.
Are we still doing that?
Yeah, we were talking about
people
this year.
still do that.
But they do it for the sport.
I thought we had opened up Black Friday so much that we're just doing this on like Thursday afternoon to the point where you probably don't have to be out in the cold all that long.
It's a phenomenon that I can't understand. Like, people just go out. I'm like, there's Amazon, man.
Like, dog, you missing Thanksgiving?
Yes.
for TV.
You got to understand, some people are trying to miss Thanksgiving. In some
That too.
Some of them circumstances was like, all right, we ate, and the rest of this is not what I want.
Yeah.
But I think all of this speaks to just how big of a star Shohei Ohtani easy to get, as evidenced by the idea that folks were lining up for 7 hours before the gates even open, and then also by the fact that like apparently Shohei Ohtani's dog is just like
decoy.
Like, They had a dog throw out the first pitch because it became this whole big thing in like his potential free agency when he was with the Angels. Do we have audio of this happening?
Yeah, we do. We got the commentators on this. With Decoy throwing out the first pitch.
We have a new entry for best first pitch ever. Watch this. Decoy, Shohei's dog, delivers the ball to Shohei at home plate. Even gives him a high five, Nomar. This is amazing. They were talking about him being part of the first pitch. We didn't know exactly what was going to happen. That was impressive. Once again, Shohei and Decoy impressed.
Of course, Shohei's dog would be great. Right? Of course he would make a perfect pitch.
Dude, he did
give
it
him
perfectly.
A high five. What else would we expect? Stealing the show tonight.
Why are we glazing a dog right now?
Because it was awesome. It was awesome.
Every minor league team has like a bat dog.
Not like
handles.
this.
All right.
Not like the ball was on the rubber.
Okay.
He picked up the dog, beeline to Shohei in a catcher's stance, put it in his glove, a high five, and then walked off.
That's a balk, first of all. All right.
Hey,
first and foremost,
this ain't better than the Stallion first pitch.
It depends on what you consider great.
I'm just saying.
It depends on what you consider great. I'm not going to argue that too much. That's for dang sure.
Yeah. So,
and then the dude hits a home run. Like there are certain people.
Oh yeah.
On bobblehead night, 7-hour wait of people. His dog throws out in a Dodgers jersey, throws out the first pitch perfectly, gives him a high five. Dog goes along its way. Shohei comes up to bat and hits a home run. When I saw this, I'm like, I've used this term, occasionally here and there. Certain people, everything they touch turns to gold.
He's baseball Beyonce.
Yeah, everything they touch turns to gold. That's Shohei. It's amazing.
Yeah, man, he's loved, but he's not loved as much as this man in the city of Houston, Andre Johnson. Andre Johnson, the man himself, went into the Hall of Fame. And look, I don't think you'll get anybody in this city to be quiet about that, man. Like, that's a Hall of Famer. That's our Hall of Famer. That guy is something special, right? Like the play, but then also like the human being. And which is why when I say that, you remember that one time?
Yeah.
I don't even have to go further than you remember that one time, because we all remember that one time that he had to put Cortland Finnegan in his place. It's one of my favorite things. It's one of, I think, a lot of people's favorite things. And Andre Johnson joining Nightcap, which is Chad Ochocinco, Chad Johnson, and Shannon Sharp's podcast. They did a live show here in Houston, I want to say a few weeks back. And the video went live recently. And Andre Johnson, amongst some other things, gave us a little bit more insight into that one time with Cortland.
It had been going on for about 3 years.
Damn! You let it build up that long?
Yeah. Yeah, it had been going on for about 3 years. Man, I never shared this story with nobody, but because we on Nightcap, I'm going to give it to you. So, Chad, you remember Club Play?
Yeah.
So, old Cristal.
Yeah.
So, man, this is no lie. Like, they're driving up to the club. It's my little brother and Rudy. My brother's sitting in the passenger seat. Rudy's in the back seat. And bro, I'm pulling up in valet, and they jump out the car while the car's moving.
Right.
And I'm like, what the hell y'all doing? They was like, there you go. So I'm like, what are y'all talking about? It's Cortland. He's standing at the front door of the club.
Right.
I didn't even see him. They wanted to get on him right then. And I'm like, nah, like, we not doing that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that happened like a year prior. So I don't know, man. Like, we was up 20-0. And I told Coob, I was like, hey, man, I'm finna beat his ass. That was just it, man. Like, I just had enough of, the stuff he was doing. So
It was mainly cheap. It's not so much talking. It was the cheap.
No, the talking, you could talk all day. I don't give a damn about talking.
Right.
But it was the cheap things he would do after plays.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, just the way he told Kubiak,
I'm going to beat his ass.
I'm fixing to beat his ass. And Kubiak was like, on 2. Let's go.
Right, like, look, I don't know what you're supposed to do in that instance. Like, I do appreciate that Andre Johnson, such a principled and well-mannered man, that he was like, look, I understand the place that this is going to put my coach in. I understand how this looks. I'm not going to go ask permission, but I'm going to let him know, hey, coach, as a courtesy, things are about to happen because that man is getting his ass beat right now. But yeah, if you're Gary Kubiak in that moment, I imagine that is all the credentialing you need to know. Like, if there's some player, another player that comes up and says that, maybe you're like, no, we're not doing that.
You can't do that.
If Andre said that, whoever is getting the ass whooping earned it.
Yeah.
Earned it and a half.
Earned it, and Kubiak, to his credit, like, Kubiak, now we got to ask Kubes next time we see him about this part of the story.
Absolutely.
But he's like, cool. Like, he's like, if Andre says so, and Andre, it means that much to him, I'm not going to tell him no.
Yeah.
Coach, I'm fixing to beat his ass.
And proceeded to handle up on it.
And then proceeded to not just mix it up, but to beat his ass. Like literally.
Which is hard to do. It's hard to do when you're in football pads and helmets. He did it.
Yeah.
He did it. God bless the Hall of Famer, Andre Johnson. Other things, there was some other fun stuff. He was kind of chopping up, having fun with the guys. Obviously, him and Ocho worked out quite a bit, being South Florida guys as well. In fact, Andre Johnson went as far as to say best wide receiver in the NFL out of South Florida, Andre Johnson. And I appreciate that he was able to put aside the humility for a moment to let people know he was that dude. There you go. That's what's popping in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Thursday. We're another person from A-Leaf shouting out, all sorts of people hanging out, watching the show. We appreciate you doing that. Coming up next, though, call your shot. What potential surprise do you expect or do you foresee for these Texans this year? The ESPN kind of had some guesses. We'll get into that next.
All right.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, call your shot. What potential surprise do you foresee for the Texans this season? 713-572-4610. Where on that text line, somebody got on there and said from 713, I remember that night of Andre fighting Cortland.
Mm-hmm.
He was at the Rockets game and got a standing ovation. And yeah, I honestly
I had forgotten that. That is absolutely true. I do remember it
that
now.
sound about right.
Yeah, I do remember it now. That is that. Like he was like, "Oh, hey, Andre!" Standing ovation.
Standing ovation.
I'm fixing to beat his ass.
Jokes aside, right? Like being in, with all honesty.
Hey man, I'm finna beat his ass.
Yeah, man. We quoted that probably about 3-4 times in the break. Just been laughing.
It's just because it makes you laugh.
It's
when you
great.
hear it.
Hey man, I'm finna beat his ass.
That's right. You might hear that from here on out.
If I hear that from Andre Johnson, I'm running.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't want no smoke.
Because you also can't forget that's a big human being.
Oh,
that's a very big human being.
Yes, it is.
He's a gentleman, but you also don't want to try him. All right, but yeah, ESPN put together a list of they predicted a surprise for all 32 NFL teams. As Dan Graziano, senior NFL reporter, and that got me thinking. Like, what is the thing that you would think maybe a little surprising from this Texas team? And I imagine that there's probably going to be a lot of positive. Maybe you have a negative one.
Yeah, I was kind of leaning positive, but I bet you there are a couple that we can kick around here. I'm thinking, would it be a surprise to say Kamari Lassiter at this point? Because we've been seeing it since minicamp. We've seen him in some preseason games and some scrimmages and stuff. So I'll put it this way: I think the surprise might be really good. Like, not just, hey, they got a cornerback that's decent opposite Derek Stingley. I think Kamari Lassiter might be the best surprise. I put it that way.
I don't think it's a surprise around here because we've been talking about him from the beginning.
Yeah.
But I think nationally, I don't think they looking at Kamari Lassiter might be really good.
Yeah. I think he might be really good.
You read ESPN? Is that what happens here?
Is that what they have?
Dan Graziano. Don't be surprised if Kamari Lassiter wins Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Oh, wow.
Right? What they're hearing, Texans coaching staff has been impressed with Lassiter, the second-round pick out of Georgia. And the team believes he can be an impact starter in his rookie season.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, where we are at this point. A few people I've spoken to in the building have told me, unsolicited, by the way, about the way Lassiter has held his own in the battles he's had with Stefon Diggs during training camp practices. With Stingley establishing a reputation as a corner opposing offenses want to stay away from, teams are likely going to try to throw at the rookie on the other side.
Yeah.
That will present opportunities for interceptions, and if Lassiter can cash in on those, that's the kind of stat that helps you win this award.
Yeah. I didn't read that. Because you had mentioned that you wanted to talk about this.
Yeah.
So
I intentionally tried to keep this away to see if you ended up in that place, and that's exactly what you did.
So, great minds think alike, and so do mine, and Dan Graziano. But, no. So maybe if that's not like a big surprise around here, the other one I have, and maybe this is just hope upon hope, I think British Brooks could be a real impact player.
Okay.
I think it's not just going to be the occasional block here and there at fullback, the occasional play on special teams. Because if you really think about it, there's still, as I said yesterday, Damian Pierce is still a man without a country, so to speak. Joe Mixon's the starter. Cam Akers is the backup.
Yeah.
Agumbawale has his role as spelling a guy and special teams. Damian Pierce doesn't really have a place, like where you're going to pencil him in. I could see British Brooks maybe catching some balls out of the backfield because keep in mind the other fullback candidates are tight ends.
Yeah.
So that means British Brooks is going to have some potential touches.
And some of the beauty of using a fullback in the system as we see it used with the Niners and other teams that have kind of borrowed the system.
Yes.
Is seeing that fullback, create a mismatch and then go and beat them.
And it's a
catch
surprise.
The football, right?
Yeah.
We see that a ton with Juszczyk, right?
Yeah.
With the Niners, right? That type of stuff. So, yeah, I could absolutely see that
those
happening.
Would be my two.
Can I go back to the Kamari Lassiter front? One of the reasons why that would be a surprise, if you look at the odds for Defensive Rookie of the Year this season, at least as recently as the 14th, as recently as a couple of weeks ago. I'll see if I can find something that's a little bit more updated here in a second. Latu, the Colts defensive player, defensive lineman, has the best odds. Dallas Turner, second. Jared Verse, third. Byron Murphy, fourth. Terrion Arnold, fifth. I mean, you keep going and going and going all the way to plus 6,600.
Oh, wow.
Plus 6,600, Kamari Lassiter. Like, those are pretty long odds.
That's
a good number. I mean, look.
If you believe, that's a real good number.
If you're a betting man, and I don't know if I am, but I might have to convince myself to be so, seeing that number.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad place to put just a little bit of scratch
just
on.
a sprinkle.
And just let that sit there.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the logic stands and is very solid, and I think this might go into one of the things I was thinking offensively. But I think that you have the opportunity. One of the things we talked about is this defense could possibly be a lot more opportunistic with the ball in the air. Possibly when you look at the idea of this offense putting up points to the point where defense or other teams need to feel like they need to go for it. Plus, if you're good against stopping the run, forcing teams into positions where they need to throw the football, you have guys that could possibly bring the ball down. Hopefully, that gives him an opportunity to really do something special.
So those are my two guys, Lassiter and British Brooks. But I got one more in mind as a long shot, but I want to know what you guys think.
Okay, and you're going just kind of straight players here.
Players. In terms of what might be a surprise. Where are you going with it?
Mine is not players, but kind of a facet of the game in some ways. If you look at the entirety of the season last year, and maybe this is not fair because this kind of shifted in some ways, but at the entirety of the season, the Texans were average, maybe slightly below average red zone touchdown.
Okay.
And that did get better over the course of the season. I think that this is going to be a top 5, maybe arguably top 3 red zone touchdown team.
I could see that 100%.
And I think that might be a little bit of a surprise. And again, that might be nationally because, again, you got to the latter parts of the season, and that definitely had an uptick. Once you got into late weeks and then also into the postseason, this was a highly regarded team, or team was pretty high up when it came to scoring in the red zone, top 10, right, in that regard when it came to red zone touchdown percentage. I think that they have the opportunity to be elite in that regard, and I use elite kind of very top echelons, top 5, top 3 maybe, when it comes to getting into that red zone and scoring. I think the thing that'll be interesting is, are they able to run the ball in the red zone?
That's the other one.
I think
that's a surprise.
They have a ton of guys when you talk about, wide receiver options, big bodies, quick bodies that they can, and then also they're going to throw the ball out of the backfield. Joe Mixon is going to be really good for these types of things. I think that they have so many different options that they are going to be able to feast once they get themselves inside the 20.
Oh, that's a good one because I have long been saying that I feel like Tank Dell is a red zone must because he just gets so open in tight spaces so much. But now you got Stefon Diggs too.
Yeah.
And he might be they could, and Joe Mixon. As you just mentioned, like Joe Mixon running or receiving out of the backfield. Red zone, boy, that would be a development. That would be a really good development there. The other one I had that I think, and it's a long shot, admittedly, but last year Blake Cashman had that D'Amico pixie dust, as I've often said.
Sure.
What if it goes to Jake Hansen? He's going to have some opportunities.
Oh, okay.
He's going to have some opportunities.
That would be a fun surprise.
Right?
I like what you're doing here.
Yeah, because Christian Harris, who knows, and Henry To'oTo'o, who knows.
Can be a little up or down.
Right. What if Jake Hansen gets that little sprinkle and all of a sudden fills that role as a guy that can, not just, play the linebacker position, but maybe cover a little bit more, a little better, and make some plays.
Yeah, I like that, and that would again go a long way in assuaging some of our trepidation when it comes to the linebacker core. Right, that's another really strong piece that you would have. In addition to when Christian Harris is ready to play again, but then also To'oTo'o feels like a guy that they'll lean on in some ways. Just it feels weird to say out of necessity.
Yeah,
it
is.
What I mean,
I feel like it is,
and I think they have belief in him and his capabilities. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it's undeserved, but just kind of out of necessity of, hey, you have to be in that role, and we trust you to do that. And then you give yourself in that instance 4 linebackers that you feel really strongly. That would be a really good place to be because then you have 4 linebackers. I'm not worried about you.
Oh no. No, if he can play and just be productive. I'm not talking about being a Pro Bowler.
No.
But just be like a Blake Cashman type where people are like, whoa, where'd that come from? Cashman was basically just a special teams guy. I mean, he played some, but before he got here, he was mostly like special teams, spelling people, Then all of a sudden he's making plays all over the field. Made a big play, I believe, against Jacksonville with an interception. And if Jake Hansen just shows a little glimpse of that, that'd be a great surprise for this defense.
I'm surprised. I kind of set this up in such a way where I was wondering if anybody would do the very obvious thing of texting in and being like, the surprise is that JJ Watt.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, dear listener, not getting to that place. Are there any other teams that you're interested in seeing what maybe the surprise is? You want me to go around the division and see?
The division would be the ones, and it's funny you say that because I was actually thinking kind of in my mind, what would be the surprise? Would it be Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis?
I think that I understand where you're going, right? That they have high hopes for Anthony Richardson. Volatility, that type of things kind of took Graziano away from that. What he ultimately went with, don't be surprised if Jonathan Taylor wins Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, that's scary. Because I feel like the Colts are the scariest team in the division to challenge the Texans, and that would be even scarier. Jonathan Taylor's 2 best games last year were against the Texans. He's kind of become that Texans killer with the Colts. So he's the new T.Y. Hilton. T.Y. We started out with Manning, started out with Peyton Manning, then it became T.Y. Hilton. If Jonathan Taylor's the next guy, man, that'd be scary.
Around that division, the Jaguars. Don't be surprised if Brian Thomas Jr. has a big rookie season.
They're projecting that over there. They were high on him.
Is that scary? Because I know the Jonathan Taylor one is clearly very scary. If he's being that effective, and then you have the soothsayer that seems to be in the play calling with Steichen, right? That team could be really dangerous. Clearly, Jaguars with Brian Thomas Jr. being really high level as a rookie season, is that as scary?
No, it's not nearly as scary because I don't have a lot of confidence in what Trevor Lawrence could do. But again, by extension, if Brian Thomas Jr. has a good year, Trevor Lawrence is probably having a good year as well. But that's a little bit kind of not as scary. I'll put it that way.
And to finish out the division, the Tennessee Titans, don't be surprised if Tony Pollard has a bounce-back season. Obviously, they have Tyjae Spears in that backfield as well. But, maybe not twice as many touches as Tyjae Spears, but, considering Will Levis, a quarterback, all those things that he has experience. Pollard has, been over 1,000 yards rushing line seasons, right? They're looking at maybe he's able to bounce back and be a really solid number one running back for the Titans.
Yeah, and it's surprising that he hasn't, he didn't get more run, hasn't gotten more run around the league. Because I think that's a great opportunity for him. And I still don't believe in the Titans.
Sure.
But between him and some of the things they've done on defense, and who knows with Will Levis, and they brought in Jones, the linebacker, just the other day. They're definitely thinking that they can make a run. Pollard would go a long way toward doing that.
Yeah, but I look around and I'm like, the one that really scares me is Jonathan Taylor,
sure.
kind of high end. If that ends up being the surprise, the rest of them, I'm like, that's cool. I'm still rolling with the way that these Texans are looking and not feeling too scary about that. Brian Thomas Jr., I do think that he has an opportunity to do something really good, and I think he will.
Yeah.
We were just talking about the fact that you have a cornerback that we feel confident for Defensive Rookie of the Year, and then Stingley is becoming that guy, right? What guy is that guy, right? Go ahead and line up against those guys. I feel good about that. The Jonathan Taylor is where it gets interesting. And this team was solid run stopping last year, this Texans team. And I understand that he's done well against them. I feel a lot better about where they are headed into the season.
I think if that happens and Kamari Lassiter is really good, and however, whatever numbers or data you want to put behind that, statistics, I don't care. But if he's really, really good, just imagine what this defense, they'll be top 5 easy. Because you got the 2 guys on the edges that you have confidence in, presumably in health, and then you have cornerbacks that can shut down. Where's the quarterback going to put the ball? Because he's not going to have much time to get the ball out.
Yeah, those are the best symbiotic relationships. A staunch pass rush, and then a defensive secondary that can lock down, but more importantly, can be really opportunistic. And I think that you have the possibility of pairing those things. And so, I'm super excited for that, especially regular season wise. You get to the postseason, and all of this has to click in a different way. You have to be able to stonewall folks, with running the football, all of those things. But yeah,
but if you
season,
have those two things happening,
cooking with grease.
Yeah, exactly. If the two ends are what we think they are, one of them is already proven in Danielle Hunter, and the two cornerbacks become, quote unquote, shut down. Hell, I mean, it's almost a given that this defense is going to be a top 5 defense. I mean, certainly they could give up some runs and give up some check downs that, to tight ends, and the safeties might be an issue, and Jalen Petrie might be an issue. I get all that, but if you got two stud cornerbacks,
we can't run past. We can't run past the safeties. Might be an issue though.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm saying that. No, I get all that, but if you got two cornerbacks that are that good and two ends that are that good, you're so far ahead of the game defensively.
Yeah. Y'all got to let me live on the text line because from the 713, assuage trepidation, easy fella, no place for that in the loop. Hey, I'm just talking how I talk,
dude. He's
and
talking
honestly,
my language.
If we're being completely honest, and now I'm just going to deflect. This is me lashing out in some ways. Y'all mad at Sean and Seth in the morning is really who y'all mad at. They be dropping way more language than I do, man. Don't get after me for this, man. And yeah, 713 also came back around. Is that the same 713? Nope, different 37. Bingo card is looking good. I had assuage and trepidation. Enjoy the show. Okay, very good. Now I'm going to be very cautious about the way that I use language.
Please don't be.
Again, I am Nigerian. We just be using big words for no reason sometimes. That's how we are.
I'm over here back here like, who?
Appreciate you guys hanging out with us in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time to get some lunchtime confessions.
How does Coach Domingo feel? September 9th. More info coming soon. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so first of all, mini confession before my first confession. I'm going to be thinking about, I'm thinking to beat his ass all day long.
Hey, man, I'm finna beat his ass.
It's a wrap. You know how when you drive home and you sing a song that you heard and you can't stop singing it? I'm gonna be doing it all day.
Hey, man, I'm finna beat his ass.
So that's the first mini confession. I don't think I'm alone in that either.
That's hilarious.
Watch this.
The afternoon guys had me rolling. That's not the confession. The confession is life really does come at you fast, doesn't it? It really does come at you fast. So they were mid-show, man. The Astros game is on here, as it often is when the games are earlier and we're on the air. And this happened.
Chaz went deep! Oh, my God! Andy went off all night! Look at Chaz! Play it! You're right!
I think I start dropping the music.
Chaz! White boy Chaz! Get your asses out of the dugout! Every last one of you!
Get out of the dugout. Congratulate him.
Son of a bitch a hug! Every one of you! Get out of the dugout!
Bring him platters of banana pudding.
Right. Somebody give him a hug!
All right. Update.
Let her run there, bro.
Hey, that warms up my heart.
What a game, and White Boy Chaz is back.
Well, he's back in Sugarland. He's back in Sugarland.
Yeah.
That was talk about coming at you fast, man. Yeah. But a good way to go.
Look.
Yeah, good way to go.
I'm all about enjoy and appreciate and celebrate life while you got it. So you know what? I feel like the drive, Ron, Tyler, maybe noticeably a lot less Clint in that audio, to be completely honest. But look, man, go ahead and celebrate that, man. He ain't done it for a while. Appreciate that, man, while you had the opportunity, because it apparently was very short before he'll be in Sugar.
This station has had me laughing for 2 days, man. Just all kinds of cool stuff.
Hey, man, I'm finna beat his ass.
Is that the transition now?
It should be.
I love it. Just keep that going. It's going to make me happy. My confession. Look, man, this Texans season, it looks to be like it's going to be really good. There's going to be a lot of fun within it. I'm super excited for it. My confession is, however, I'm kind of ready for hoop season.
Oh, come on.
I know.
Already?
I know. I really, not like I'm ready to turn the page, but I'm super excited for these Rockets, though.
Yeah.
Like, I really do want to see, like, I'm curious.
It's Reed Shepherd, man.
That's part of it.
That's part of it.
I kind of like the starting point that, Ime Udoka had with a lot of the, young guys matching with some veterans and the way that's starting to come together. There's also, there's a perfect mix for, kind of a curious sports talk host, because there's enough to see. They went, 41-41 this past year, 500? There's enough that you're like, there's a foundation of solid. But then there's some questions on, okay, how do you get all these dudes play? How do you get, how much, play does Reed Shepherd get? All those things. And I'm ready to have those answers. And I recognize that's ridiculous.
It is
Football
ridiculous.
season is starting right now.
Yeah. I mean, while I acknowledge everything you're saying, let's tap the brakes on that just a little bit. We got a squad of Texans we got to keep an eye on here.
That's why he went here as opposed to anywhere else. But yes, my confession is I felt it. I want to see some
feeling
hoops
that
already.
hoops.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I'm a little fed up with these Instagram real estate agents. So I seen a post. Actually, my wife seen a post. You know how you see these real estate people on Instagram and they showing this beautiful house, and damn near mansion, and they saying, only $267,000.
Sure,
all yours, pool. We ran across this post and it pretty much said that 4 beds, 2.5 baths, game room, office, and all this stuff for $267,000.
Man,
you were like, "Where is it? I'll sign now."
Yeah.
So my wife commented under it like, "Hey, where's this place? Like, what area?" Because it said 45 minutes away from Houston.
What is it, like Brenham?
We have. So I'll get there in a minute. So she comment under the post, and the guy said, DM me. And she did.
Oh, that's a trap.
So she said, hey, where's that neighborhood?
Port Aransas.
He refused to say. He said,
yeah, that's a trap.
Yeah, so he pretty much sent a message saying, I sell houses around Houston, and what's a good number I could call?
No.
She said, I have a realtor. Like, I'm good on that, but I'm interested in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Converse.
So he responded and said, you need to contact your realtor. How is he
wow.
So this person is being a hard ass.
Waco.
Yeah. Waco.
So long story short, he sent the whole message talking about some asking for location policy that they have.
Oh, come on.
So you got to sign a contract.
No.
I'm
telling you, that's a trap.
So my wife, being my wife, she should be a investigator.
Mm-hmm.
So she took a screenshot of the actual video. Went to Google image search and found out this place was in Conroe.
Yep, there it is.
It was in Conroe, and not only was this house not the accurate price, but that wasn't even the cheapest place around there. So the place was like, I think that the exact house that we saw was like $600,000.
Yeah, it's a little bit off.
a little bit. Man, so I gotta. I'm tired of these Instagram realtors trying to fool people.
Yep.
Because dog, we stay here. And we looking around.
Yeah.
It ain't no house that good. No matter how far it is for that price.
Yeah, I feel like we got to remember, man. Like, are they trying to sell houses or are they trying to get engagement? Because I imagine the engagement is more than the houses, and like just the idea that like that looks like a cool house, and that might keep seeing those. I'll keep watching your videos.
I will say she did reply to the guy because he sent the long message and said, "Okay, understandable. Well, thank you for your time. I was able to reverse image and found the listing in Conroe, Texas."
Oh, good for her.
Thank you.
Good for her. She should be an investigator. She's a detective.
Oh, you could have told that what area.
No, they didn't want you. They want to get you signed up.
Exactly.
Man. What a hater. You know what your wife should have told him.
What
Andre did.
Hey man, I'm finna beat his ass.
Hey, that's what I was ready to say. I was about to say, like, what he saying?
Yeah.
Like, I asked her, like, did he reply back? Like, if he said something, then.
Hey man, I'm finna beat his ass.
Right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I probably should have known this, but I didn't. You can unretire a number in the NFL?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
At behest of the person or maybe their families, like, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you said that because I think this is a little bit, what's the right
sacrilegious?
word? No,
Okay.
I think it's not fair. It's unfair to the family. So if you didn't see, Malik Neighbors is going to wear number 1 after all. That's his favorite number. It's the number he wanted to wear. It had been retired by the New York Giants. Ray Flaherty, who, by the way, I did a little digging, 7-time All-Pro. Yeah.
Oh.
But it was early. I mean, it's like in the 30s or 40s or whatever. But
back when they were all Coopers and haberdashers and stuff.
Yeah, but either way, he was a Giants, original Giants legend. The family, his descendants, gave him permission to wear number 1, to unretire the number. Dude, that's unfair. Like if they come up to you and say, he would really like your number, do you give permission to him for him to wear it? If you say no, you're an a-hole.
But it's within your rights.
I mean, it's within your rights, but they speaking of traps, they kind of trap you into saying you only got one answer that's really going to make you look good. If you say no, everybody's going to be bashing Ray Flaherty and the Flaherty family. Well, come on, let him have his number. That's unfair when you ask to unretire a number.
I don't really like that situation either because it's a rookie coming in. It'd be one thing if, let's say, I'm trying to think of a wide receiver who wears number 1 currently. That's a beast.
Mm-hmm.
And if that person came, let's say Aaron Rodgers, remember he had Joe Namath number or whatever it was. Let's say he came to the Jets or something and allowed. I would be fine with that if it was something like that. I don't think that number retired, but I would be fine with that. But a rookie coming in, you don't know what this guy gonna do, man.
I mean, he should be good, but you don't know.
I'm not unretiring my number for a guy that I don't know about. He might be good, but I'm not doing that early. Like, come on, man.
I sense that you're on the other side of this.
I see where you guys are coming from, and I think that you're absolutely I think you're right in that regard. I do find though sometimes that, or let me ask this as a question more than as a statement, right? Because I don't know that I feel so strongly about it that I need to make it a statement. Do you feel like it's possible that in retiring numbers, sometimes that they can be forgotten, and in now having the number back out there again, you can kind of have an opportunity to celebrate that player
Well,
again?
he's getting his 15 minutes, Ray Flaherty.
Right, because one of the things, you just realized that he was a 7-time All-Pro.
Yeah.
Like, one of the things, and okay, I owe the helmet. I don't know where the helmet just went. Oh, there it is back there. I owe the helmet another $1. It's about to come, right? The Cowboys were number 88.
Yeah.
Right, like having that be a lineage as opposed to like a retired number that's just up there keeps that alive.
But that's Ring of Honor. That's not retired. Ring of Honor was originally started by Jerry Jones,
and they intentionally not
so
retire
they could
it.
use the number again.
Yeah, but that's
And but this was a retired number.
Sure, and that's my thing about it. Is like, is it better to then go about those numbers in that way where you're appreciating the player but still being able to call upon their
I like the Ring of Honor
more frequently
I like
because
the concept.
he's still using the numbers.
Yeah, I like the concept of the Ring of Honor. But once a number is retired, I mean, it's in the word. It's retired. Like, you know?
Yeah.
And the thing that bothers me the most is like the family's in a no-win situation. Hey, would you mind unretiring it? Well, yeah, we mind. Don't let him have it. And then you're an a-hole.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, especially because you ain't actually played. That was just your family.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So, I actually don't think I know where I fall on big managerial decisions anymore, like the one that Joe Espada had to make last night.
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't get me wrong. I think that it was absolutely fair what he made, the decision that he made.
You know what, Bregman?
Yes, Alex Bregman comes out of the game. Defensive replacement, Shea Whitcomb, comes in the 8th. And then you have kind of the hot shot towards third that he can't get a glove on. Pena has to try and make a play on it. It's just way too far.
Yeah.
That breaks up the no-hitter that Spencer Aragetti was on, and ultimately kind of, puts a little bit of a damper on what was a fantastic baseball game. And I think Espada was 100% correct. He laid out that that man has been dealing with inflammation in his elbow. He had gotten hit during the course of that game. He's worried about trying to win a World Series, like win in a bigger stakes than just on, August 28th in Philadelphia against the Phillies. However, I very vividly remember when Ross Stripling was with the Dodgers and he was going for a no-hitter, and Dave Roberts pulled him because he had reached his pitch limit. Like, hey, we're just trying to keep him healthy.
Yeah.
And I know at that point I was like, well, we're going for a bigger thing. But I looked at the way Ross Stripling's career has gone, and I was like, if he's young and he's capable, he'll get another opportunity to know, right? Yeah. That's one of the things that made baseball special, is these moments that you have an opportunity to do something great. And so I have now, as I've gotten a little bit older, tried to appreciate more the let's go for the special, because the special is what makes these sports incredible. It's the magic in it. And so I find myself in this middle ground where, yes, you have bigger aspirations, but I still want to go for the special. And so I'm like, I don't know where I am in between these.
Yeah, I don't mind pulling a pitcher on a pitch count, let's say in the first 2 months of the season. But after that, let him go. And on the Bregman, I think it's kind of silly to criticize Espada. The dude got hit in the head.
Sure.
Got hit in the head that game.
Agree.
And had elbow problems.
Well, with the criticism, like I know I don't. You don't need my agreement that he got hit in the head. That was a fact.
I think it was a fine call.
Yeah. I'm with you as well, but I'm just like, yeah, let's try and go for the special. I think there you go. In the Loop. That's some good lunchtime confessions every weekday at 12:20 here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. We're making a Thursday special now. Cap or no cap? Or is it Texans? No, we're going all the way around. Cap or no cap? Yeah. You can play along. 713-572-4610. We'll do cap or no cap next.
The Drive is live and getting you Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I have real concerns that we might be overplaying the Andre drop.
No, God, no, not today.
I have real concerns that we might be overplaying the Andre drop. I'm not going to. We're not stopping. I want you to make that clear. I'm just concerned. I just have concerns that we might be overplaying.
Hey, man, I'm finna beat his ass.
It's just going to have to be overplayed today. To the point where Lopez has already asked Fig for him to. He wants to get that audio on his phone. I'm guessing that Lopez is going to make that his text. Text tone. When you get a text,
it's going to be a ringtone.
It's going to be a drop on the Bite Me Fishing podcast because we're always talking about when people cut you off or come pot lick and fish where you're fishing or do something stupid at the boat ramp. That's a Captain Scott Null special. He goes, we need to drop that on whenever we're talking about all these dummies on the water.
So here we go. Here's let's do a little cap or no cap, a little Thursday special that we're establishing here in the Loop. Very simple game. Do you believe that this is lying or that they're lying, cap, or no cap? You think they're telling the truth or, at least not lying in that regard?
All right, so George Payton from he said that
general manager of the Broncos?
He said that Zach Wilson, quote, has starter qualities. Starter qualities, Zach Wilson, according to George Payton.
Big cap.
Cap or no cap?
Big cap.
Yeah, that's cap. I mean, you always say stuff like that when somebody get fired. When somebody get fired or lose their job, it's a great worker, I'm sure he's going to find a job somewhere. Nah.
He's got a great personality.
Yeah, man. And I noticed that he did not point out which starter qualities those were. Look, it's been kind of amazing. The level of not starter that Zach Wilson has kind of felt, right? And we saw that to a high degree last year. Like the starter qualities that you saw started or felt like it started and ended in that opening game at MetLife Stadium, where 4 plays in, Aaron Rodgers goes down and Zach Wilson is able to do just enough to help them win that game. And admittedly, he did do what he needed to do in that regard, but that was a lot of defense carrying and all those types of things. Look, it's okay. I think we can be honest. He does not have it on an NFL level. He was a very good, solid college quarterback, and he's made a little bit of money. Good for him. But he ain't a starter in the NFL.
No, that's cap for me too. That's what a general manager says when they're trying to protect themselves, make themselves look okay for having that. Let's go to C.J. Stroud here, and this was a very good comment by him about what made him really start to focus. He said he didn't go to parties and didn't go to lunch to focus on his dream a little better. Didn't go to lunch? I mean, maybe once or twice, but do you think that's cap or no cap?
I believe that's no cap. I think that from him, I think he was thinking of lunch as the period, right? Like going to the lunchroom during the course of, I'm guessing this was grade school, right?
Yeah, so what he's implying is went and worked out instead of having lunch. Yeah,
I can absolutely see that. Happening.
I love our guy.
Oh, you think he lied?
You don't miss lunch in school, man.
Hell, I think it's cap with the parties part. Man, you was still going. You was going to a party at some point, man. You ain't stop. Just imagine a friend say, "Hey, we going to this party." And he said, "No, you know what? I want to get that James Harden contract."
Yeah. He was talking about James Harden, and that was kind of what he. But here's the thing, and we love you, we love you, CJ. Go put yourself, and I'm obviously a lot further removed than you guys are, but put yourself back in middle and high school. You weren't about to miss lunch for anything.
He was looking forward to lunch. That was the best part of the day for me.
Only thing you looked forward to. Nobody missed lunch. I'm gonna say cap.
Okay. I believe in a man that, because I also know that there's definitely kids that did not do lunch in the lunchroom, right? Like they would go hang out in some teacher's class that they enjoyed, or especially if it's one of those electives or something.
Yeah.
But if they got to be that place, and I imagine being an important quarterback, because it was probably very evident early on that C.J. Stroud was big man on campus, no matter what the campus was, right? I imagine that he could get the key to the gym or the key to the workout room or what have you. If he, I can see him. I can see him going over there.
He probably is going to In-N-Out Burger. He leaves school to go to In-N-Out or Fat Burger or whatever they was eating.
I believe if no one else believes, CJ, I believe.
Hell, I used to leave to go get food.
Oh well, yeah, we're not talking about me.
McDonald's.
Yeah. I did that all the
I'm
time.
missing it. What you mean,
dude? When I was in high
back
school,
with McDonald's.
you want to point to me and say, "Man, you old." When I was in high school, we had a smoking area at the school.
What for who?
For the teachers
for the students?
That is crazy.
Like
man.
you could go to lunch, and then they would go out to this mall area outside, and you'd see like 15, 20 kids just smoking at a smoking area in high school.
Hey, we didn't have a smoking area, but it was still kids outside.
It was a smoking area. It was an unofficial smoking area.
Coming in smelling like a Black and Mild or weed for some.
So 2 caps and a no cap?
I'm staying no cap.
All right, cap or no cap. How about the anonymous head coach talking to The Athletic? That's always fun, isn't it?
Oh, my goodness.
The anonymous GM or the anonymous head coach. An anonymous head coach told The Athletic that the entire league, every opposing team is, quote, scared to death of Anthony Richardson. Every team.
I say no cap.
Oh man, you're really, really generous today.
But I feel like that's because you're scared of the possibility, right? Like I don't think it's that assured scaredness like that. Oh, the Kansas City Chiefs are coming to town. Hide the kids, hide the wives. Like this is going to be a problem, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't think it's that assured. But the idea is the whole point of Anthony Richardson is, oh man, if this goes right, it'll be a problem. And so everybody's like, yeah, if this goes right, it will be a problem. A big old dude that can run the rock, that has a big arm, all those things. If the good things hit, and the good things don't have to hit forever when you're an opposing team, it has to hit 1 or 2 times that he plays your team, right? Yeah, that's scary as hell, man. Like how do you defend that, right? In theories, it's like, can he be the high end is supposed to be what, like when Josh Allen is going really good?
Yeah.
That's scary as hell for any team, man, because this is also a thing, right? You can get guys back in the backfield, right? With the quarterback, the whole idea is, can I get pressure on him? Can I get guys on him, bring him down? Josh Allen, they be throwing dudes at him, they be bouncing off, right? Like, that's even scarier. We got to the quarterback, and he's still upright and still torching us down the field. Like, that's the type of things that Anthony Richardson poses. But that's just the high end. I believe that the idea is every team in the league is worried about the high end, but I don't know that every team in the league should be worried about the high end because you're definitely going to get some middle and some low end with
That's where I am. I mean, you stated a strong case, but I'm going to say cap because I think every team in the league right now, including the Texans for week 1, are going to say hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him. He's either going to get injured or he's going to be ineffective, and he's going to be hit a lot, and I think that it's going to affect – nobody is scared to death of Anthony Richardson. To your point, there's some qualities there that they're like, well, we can't let that happen.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody's scared to death. I'm going to say cap.
Well, can I also add this? Because, Fig, I know you got some stuff to add as well. But how much of this also matters, the context that he's in? Because Shane Steichen had Gardner Minshew out here looking decent, looking pretty good.
It's true.
Right? Like the idea being what happens when that man now has the opportunity with a much better player.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna say no cap. I'm gonna say cap, but I think a lot of teams are a little bit worried for what Reggie said with Shane Steichen, what he can possibly do.
Yeah.
And then just looking at Anthony Richardson as a player, it's like, man, if he's on track, that dude could be scary. I don't think every team in the league is scared.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I would say
they want to feast on that.
I would say maybe 80% of the teams are a little bit worried.
Yeah.
If he gets going, then that dude can be a problem.
Yeah.
Cam Newton 2.0 is what somebody said in the Twitch.
Maybe. I mean, at the ultimate.
Of course, high end.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Cap or no cap? This was D'Amico Ryans. He said he feels really good about the linebacker room. Cap or no cap?
Oh, okay. I'm interested to hear what he says here. Like, because also D'Amico can, be a little bit short at times if he wants to be, right? Especially when he's talking to the likes of us in the assembled media, that type of thing. I'm interested where he goes because depending on if he explains himself,
says it, yeah,
right. If he gives us a little hint onto what would make him, right, what would make him feel that way, I'm interested. But let's hear what D'Amico said.
Oh yeah, feel good about the linebacker room. Feel good. It's not about, for me, it's never about one position. It's about our defense, collectively. Like how do 11 guys fit together, and that's what it's all about. I feel really good about our defense and where we are. Pulling for Christian to get back in due time.
I'm actually going to say no cap because I do think he feels good about the line room. I don't think he feels good as good about the linebacker room as other places, but like kind of what Andy Kalu said when he joined us, and you can hear that interview. He was great on the Odyssey app.
Rewind, baby.
Rewind, yeah. But like that was his position. That's his baby.
Yeah.
That was D'Amico's baby. That is D'Amico's baby. So I think he actually believes this. Maybe the rest of us don't feel real good about the linebacker room, but I'm going to say no cap.
Yeah, I think that you're right. And that is a no-cap situation. I do believe that he feels good about the linebacker room also because I think we also feel good about the linebacker room at the very top. And I imagine that he also comes with that perspective that a coach will. Like, you're going to have the next man up mentality, but your starters are going to be very good. And I think that we all agree with that perspective. And whatever the other guys aren't going to be or aren't going to be compared to that starting lineup, coaching will make up, right? Like, have you met a football coach that does not have a grand sense of their ability to coach them up?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to say no cap. I think he's perfectly fine with this room. I think if they wasn't, you'll probably be seeing more of a turnover in that room.
Yeah.
People coming in, people going out, people coming in and trying different things. But it seemed like he's super confident in the guys he got.
Yeah. All right, one more for you, and I added this one because it's not just about a quarterback that is near and dear to all of us, but I think I've seen so much of this, like this rookie being compared to C.J. Stroud, this rookie being compared to C.J. Stroud. Can they have a C.J. Stroud year? C.J. Stroud kind of ruined it for everybody. Yeah. He kind of ruined it for everyone.
That's the floor right there.
Yeah, that's like all of a sudden, like, all these rookies and their agents must be going, oh, come on, we got to live up to that.
He's the rookie prototype.
Yeah, we got to live up to what he did last year. Well, the cap or no cap is one of those rookies that I'm not real high on, but apparently, obviously, Sean Payton and Brian Baldinger are. Brian Baldinger said, it's not crazy to think that Bo Nix could have a C.J. Stroud-type season.
It's not? And I will preface this by making it abundantly clear.
Yeah.
I did not have the opportunity to watch Bo Nix in the preseason. Okay? So I am basing this off of like my preconceived notions that I had from watching a lot of Bo Nix. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, me too.
Auburn, Oregon. Like those, I saw a lot of Bo Nix in college, right? And I was actually thoroughly impressed with the place that he got to in Oregon in year 75 of his college career. But with that being the case, right? Yeah, man, no.
Yeah.
Like, I just, no. Like, the things that we were just talking about earlier, we had the opportunity to kind of have a reflective on C.J. Stroud's first year. It's so impressive, the handle that he has on the game, like the mental aspect, and D. Kalu was talking about it as well, like the mental aspect that he brings to the game, the leadership, the games that he's able to play, like he has that accuracy, all these things.
Yeah.
Bo Nix ain't bringing all of that to the table. Like, I know that he has a little bit more experience playing football because he's played more of it, but that accuracy, all those things, and then also doing that while also being aggressive down the field and pinpoint and all those things, I don't have the belief that he's doing all of those things as well. So, hey, man, best of luck to him. I know that he has Sean Payton, who is a demanding but a pretty good play caller as an offensive guy. But nah, man, I think that it is crazy to expect that from him. And it's probably unfair to him, in fact.
So you're saying cap.
Cap.
I'm going to say cap, too, very succinctly, to quote you. It's not?
Yeah.
It's not crazy to think that?
Yeah, I'm going to say cap for the simple fact that we then heard this about Caleb Williams. We heard this about Jaden Daniels?
Yeah.
Like, no, we ain't about to be going down the quarterback list saying, oh, this person can have a C.J. Stroud year.
I'll say it again. C.J. Stroud kind of ruined it for everyone.
Yeah.
Good. They should actually set C.J. Stroud to the side and just go back to the rookie scale what we used to grade rookies off.
Like the mini Mahomes thing where we just like, all right, outside of Mahomes, like as rookie quarterbacks, you go outside of C.J. Stroud.
Exactly.
I like what you're doing here. Here we go. Coming up next on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Are we gaining more insight into why DeMeco Ryans is such a good coach? I'll talk about that next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio on what Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the Loop, Sports Radio 610 with John Lopez, my man Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula. Are we gaining more insight into why DeMeco is just such a damn good coach? I say that because just yesterday, I believe, we got the full recording posted on the internet, and I believe YouTube is where I saw it, of the Nightcap podcast with Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco. I think those are the two names that he goes by. I don't think I'm forgetting any other ones. But yes, the artist formerly known as. But yes, they have a lot of fun with their podcast, and they did a live show. They did kind of a summer series where they were bouncing around different places, and they managed to make it to Houston a few weeks back. And that meant they had quite a few guests. I think Rick Ross was on there. I didn't get to that part of the pod or anything, but they definitely had two people. Andre Johnson, from which we got a particular clip and highlight.
Man, I'm finna beat his ass.
That's right. We got to get that gem, which we've been playing all day. But then also, there's a fantastic sit down with DeMeco Ryans, the head coach of this Texans team. And so within that, there was quite a few things that were interesting. One of the places that we got to is Shannon Sharp was flexing his interviewing muscle, was talking about, kind of one of those things that we talked about last week, I believe, which is the Tua Tagovailoa, Brian Flores, how we started getting into the relation between player and coach, right? And that was used as a jump-off point to ask DeMeco Ryans about how you navigate coaching players in different ways, because clearly, like that Brian Flores thing, there was clearly some issues there.
Yeah. I was just talking to one of my coaches about that earlier today. Man, you have to have a relationship with guys. Like, if you don't have a relationship with guys, then you don't know how that guy's going to respond. Yeah. Right? Some guys I could coach hard. Some guys I know, like, man, I can get it out of him, but I don't need to go as hard with him. I just got to tell him, hey, man, you're doing a great job. Hey, keep it going, young fella. We going to get there. But if you don't establish that relationship outside of football, like, you just got to sit down, you got to eat with guys, you got to meet with guys, just talk to them one-on-one, like what's going on outside of football, so you can really get to know that young man and what's going on in his life. Like, that's how you are able to relate to guys and coach. Like, now once you get that relationship, I can coach them up hard. Right? But everybody, you can't coach hard. Everybody doesn't need hard coaching, but as a coach, it's our job, right? And that's one thing I learned about coaching. I thought, man, when I finished playing, I thought I was going to hop in like, hey, Kyle, I can come coach the linebackers right now. Right. But that's what I learned when I was in San Fran. I truly learned, like, man, you got every guy is different. How do you teach every guy? Right? Every guy learns different. Every guy, you got to explain things differently, and they pick it up different. So for me, that's where I learned, like, man, you have to be adaptable as a coach, right? But you got to know these guys out of football.
That's a clinic right there.
Man and a half.
That's a clinic. I can't even. I want every manager, every boss, every office.
God bless.
I mean, this is not football we're talking about. It's just leadership.
Yes.
Like the way
that's life.
It's life. It's parenting. You treat kids. The kids react differently to different, stimulus and stuff like that. And what you say, like, that is like. You almost, we're going to hear more.
Yes.
But you almost know everything you need to know about DeMeco Ryans just with that one comment right there.
Which, that in of itself, what you just laid out, I think is one of the big reasons why DeMeco Ryans is so good as a coach. You can get a feel for his entire philosophy, talking with him for a very short moment.
Yeah.
If you can express ideas and philosophies with that level of efficiency, I think you're doing a good job as a leader, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But man, I loved what I loved in this particular portion of it is, like, he immediately took the onus on himself. And this is one of the things we gave Brian Flores credit for in that particular debacle, is that at the back end of it, he was like, well, I'm looking at how do I make sure that no other player, feels that way. And I'll take it back to my communication, time learning communications in college, right? Because that's ultimately what I studied, broadcast communications. And there was in comm theory, the class, it came down to the idea that there is a communicator, like there's a translator, a person who is sending out the message, and then there's a receiver of the message. The responsibility on the message being delivered and make it to the person who is receiving the message is on the person who is communicating.
100%.
Right? I can't blame, or I mean, to an extent, right? As much as reasonable, right? I can't blame the person who is receiving for not understanding me. It is more incumbent upon me to go, okay, how do I make sure that they get what I'm saying? And I think in that way, in a little bit slightly different way, he's talking about how do I make sure that I have a relationship with this player to the point where, one, I know how to deliver that message, and two, I make sure that they get it.
Where it resonates.
Yes.
Like
resonates.
How it best resonates
100%.
with them. Like if and I'll just be honest here, we've all had various types of bosses, and that's what he is. The good bosses, bad bosses, whatever. What you consider a bad boss, maybe I consider a good boss, because it's how you receive what best resonates with you. Like some people, it's like you gotta scream, you gotta slam the table, or else that's the only way that you get through to them, right? And some, when you start screaming or you start chastising or being critical,
turns off.
It's white noise.
Yeah, we're out of there.
It's white noise. So that right there is a clinic that he just put on.
And he continues to do that as he was on with them for a while, the nightcap. D'Amico Ryan's now talking a little bit about his coaching style.
With my coaching style, man, I took a lot from a lot of different coaches that I was around. I think, it all starts from I spent the most time around Robert Saleh. Okay. Right? And in that coaching profession, like I just learned from him, like, man, you got to bring great energy right? And you got to be able to relate to all these guys in the same room. How can you relate to them? Like storytelling, like whatever, keeping it light with jokes. Like it's a fine line, just coaching all the guys, even Wade Phillips. Wade Phillips, man, it was your head coach. He would come into the meeting room. Wade would just tell a joke to everybody in the room. Then he would talk to you. He always told a story about you, like, hey, man, like, we had a guy on scout team. I told him, don't worry about covering him. He's better than the guys that are playing. Right. Like, so it was always Wade found a way in a playful way to get guys' attention, draw guys in. So I think you draw them in, you get their attention, you relate to the guys, right? Also with Saban, I know he's hard on guys, but the only way you can be hard on them is you got to love them too. Right? You got to love them just as hard as you coach. Man, you have to. And guys got to know, for me, I had a strength and conditioning coach. He called me as soon as I got into coaching. He was like, D'Amico, players do not care how much you know until they know how much you care about them, right? And so that was the one thing that's always stuck to me. Like I tell our guy, man, I care about you as a man, first and foremost. It's football. We gonna get to the football. I'm gonna correct you. I'm gonna coach you up. But man, I care about you as a man being successful after football is over. Like I want you to be a great husband, great father, great leader in the community, because that's what's gonna last.
Yeah, and what have we heard Nick Caserio say about D'Amico Ryans? He's consistent. Yeah. Every single day, D'Amico, you get the same version of him. That's kind of along the same lines of what he's talking about there. I'm going to be there. I'm going to as he put it, I'm going to love you. I'm going to coach you. We'll get there. But he's consistent with that message, and that's as important as anything.
Absolutely. I think that this is an interesting text that came in from the 713. This may explain why they have a soft spot for Dameon Pierce. And I do wonder if, if you are coaching him on a human level, like I think you can probably understand and appreciate the struggles that he has, and does that maybe give you a little bit of an idea of where that might come from, or are we stretching there?
And I don't know if it's a stretch, but I think like at some point you do have to be the coach that makes decisions. Yeah, or the general manager that makes decisions, no matter how much you love them. And there's a lot of guys that are on the street today that I'm sure D'Amico had a great relationship and loved.
Yeah,
but they're on the street. So I think with Dameon Pierce, while there's a soft spot for him, I'm sure it's pretty obvious. And hell, we've been more than somewhat critical of Dameon Pierce, and we love him. So I get it. But as much as there's a soft spot, I think ultimately D'Amico's not going to let that sort of tower over the decision that needs to be made.
Sure. More from D'Amico Ryans on Nightcap. I thought this was a little fun. He was asked by Ocho, do coaches have routines and superstitions going into games?
I think you fall into those kind of superstitions. You kind of fall into them because it's like, oh man, we smoked them this week. Like, man, we got whatever I did, whatever I ate last night. Whatever I listened to on the way to the state, run it all back, right? But I don't believe in that. That's the reason why, right? I think you just get into a habit, but I don't believe in the superstitions but sometimes you get off. It's routine, right? It's routine. It's a routine. A lot of coaches fall into, whether it's working out before the game, running stadiums, or hitting the treadmill, right? Certain things. For me, my deal is I'm watching film up until the last minute before I have to go out. I'm trying to find another advantage. Like I'm looking at third down again. I'm looking at 2 minutes for as long as I can. They come knock, hey, coach, we got to go. It's like I'm trying to get that edge up until the last minute.
All right, well, that's the work ethic part there.
Up until the last minute, man.
Like they're knocking on the door, and that's the work ethic part there. But the funny thing to me is he called it a routine. Dude, you're just saying superstition a different way. Everybody has that little something. We all do, and I don't consider myself real superstitious, but there are things that occasionally I'm like, all right, I got to do this. I'm gonna start calling it a routine too, because even though it is a superstition, it's a superstition.
I think the place where it goes from routine to superstition is if you feel like it has a huge effect on what happens, and if you feel like any deviation and variation ends up being an issue, right? Routine is just this is the normal steps and processes that I'm used to making. Yeah. And I think also the reason, and maybe this is again a stretch, let me know. Just again, at any point if you're like, yo, Reggie, you're reaching. It's cool. 715-724-610 is the text line, also YouTube and Twitch. But I think that it speaks to something that we've seen over a time period. Nick Caserio has used this word, and they've kind of modeled it out in the way that they go about things. Mm-hmm. They're process driven.
Oh, for sure.
Like they're about, if we do things the right way, 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 should equal 4, mm-hmm. right? Like if you do the steps, the outcome is probably as assured as it can be because you went through the steps properly.
That's a Caserio staple,
right?
Yeah,
and I think that same thing is shown in some ways by. Yeah, I have a routine on going into the game. Not necessarily that, oh man, I do this and there's some pixie dust or magic that then leads to wins. But if we prepare the way that we're supposed to, and I'm watching the film and making sure that I have all the right information so that I make the right decisions in the game, we give ourselves the maximum opportunity to win.
You're absolutely right. But if part of that routine gets broken and they lose,
then we're in superstition.
They're back to it. They're back to it.
So they started out by actually asking D'Amico Ryans about like his expectations of this Texans, and shout out to the 281. Not superstitious, just a little stitious. Yeah. Shout out to The Office. But D'Amico Ryans was asked about his expectation of the Texans this season.
What are your expectations from this team?
Thanks.
I hear you. No, I still tell our guys our expectations is just to get better every day. Like I tell it, like we can't get everybody know when we suit up like you guys have. Like everybody wants to go win it all, right? Like that's all goal. That's why we do what we do, right? We're trying to go get that Lombardi, but we don't get there overnight. So enjoy the process of just getting better every day. And when we look up in February and we're there playing for that Lombardi, that's what's gonna make it really special,
right?
Home crowd.
There it is. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I wonder where he at.
Yeah, exactly.
Home crowd working.
He ain't in Ohio.
I like the way you put that, too. We're going to go get that Lombardi.
That's right. That's right. Not just being in the game. Make sure that you bring that trophy home with you.
Yeah.
And finally, I guess I'm going to go ahead and play this. We were talking a little bit about, this being yesterday being the 1-year anniversary of C.J. Stroud being named the starter. Mm-hmm. He was asked about C.J. Stroud's just special rookie season.
Yeah, I do understand it all. Like it all starts with like you said, the rookie quarterback. Everybody now they expect rookies to come in and just ball out from the start. That doesn't happen. Right. Like especially at the quarterback position, you got to have a special person to do that. And we were fortunate enough to get CJ at number 2, and this kid is special.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes,
definitely. He's fun to work with, and he didn't start off that way. Like we didn't. We started off with a rough season. Like we had to go through some growing pains, and he learned a lot. Our team learned a lot of how we had to play to win games, and that growth process throughout the season that made it even more special to know we didn't just come out just beating people. And I told our guys too. We talk about how special of a season it was. You look up, we had, I think it was 10 games that were in the last minute of the game. We were right in the game, and I think we won 7 of those 10 in the last minute of the game. So that just shows the margin for error in this league. It's still tight, even though it's a great season. But, man, I tell our guys, you have to work hard. You got to grind those wins, and you got to be smart in those situational moments to close games out.
Man, turned into a pep rally for a little bit there, but his words are – they resonate so strongly.
Yes,
they just resonate strongly. It's also just how he says. Certain people have that that ability to deliver a message. You talked about it earlier, succinctly, but also just how he delivers the message.
You know what the word is that I like using here?
What's that?
He has gravitas.
Gravitas.
Yeah. There's a level of ethos when he
got
says
that, Figgy?
something. Who? Fair enough. Touche. That is fair.
It's cool. I'm learning.
But look, it's also exemplified by many of the folks who were listening in, right? 713. Chill bumps when it comes to. Okay. All right. I earned that one. I did. Chill bumps on the D'Amico clip. Football season is here. Damn sure is. Someone else mentioned that. Where is it? Yeah. 832. God, I wish I could play what D'Amico said to my boss. Not a leader, more of a dictator. Yeah, like
no kidding. You should. Hey, man, did you hear what D'Amico? You don't have to be like, hey, please be this guy.
Right.
You know, but you could just say, did you hear what D'Amico said?
I mean, yeah. and again, another 832 sounds like a guy I would run through a wall for, right? And that's exactly when I was listening, I was like, yo.
Yeah.
This is, if you didn't already know, that like some of the things that make D'Amico Ryans an incredible coach, it seems like there was clinic when he sat down with
the
Shannon
first word
Sharp
that popped into my mind.
And Chad Ochocinco. And I guess that was released yesterday. This clip with D'Amico Ryans, and just it really gets you ready for football season.
Boy, it
and
does.
It makes me feel better about. We on the show have been pretty optimistic with some of the ways that we talk about it. And when you're overly optimistic, at least for me, I take a step and I'm like, ooh, am I going too far? Am I drinking the Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
You listen to D'Amico and you're like, yeah, I'd rather err on the side of positivity.
Let's be more optimistic here. Let's be more optimistic. No, it's absolutely a clinic. You should play that clip for your boss or your spouse and say, this is what we need to do more of or whatever. By the way, speaking of superstition, and he called it a routine.
Yes.
But did you see what the Cubs are doing?
No.
I came across this morning and like, this is awesome, but there's no real place, to put it in the show. Well, I'll be damned if Reggie didn't give me a place to put it in the show.
You're welcome, I guess. I still don't know where you're going yet.
So the Chicago Cubs, a few weeks ago, they have a Taylor Swift candle, like those candles, those Mexican candles.
Yeah,
that
with,
they light.
with a various saint or something like that.
Yeah. A Taylor Swift candle that they started lighting, and they have since gone on an absolute tear. The Cubs have, and they light the candle before every game.
Well, good for them.
Greg Counsell was talking about it. Here it is, lighting a Taylor Swift candle before the game, and they can't stop winning.
Well, that's excellent. Good for them. Look, sometimes you just gotta get into that look good, feel good, play good type thing. And if it's just like, hey, we put a candle on and that makes us feel better, gets us rolling.
Put the Taylor Swift candle on. They've won 9 out of 12.
Hey, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, and I love a candle myself, so that's a great way to go. Now, the tough thing about it is if you find a superstition that works, but you also don't like it,
you need another candle,
and you're like, here we go with this candle again.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so a segment that I'll never say anything like that about is Figgy's mixtape, which is coming up next. Fig, what we got?
Man, it's an old man Thursday, and my goal by 1:35 is to make y'all feel super old. Man.
Oh, wow.
All right, I guess stick around for that.
Yeah. I'll see what I can do with that. Recent headlines, people. Yeah, you've been.
We are post-deadline, and the Astros are finding their groove.
Yes.
Right on time. Think about how much grief Dana Brown got. We're a good team. I believe in this team. We're going to turn it around. He was right.
Yeah.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your cast.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
10,000 years I'm free. Time to conquer Earth.
Alpha, we just escaped. Recruit a team of teenagers with attitude.
Boys, turn that off.
Go, go, Power Rangers!
Dude.
That guitar riff is incredible.
31 years ago yesterday,
31.
Power Rangers, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers premiered.
Dude.
Do y'all feel old? And this is the original. Man, I don't know a kid who didn't like Power Rangers at all, man.
That's right.
I was all about Power Rangers, man. I could still name all the original ones. You had Zach. You had Jason, who was the red Power Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
You had Kimberly, who was the pink one.
That is correct.
Is it Trini? I think Trini.
Yes.
I used to say
Trina.
Trina.
I think it was Trini.
Trini was the yellow one.
I think it was Trini.
And then you had Billy, who was the blue one.
And the red one was from Houston, I believe.
Okay.
I believe one of our texters will correct me on that, but I believe one of them was from Houston. I think it was the red one. And I said that because I've said that probably 70,000 times. All right, that's enough. Turn it off. Turn it off. That's enough.
Man, come on, man. Did you ever buy your kid of action figures? I never had the action figure.
They dressed
before,
up as the Power Rangers for Halloween twice.
Yeah, man.
Twice. They just ran it back. They just ran it back, my two boys.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. I tried to when I seen yesterday was 31 years. I tried to go back and see how it looked, how it aged well.
Mm-hmm.
And this looks so doggone cheesy, man. I don't know why they had
the monsters.
Yeah,
they're all like moving.
And my biggest issue was why they had the black guy out there trying to dance and break dance and all this stuff, man. They made this man a typical black dude.
Because it was the early 90s.
Try to flex and break dance. I'm like, oh, come on. But yeah 31 years ago.
I still remember my favorite toy when I was probably about 4 or 5 was I don't even remember. It was a red Power Ranger, but I don't remember if it was a like action figure or if it was like one of those big candles that took off a cake, and I was just like, this is mine. Like, this is a toy now. And I had this entirely separate motorcycle that I put that, and it just happened to fit, and I would just ride that motorcycle around with the red Power Ranger, and I was good. I was in a good place.
It's crazy, man.
To be fair, real quick, as corny as it was, you got hooked on that stuff.
No, you did.
Like on the stories.
The stories
were stupid.
Yeah.
Well, you said the story.
Yeah,
it was the same storyline over and over.
The part that got me was seeing how they pretty much destroyed the city, and then the next day they just came back to school like
got it again, baby.
So I want to make y'all really feel old now. So I ran across this post from FanDuel, and it had all the father-son connections in college football.
Ooh.
So
okay.
Right now, so I'm gonna read off some names, and y'all tell me who the dad is, and if y'all starting to get a little old now.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
AJ Vinatieri.
Adam?
Oh, Adam's son. What does he play?
He's a kicker.
Okay. Well, he went into the family business.
Like father, like son.
Sign him.
Kennedy Urlacher.
Oh, come on now. Brian?
Oh, Urlacher. Okay,
Yeah.
my bad. That's on me.
Yeah. Moose Muhammad III.
Oh, he plays at A&M.
Moose and Muhammad?
Yeah,
Yep, Moose and Muhammad.
He plays at A&M, yeah.
Yep.
Does he also throw the football a little bit?
I haven't seen him do that, but maybe Saturday.
Yeah, you got to keep that until. Hey, that might be helpful for you. Keep you out of that helmet during one of these shows.
That's right.
All right, this one I started really feeling old. Willis McGahee IV.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, okay.
I wonder what his dad's name is.
Oh, yeah, I was just thinking about Willis because Andre was talking about those teams at Miami. And boy.
I remember him pretty good too, being an Ohio State fan too.
Yeah.
Yeah. EJ Warner, a little, local guy.
Yeah.
EJ Warner. Kurt Warner.
Yeah, Kurt.
Son. Yep.
One of many.
At Rice. Yep.
Yeah, because he had his other son. Oh, what was my guy's name? He played at Kansas State not too long ago as well.
Mm-hmm. Cole Pennington. This is the one that got me too.
We got a Pennington son.
Chad
we got
Pennington.
Chad's son out here.
Chad Pennington's son. So that one, I was like, oh my god.
All these so far, except for Urlacher, you can kind of see it's about time for them to have a kid in college, you know. But Urlacher, it seems like it was just yesterday.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know.
Hey,
especially when you seen him out here with when he started doing cheating with the hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
And he started cheating. I was like, okay, yeah. We know what's happening.
All right, Mason Taylor, and this is Jason Taylor's son.
Okay.
This the one that really hit me in the stomach, man. Antonio Gates Jr.
Okay. That one.
Like, dog, he was just playing like a couple years ago, man.
Yeah, that one too.
It does feel
I
like
remember watching your dad at Kent State. Yeah. Hey, I was staying up all night. My mom, speaking of turn that TV off.
Yeah.
My mom was telling me turn that game off. It was 3 a.m. they was playing. I think they was in the Elite 8 or the Sweet. I think they was in the Sweet 16 with Antonio Gates balling.
My brain, I'm always like, man, Antonio Gates doesn't get the flowers that he deserves. Is that just me being one of those fans that's like always talking about someone being underrated even though people love him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he was not underrated.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah. Kristen Driver.
We got Donald Driver's kid out here?
Donald Driver's.
He's local too, right?
Well,
Donald Driver lives in Houston.
Okay, he could be.
Yeah.
He could be. E.J. Smith.
Another Aggie.
Another Aggie.
Aggies are getting the offspring, man.
Well, yeah, they got oil. The price of a barrel is up.
Exactly.
Get people to come down. Now you got to get your man Mike Elko to get them all pulling in the same direction so they can get some wins.
Don't worry about that. It's a done deal, man.
All right.
Christian Harrison, and this one is Rodney Harrison.
Son.
That one's fair.
Is he also a menace in the defensive backfield?
I think he is in the defensive back.
Yeah. My thing about every time I turn on that NBC broadcast and you see Rodney Harrison out here in a suit, I'm like, I know who you are. That suit doesn't make me think any. I know exactly who you are and the way you kick it. Don't do that.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Eden James.
Edgerrin James' son.
Edge.
Yep.
Okay.
That one
kind of hit a little bit.
Made me feel young.
Henry Hasselback. This is Matt Hasselback.
Of the Hasselbacks?
Is this Tim or Matt's son?
Matt's.
Okay.
Yep. And then we got Owen McCown. Josh McCown.
The McCown made me feel a little old.
Yeah.
Almost would
he
have
was
been
coaching him in high school last year.
Yeah.
Remember that was part of the.
That's the reason why he didn't take this job. I guess.
Well, God,
supposedly.
Yeah, that's a good blessing.
Another random one that I ran across. This made me feel, I guess locally as far as Cleveland, DeJuan Wagner Jr.
High school legend, DeJuan Wagner.
Yep.
I mean,
and he's
legend.
Oh yeah, 100 points, legend, right? Or more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I seen DeJuan Wagner Jr., I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, those are a couple names that I found that kind of just made me feel old as balls.
Yeah, man. And that's going to be what's happening during this weekend of college football really getting going.
Yeah.
You're going to be sitting there watching like,
oh, that's so-and-so's son?
Damn. I remember when you was little.
Yeah.
Speaking of feeling old, I came across this poll, and the average person only spends 5.5 minutes on the phone per day in 2024.
Take the under.
Yeah.
How crazy is? I remember being on the phone for like 8 hours with a girl back in the day.
Daily.
We had limits.
Yes.
Because we had 5 kids in the house, and it was like you each get 10 minutes on the phone. And then you'd have to say, all right, I got to go. My sister needs to talk.
Right, exactly.
Boom.
Or God forbid you were waiting on a call. Everybody got to get off the line.
Yeah, exactly. And call waiting. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Click. Oh, somebody's calling.
So 23% of people under the age of 35 never answer the phone.
That's correct. I fall in that.
Yeah.
I got to have your number saved.
No, facts.
Yeah.
But
but that's really more, honestly, that's more about all these spam calls and stuff. Like, you don't know if a number is genuine, even if you have somebody like, if you have like that technology or whatever that kind of screens it, even then you're still not sure what
I'm actually surprised when I call someone that somebody gave me their number or whatever and they pick up.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I can't believe I wouldn't have picked up.
Right, exactly.
Or how about...
Or they might be a bill collector also.
Yeah.
Or how about somebody calling you that you normally text and you on the phone, you like, dang, this sounds weird talking to you on the phone. Like, we usually text. But, yeah, so 2,000 people were asked to name the most acceptable reasons for calling somebody instead of texting in 2024.
Okay.
So I got a little list that they came up with. Number 1, just for general chat.
No.
So just checking on somebody.
Incorrect.
No, not working and all that stuff just to kind of see what they up
Nobody
to.
calls just to chat.
No, I have, but you have to have certain
Sometimes you got to call and check in.
It's some people in certain circles, right? Like, I feel like your close friends, you might call and just chat.
I actually texted a buddy of mine. Actually, it was, everybody knows him, Nick Wright. I texted him yesterday. I said, I said, dude, I haven't talked to you in a long time. And I texted him, I said, give me a time that we can call. I can call you or you can call me, and we'll just chat to catch up. Because I ain't caught up with it. I've texted him here and there.
Sure.
But, like, I want to see how the
He
family.
might be too busy for you, man.
No, he is too busy for me.
He's big money
No,
now.
he is too busy.
You got to talk to his agent first.
But that's part of the reason. So even when I call someone, I text them first. Hey, can I call you? Or
that's good courtesy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So number 2, to inform someone of death.
Okay.
I think to me, I would think that's number 1.
Yeah, you got to do that over the phone.
Yeah, especially somebody personal. Don't text me and said my dad died.
Now,
or
if you're doing the setup,
died.
you just like, hey, call me when you get a chance. It's
Exactly.
important,
Yeah.
right? Like then you know. Okay.
Most of the time when I get a call, I think somebody died.
Oh,
Me
well,
too.
That's got to be
Dude,
real stressful.
My mom always do this. She'll call me while I'm doing the show, and then text me and say, "Hey, call me when you get a chance." So I'm like, "Oh, bleep,
Who
something
died?
wrong. Who died?"
Yeah.
And she don't want nothing. I'm like, Mom.
Just wanted to hear from you.
Yeah, I ain't heard from you in a minute. I'm like, Mom, I'm busy. I'm working. Number 3, to show support when somebody is going through a tough time.
Now that one I do.
Yeah.
That one
Give
I do.
them a call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's just nice to see a name pop up that you ain't seen it.
The first I don't do.
Number 4, to wish somebody a happy birthday.
You getting a text on a happy birthday.
No, I'll call.
Nah. You getting a text on a happy birthday.
All right, number 5, when you're running late.
Never call. Just text. I did it with you guys day before yesterday.
So if you, like, some people drive and all that stuff, so I think sometimes it's easier to call if you're running late, be like, hey, I'll be there in a minute. So you ain't got time to text or
just
nothing
text,
like that.
man. Just text.
Number 6, to book things like a hotel or restaurant reservations and all that stuff.
I think that's actually...
Can't remember the last time I did.
Yeah, I do everything from just...
Dude, on my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can book those online.
Yeah.
Now, the only time I call, if it's a problem, if they took extra money out or something like that, then
I need to talk to somebody.
I need to talk to a real human being.
I need you to hear my voice and the urgency within it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 7, to announce like positive news. So we're pregnant. Or something like that.
Yeah.
That could still kind of go in the text.
Parents
though, right?
and siblings, but like I don't want anybody calling me like it's just a friend. Oh, what do you do? Like, cool. I'm happy for you.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, just want to let you know we're pregnant.
Okay. Could have texted.
Number 8, this one to me, I feel like it's a no. Calling in sick to work.
Nobody believes you.
I'm not. Yeah. So now I got to call.
You call and you're like, I really feel.
Hey, I just don't feel good. Nah. I'm shooting a text or email.
You faker.
Yeah, I will shoot an email, but I will also text you to make sure that you got my message that, hey, I'm sick and you're gonna have to cover for me.
Well, I think that again with making a call, and I think this person from the 832 does point out something that's important. The big thing about giving a call to certain instances, it's the immediacy. Yeah. I view a text as like a low-level email, right? You'll get to it when you get to it, right? And I hate the people that are like, why haven't you texted me back yet? Because you sent a text, man. Yeah. Like, I'll get to it when I get to it. If you want that immediate, you give a call. And so in some instances, like, especially in our work, man, if we're cutting it close and I'm not going to be here, I probably need to let someone know because it's real-time sensitive. Somebody needs to get to that place.
Yeah.
Then I'll definitely give a phone call as opposed to like a text or an email.
Yeah. Number 9 is when you're lost or trying to find somebody.
Oh, that one.
So if you're downtown,
I'm calling
you nonstop. It ain't no text.
Yeah.
And number 10, to share some negative health updates.
Again, probably family and close friends only.
Sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, man, that's all I got, man.
Okay.
Figgy's mixtape every day at 1:20.
It's funny, the things that you were like, this will make you feel old. Not necessarily. Phone etiquette and texting etiquette, a little bit.
No, the one that got me was the average person spend 5.5 minutes on the phone per day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm like, man,
I'm above average if for no other reason than my mom gets on the phone and we're on the phone for about 30 minutes to an hour.
I do feel bad. I ain't know if it was because I was getting old or just getting lame, but I'll go a couple days without nobody calling me. I look on the call log. I'm like, damn, I called in Saturday.
That's right.
Like nobody called me.
That was mom's check-in. Excellent.
Yep.
I'm gonna look on my Verizon app in the break. How many actual minutes?
Oh wow, yeah. Y'all still track minutes, huh? Oh, very good.
No, but on the Verizon.
On the statement. No, I was like, I haven't even checked this statement to see that.
No, I don't track. I'm saying, I bet you it's for the month. It's less than 10.
Hey, this would be the perfect time to be on the minute plan.
Yeah,
I bet it would. I bet it would.
Yeah, remember the unlimited?
There's someone somewhere that's on the singular wireless plan dating back to like 15 years back, if not more.
They got 120 minutes for the month.
That's Figgy's mixtape. Catch it every 120 every day, weekday, right here in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Drew McGarry, formerly of Deadspin, now of Defector Media. He does a Why Your Team Sucks series every year heading into the football season, and it turns its eyes to the Texans. We'll tell you why Drew McGarry believes your team sucks next.
Payne and Pendergast.
I'm really intrigued by the British Brooks stuff.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
We got one to go before we hand you over to the drive with Clint and Ron holding it down. Actually, downtown, right? At the Westin.
Yeah, at the Westin downtown.
Downtown. So, look, if you are out of work, if you have a little bit of wiggle room, go downtown, go hang out with the fellas as they are out and about meeting the folks downtown at the Westin. But right now, Drew McGarry, who is, I believe that's how his name is pronounced.
I think so, yes.
Okay, cool. He,
we'll go with
long time, yeah, and apologies to Drew if I'm pronouncing his name incorrectly. I've always enjoyed his work. Just, I guess I never heard his name said as opposed to seeing it written. But yeah, writer, longtime writer for Deadspin. Obviously, things that, have moved and shaped with Deadspin now.
Yeah.
Defector Media. One thing that he's done for a long time is going into the NFL season because he can be a little bit of a snarky, you-know-what. He'd do a series entitled Why Your Team Sucks, right? Basically going at every single team and, giving a little bit of a satirical look at why every team why every team sucks. And some teams more satirical than others. But he reached in his series this year the Texans.
Dropped last night.
And you found a few pieces of this to be interesting.
All right, I want to read it for you guys. First of all, what a concept. What a great idea for him to do this. You laugh, and then
I mean, this time of year, it's built off of hope, and there's a lot of. I mean, we've gone through various different pieces that
no matter how good
publications have written about why teams are good and everything, because generally that's the way that the fan works. And Drew was like, "No, I'm going the entire other way. Your team stinks."
Let me tell you why the Texans suck, according to him. I'm going to read a paragraph, get y'all's reaction. It's funny, but inevitably every year when I read these, and I always like to, I walk away with, "Oh, that's good," And then I'm like, there might be a little truth to that. There might be a little truth to that. All right, so here's the first thing he said about the Texans and why the Texans suck. You know the whole deal with the Texans leading up to now. Racist founder, stupid nickname, no AFC title game appearances, a groperific quarterback, a near-erotic fixation on the idea of Josh McCown as head coach, and a front office run by Joel Osteen's stunt double until just a couple of years ago. This has never been a franchise that deserves success, and they often went out of their way to avoid it. And I read that, and I'm like,
"Hey, yo,
yeah." I mean,
he opened up. He was like, "Look, we're going to unload the bag immediately."
A groperific quarterback.
That's okay.
Next, he said,
"Okay."
The Texans were still there to provide two men who ended up being fired, Desmond Ridder and Arthur Smith, with 15 minutes of validation that they will cherish for the rest of their careers. Remember, Desmond Ridder brought the Falcons back against the Texans in a very, very disappointing game.
Yeah.
The Texans also gave the disgraceful Panthers their first win of the season, lost on a doink to Jacksonville, and got beat 30-6 by Zach Wilson. Then they gave up 265 yards receiving to Amari Cooper in a loss to the Browns. You're nodding along to all of this right now. I mean, it's all true.
Why are you bringing up old stuff?
It's all true.
Why are you bringing up old stuff, man?
And that's why he says you get that familiar Thursday night feeling with this franchise. Like that one right there, there are no lies detected.
All right, Drew.
All right, next on why the Texans suck. Diggs really is a pain in the ass.
Okay.
He wanted out of Minnesota so that he could still play with a contender. The Vikings gave him his wish, and Diggs still bleeped and moaned. So the Texans converted him into a rental with the idea that he wouldn't be around long enough to get all surly and annoying. But believe me, he's surly and annoying. First, enemy speaks kindly and holds a knife tweet will pop up right around Columbus Day. Then one of the teammates will say, "Oh, that's just Steph. He only cares about winning." And he will promptly be DNP'd after taking a bleep in Stroud's locker.
Okay, so some very noteworthy context. I believe, if I am correct, Drew McGarry is a Vikings fan.
I don't know.
I believe that is the case. And so that will paint that quite a little bit. I also love that he drops the reference to a tweet that went platinum on Twitter, which is, different positions tweet differently.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think the tight end one was derp. Running back was like, love my teammates and all that. And then wide receivers always tweet like, the enemy
speaks kindly and
but
holds a knife.
Carries a knife. And so, yes, I expect nothing less from my wide receivers. And you know what? He hit the little hint of truth as you talked about.
I'm telling you, I was like, he's not wrong.
I remember I mentioned this to you when Nick Casario was talking about it with, what was it, Pat McAfee, about them cutting off the years that they did research and that, now in the building they felt good about him. But it seems like at some point there was some concern that, okay, are we going to make sure that the attitude is all correct? So it does seem like the Texans had a little bit of concern about that. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be completely honest.
All right. A couple more here. Here's another on why the Texans suck.
Okay.
Mixon is quickly approaching the running back cliff, and Danielle Hunter is a constant threat to suffer a random neck injury that puts him down for the year. These Texans have the 2024 offseason championship ring to bolster their case. But you know, and I know what happens to offseason champs. The Texans still won't be able to run the ball. Their best corner is hurt more often than he isn't, and the rest of the cornerback room is dog bleep. Oh, yeah, one more thing. Tank Dell got shot.
All right, well, first of all, hey, cue up Andre Johnson real quick, because you start talking about University of Houston Cougar.
I'm finna beat his ass.
Yeah, you start talking about University of Houston Cougar and beloved fan favorite Nathaniel Tank Dell and his fisticuffs, my man. It is fisticuffs.
Exactly. All right, and this is my favorite one, his walk-away paragraph on why the Texans will suck. These people have been hurt over and over again, and center point still hasn't restored their power. It's going to take more than one above-average season to get these people to give a bleep, and the Texans have never been ones for sustained excellence, have they? If I find out that Stroud is a part-time arms dealer 2 months from now, I won't even blink. Embarrassment remains your destiny. Houston is like if someone looked at a normal city and asked, what if we made everything a drive-through?
That's another Andre Johnson moment. We don't have to fight behind that. We don't have to fight behind that. But look, there's been
man, I'm finna beat his ass.
That's right. There have been 10 years where this team has been very, very good. Man, calm down.
I love that every year. I just laugh and laugh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, he got his rocks off.
I
guess. Look, I understand where he has to come from, and he put his research in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it changes it. Look,
he definitely puts his research in. I mean, some of the things are very specific, and center point still hasn't restored your power.
From the 832, chill out with the Drake quote, don't let it get old, and simultaneously, love that drop, instant classic. I don't know where to go with that.
Yeah.
And I meant that sincerely in these last two moments. Like, nah, you're not going to talk about Tank Dell in a negative way. We love that man.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that we know for sure. Yeah, no, I find that to be interesting. I did not anticipate getting as defensive as I ultimately did. But yeah. All that means, season's ready to go. And I think, look, more positive than negative for me when it comes to these Texans. Even with somebody like Drew McGarry pointing out the potential negatives in that way. And look, again, old stuff. Like, it really sincerely, like, I know that, it sounds like I'm joking. It really sincerely feels like you're finding a little bit of a new day with this Texans organization in various different ways. So there absolutely have been some historical things with these Texans, even recent history, where it's like, ooh, that would be a cause for concern with an organization. They're doing a good job of trying to turn the page with that. And, I mean, obviously, it continues with this season, making sure that you go out and you handle yours.
Yeah. And, I think all of us are on the same page with what you just said, but it's fine. It's fine. It's not going to be universal, that everybody's, like, all in on the Texans. It seems like a lot of the national pundits are, but it's never going to be universal.
Let me see. Another 832 said Dre and drops is something you never heard in the same sentence. That is true. That is a great point.
I don't remember us doing one like that with Dre.
We're talking to our guys Ron and Clint live from the Westin downtown. Do you guys ever remember having to use the words Andre Johnson and drops in the same sentence?
It's certainly a lot of fun to use. I've heard y'all have been rolling with it.
Hey man, I'm finna beat his
ass. Like I can hear it in Lopez's. I can see. I've been riding. I can't see it. If I wasn't driving, I would be watching on YouTube and Twitch. But I couldn't see. But I could just hear I could hear the joy in Lopez's face every time he heard it. I could
sheer joy.
I could feel it.
It's like when you hear a kid cuss. You know what I mean? It's just like it's not something you expect necessarily to hear from that particular outlet. And there you go, Andre Johnson talking about just getting active.
Mm-hmm.
Warms the spirit, warms the heart. What's the vibe like out there, man?
Man, we're at the Westin downtown. Hey, a beautiful spot. They just remodeled in March. I know my in-laws came and stayed here when they came to visit, and it was a great spot. And I see the inside is decked out, and they've redone it. So no, it's a good time out here. They got to get down here. Hey, we got great prizes. I'm talking a brand new the H-Town jersey of Will Anderson Jr. Got a signed helmet from Christian Harris, a signed football from Jalen Petrie, all kinds of great stuff out here. Sagamore whiskey's going to be out here, so you can get a taste or a few tastes like I plan on doing. So it's a good time out here. Good vibe out here.
Hey, fellas, I just had my man Brian gave me the GM out here just gave me the rundown of the place too, just in terms of what's popping, man, and it's so close to Minute Maid Park that their pre and post game setup is off the charts, man. The entire lobby area, if you will, is let's say you got eyeballs on TVs from everywhere you sit. So the setup is tremendous for pre and post game, and it's already jumping. I mean, just from a standpoint of if you come by here, there's going to be folks here. So and they got they do a little live music deal once a month on Saturdays, I believe, and it's apparently it's a solid listen.
Look, that sounds fantastic, and I know with you fine fellas that you guys are ready for that kind of experience because yesterday tell it when something fantastic happens, particularly with Chaz McCormick, y'all go up.
Oh, that was fun.
No, Chaz touched my heart, man. Listen, I don't know if y'all read that piece that Chandler Rome did.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't like if you ever seen Liar Liar. With
movie?
Jim Carrey, man,
Yes.
hey, it sound like he was a desperate man at the end of his rope. I mean, Chaz is out there saying it's on me. I thank everybody for the advice, but I got to stop walking around here and stop being a bee.
No, he did.
He's on himself hard, and then we got to get into this because he hit that home run, touched my heart. I feel good for him. I want everybody to get out there and give him a hug. And then they took his ass on the Sugar Land.
Hey, Ron, he hit that damn thing all the way to Sugar Land, didn't he?
They did.
Don't do that. Don't do the boy like that.
Damn, man.
Hey, look, he hit that bomb, man. We just got through talking about how, man, I hope this brings old Chaz out of that deal, and I'll be damned if I don't look at Twitter on the way home and I didn't see Ron say, boy, that didn't take long.
We'll get into this. They could have waited till today. They could have waited till today before they announced it. They announced that thing before they even left.
It was great cinema watching you guys. We played it today.
Whoa, man.
Yeah.
That was another thing that gave us joy during the course of this broadcast. A very joyful broadcast.
Terrific.
Today. And that the joy continues as we're going to hand it over to the fine fellas live from the Westin downtown. Go hang out with them. But always just hang out on the air, YouTube, Twitch, all those different ways. But no matter which way you're doing it, you're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And ladies and gentlemen, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. Appreciate it, Rich. He's really picking it up with that drive.
Oh, he's owning it, Ron. It's just a matter of time, man.
He's going to get it.
The drive is live.
But no, we are live, as we said there. We are live here at the Westin downtown. So this is a big 4-game series against them Kansas City Royals. So a lot of people coming out in that game. And if you're going to come on out, as Clint said, I mean, when I say walking distance, it's right there, baby. I mean, left field, center field, gates are right there next to the West. Easy walking distance here at the Westin. So come on out, hang out, come right into the lobby. Can't miss us. As soon as you walk in the lobby, you see us. Those people with their Astros gear just staring us down as they're getting their rooms taken care of. I hope you get a good one. They just remodeled the joint, so you ought to enjoy the spot. Come on out, hang out with us, and we got to have a little whiskey here for you too, right?
Yeah, we got a little Sagamore rye whiskey. I'm telling you, man.
I saw the bottle at the bar up there, Clint. I almost got it.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's again, I always tell folks, it don't matter if you enjoy sipping a good whiskey with your partners or if you do it solo. Hey, how about you do it Pre-gaming.
You ain't got to do a solo here with us.
Not at all. You can do it at a little party right here. So, I would imagine from the looks of it, there's a few whiskey drinkers in the building.
Why not?
Sagamore Rye whiskey is a phenomenal choice. If you can get by here, look, if you're coming to the game, I mean, it doesn't matter what side of the ballpark you're on. I mean, you can get to the Westin rather quickly. And so stop by, whether you had plans on or not, stop by, say hello. Grab a little Sagamore Rye whiskey, check it out, see if it's something you want to invest in down the road on the way home, maybe at a liquor store around Houston, and say hello to us, man. It's going to be a nice little party.
It is. The drive is live. As you hear Clint, there's Tyler as well there with that. Oh, if you're on YouTube and Twitch, I just fixed that for you. I was a little close. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you see Tyler is really feeling himself with the election season. Got that Stoerner and Hughley 24 shirt. I'm not ready to rock it yet. I really am upset that he didn't put his name on there himself. I really do. It's somewhere. It should have been there, but it's a beautiful shirt, and as you can see him,
in there.
There it is. As you can see him on YouTube and Twitch doing this thing as well. But as I said, get on down here. Have a good time. Like this is one I'd almost wait on Tyler to come on down. This is his dream. Come on down here, then go right over to the Astros game. I'd almost wait. Almost. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it, but I would almost wait for Tyler to
Boy, you're right. This has got that maroon money. This has got Tyler Milner written all over it. Again, whether he's with the fellas and just hanging out and catching a Stros game, or if he brings the wife down and just so happens to have a little too much to drink and he can't drive all the way back up north, this looks like a place O.T. meal. Old Moneybags would lay his head without a doubt.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've had a few drinks and a few sleeps at that Westin, actually.
Yeah. Have you? Well,
yeah.
It's remodeled, so it may be a little different.
You said that. Yeah.
What you're used to. But get on down here, have a good time. As we said, giveaways, you got to be in the building to get it. The H-Town jerseys, the brand new ones, the Will Anderson one, you can win that one. You can win a signed football from Jalen Petrie, and you can win a signed helmet from Christian Harris. So we got that set up for you right here, and you got to be in here to do it right here at the Westin downtown. So come hang out with us. All right, Clint, we've talked about this. Tyler, we talked about this yesterday. The Astros have the Royals for a 4 set, and I mean clearly you know where our role when these two teams play, and we know where you two are rolling with the Astros. And Clint, you've said I want to see something. We got to do something. We got to do something for this thing, and we need the people to help, and we need to have some sort of a wager here. And I like the idea of maybe something physical, something that we have to do that isn't just monetary, something that we have to do where,
physical challenge.
Physical. I don't know about physical challenge. Maybe. Wearing something or dressing up as something or. Whatever it is, I like the thought of it, putting it on there. We gotta workshop this thing. We got to figure it out with the people. It's a 4-game series, so it's hard to say whoever wins the series because a split can happen. But we got to figure this thing out. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, ideas. We need some help to workshop this. I know you like to get creative and think of things. Tyler as well. What should we put on the line here?
Well, look, I think there's something there from a wear perspective, and I like the 4. Here's the 4-game set here with the Royals is ideal for what we're trying to do, because what we can do is we can just simply do best of 3 the first 3, and then game 4 is when the loser has to do whatever exactly it is that they need to do. I think seeing you in a jersey possibly would be absolutely tremendous.
I've already Harlem shook my way out of that.
Even if it's a jersey, I think we'd be okay with it. I mean, we don't have to go there, but I think that's kind of where I keep landing so far. If it's not going to be monetary, that would be my wear bet. I'm trying to think of something physical as well. Even though I'll be honest with you, man, you do that stuff in your sleep anyway. Like, it's in your nature to just walk up to folks and do stuff and say stuff and to do things out of the ordinary. So I don't know how much of a wager that is for me. So I got to do some thinking. Tyler, what do you got?
People, send them in, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Any thoughts?
I need to stew on it, and I will. I'll bake the noodle on that throughout the show today. But I feel like the way I normally lean, it's got to be something that ultimately the loser, it hurts their pride just a bit. It's got to be something a tad bit either embarrassing or humbles you a bit, in a fun way, nothing too serious. But
Y'all be doing that weird fantasy football stuff. Where
Waffle House.
Yeah, maybe we should keep Tyler out of this bet and just.
I mean, I go hard or go home, man. I want to be playing for something here.
Yeah, I mean, you're a firm believer. I mean, at our age of hanging out with your wang out kind of thing, I got to be careful with you, man.
We got some weird guys out here.
Well, y'all are older than me, Y'all are up there.
Texting in, winner or loser wears a thong all day.
Oh, that's not bad.
Man, I just had to stop and get me some fast acting Tinactin or some tough acting Tinactin, man. I can't do it. I can't do it right now. I got to heal up, boys.
R.I.P. John Madden.
Been going too hard in the paint, man. I got to heal up before I throw the old thong on.
Yeah, Ron should have to wear a cutoff T-shirt that says, "My name is Peaches." Again, guys, I
haven't heard that in a while.
I mean, a cutoff T-shirt. What are we doing?
And I also
Peaches Hughley.
I want to also alert you. It's two other people involved in there could be ideas for the two other.
Right, but these are Astros fans, man. They're going to be rooting against you primarily.
Yeah, I mean, you got to.
I'm just saying. I get it, but I'm just saying, can we include the punishment for everybody that? Not just Hey, let's just come up with things that Ron's going to have to do. I mean, I know that's in your natures, but I mean, can we make it?
Well, I mean, I think it's
the thong one was at least for all of us.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. There's several things that I'm very, very proud I made 46 years of not doing, and I ain't never slid a thong between these cheeks. I don't think it's going to happen.
Clint,
I'm just going to be honest with you.
You hear how much Tyler's in. Hell, I'll do it.
There ain't no doubt.
And it would not be my first time.
I can see Tyler would do it and walk around Minute Maid.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, man, we need the people. I feel like 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock fire. We got to have this nailed down. Then? We got to have this nailed down. So Ron has to grow the Jimmy Butler. Okay, all right.
Oh my God, I would pay money to see that.
You know what? This ain't bad. If the Astros sweep the series, Ron has to go back to using the show.
Ooh,
and they won all
don't
four.
Tease me.
They won all four. That could be something I could think about. If they swept all four.
Yeah, I mean that would be.
That's not a bad one because that's the
showman.
Yeah, that's like someone just texted if Ron loses, which would be the Royals, I get the show back. No, that's it. No, sweep all four. That could be a good thought.
Well, no, that's something you deep down. I think you deep down inside really love. You want it back. I mean, we'd be doing you a favor by sweeping you.
Yeah, it ain't gonna happen.
I mean, I think that's like I think that I think that's something that returns at some point willingly.
What if whoever loses has to go Joe Burrow, Slim Shady with the hair?
Well, Clint's not doing that, but I would.
Y'all caught me about a month ago. About a month ago, I would have done it.
I'm telling you, I would do it.
Side bet.
Like you talk about blonde. Hey, I'll do a side bet with you right now.
I'll straight up do it.
That'd be fun. If one of them sweeps the four, we got to die at blonde.
I'm in, man. I'm in.
That's the side bet. That's not the big one. That's just me and you. We got a side bet.
Yeah, y'all got a good side bet for you two. Ron's looking for a reason to go with these golden tips.
But it's full.
I'm not, but it'd be hilarious.
I gotta go full.
Courtney, I ain't got nothing to do with it.
It's too good a picture for the Royals.
Just let you know, I ain't got nothing to do with it.
I've already been there, done that, boys. Y'all seen the pictures, but I don't want to go back. But that'd be funny.
People like to type in the way Clint says my name. Ron Hughley lost me when he said he made his in-laws stay in a hotel.
Ron Hughley.
Don't let them stay at your house. That's pathetic. You're kidding me. First off, you don't even know the situation. The situation was he was at my father-in-law was at a Phi Beta Sigma conference that was held right downtown in this area. So they wanted to stay in the hotel right downtown instead of being in Missouri City, so they wouldn't have to drive back and forth. Now, usually they do stay in an Airbnb themselves because we got 5 people in the house
I just got
already
the red carpet. We're
for
wanting
them
to get into a
for them to stay comfortably. So that was the situation here. All right, damn you, hell. All right, you don't even know the situation. Doggone it.
So what you're saying is the situation really didn't matter. They were going to stay somewhere else any way you slice it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when we're 5 deep, yes, they got to. Now, if they're coming in to help one of us leave, yeah.
Oh, yeah. If they're coming in to do you a favor, if they're coming in to do you, that's one thing. But if they're just visiting, nah.
I'm just saying, that's a tough swing. 7 people in the house with 4 adults.
Oh, it'd be a great weekend.
4 adults.
It'd be a great week.
Yeah, tough swing.
You may be able to sleep in.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they can get on over early. That's what they can do. They can get the heck on over early. All right, hey, keep sending those in 713-572-4610. Remember, it's not just one party. What suggestions do you have? 5 o'clock fire. We want to have that down to understand what the punishment is if myself or Clinton Tyler's. If Clinton Tyler's Astros are victorious, what the punishment for me would be. If the Royals are victorious, what the punishment for Clinton Tyler would be.
It feels huge.
All right, Tyler, I want to hear this. I want to hear because I feel like this is worth discussing because I think I know Clint, as of last night, was still, as I saw him on Twitter, was still feeling a certain kind of way about something. I mean, I feel like you and Patrick, you and Patrick might need to sit down and have a drink.
Ron Hughley.
You and Creighton.
Nah. Me and OPC, we see things through different lenses, man. There's gonna be a lot of, hey man, ready. Let's get us another round and just change topics.
Yeah, you're ready to go with it. But last night, I know both of us felt a certain kind of way, and Tyler was kind of going in the other space. We felt a certain kind of way about Spencer Aragetti being on for a no-hitter, and then in the 7th inning or in the 8th inning, taking out 2 of their top defenders, and Altuve, and then in particular Alex Bregman at third base, and the no-hitter was given up on a bouncing ball that Bregman makes, damn near 9 out of 10 times. He's that good on those particular plays. Joe Espada addressed it yesterday after the game on thoughts of pulling Bregman as they were going for that no-hit bid.
My first thought is we are playing 18 straight. I got to give my guys a little breather. It's 94 degrees outside. I'm very much aware of the no-hitter and where everybody's at, but right now we have bigger goals, which is win this division. So I got to do everything in my power just to make sure that everybody's healthy, everybody, is ready to, recover for tomorrow. And that's all I was thinking about, and also Spencer had the pitches to go out there and continue to go. And if he would have been efficient in the 8th, he probably would have gone out there in the 9th.
All right. You've had a few hours. You've had some time to look on that. Do you feel any different now hearing his explanation on the decision he made?
No, I don't feel one bit different. I mean, if you're so worried about Alex Bregman's health and his longevity this season and winning a division, why didn't you pull him out right when he got hit in the head with the ball? If everybody's
too.
I mean, if the thought is, oh well, man, Bregman's just in rough shape. He just got hit in the head. Then why'd you let him run bases? Why'd you let him go back out in the field? Right? I mean, for another half of an inning. So it's hard for me to look at it and go, yeah, man, that was a move to rest guys. Yordan Alvarez he hit right after Chaz McCormick in a spot where he had the chance to hit a 3rd home run in a game that was already, was it 9-0 at that point in time?
Yeah.
I mean, so I understand the convenience of using that excuse, and I wholeheartedly agree with the overall point. But in my mind, it's okay to just say, yeah, Joe, that was a horse manure decision right there. Like, you got a young dude that is having an absolute career day, career month, and you pulled out 2 of your best defensive players with an 8th and 9th inning to go. I just don't. I mean, I think it was a conscious decision that it wasn't important enough with the no-hitter, obviously, but I don't think it was. It was one of those where we got to rest guys. It's 94 degrees outside. You had to rest Altuve. That's why you hit Chaz for him. He's had 2 rest days in the last 5 or something like that. So I think it's a little bit Bush League on Joe's part.
Yeah, listen, I totally disagree with what he has to say. And listen, what he said and what Tyler said, because Tyler was saying the same thing yesterday. But what they're saying is, I understand where you're coming from and where you're getting to, and you're saying we got bigger plans. But I'm telling you, at some point you're going to contradict that statement because you're going to do something that doesn't show we got bigger plans. It's just going to happen. And I am just someone of the belief in anything, especially sports, when you have a chance to do something special like that, and listen, we're not talking about something that's going to get. I mean, it was 6 more outs they had to go get. When you got a chance to go do something special, like, you got to go do it. I will be damned, fellas, if the Houston Texans somehow are 16-0 and they've got their playoff spot sold up, they've got the 1 seed in the AFC, and DeMeco Ryans says, "No, I'm gonna sit everybody. We got a chance to go 7. We got a chance to go undefeated, but I'm gonna sit everybody because we got bigger plans." I'll lose my mind, and I think many other people would. Like, when you have a chance to do something special, like I think in sports that doesn't come around. He may not get that close again, and like, you didn't take everybody out. I just disagree with that thought process. I mean, you had to get 6 more outs. Well, you could have taken all of them out as soon as he got a hit.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing is to me, again, it's if we really want to talk about the bigger picture, what the playoffs look like. I mean, that is not that you're ever going to look at what Spencer did and say, yeah, well, he didn't have a great game. But if he goes out and throws a no-hitter against the Phillies, you can't tell me that doesn't. I mean, just in terms of his mentality, if he does have to pitch against the Phillies again moving forward, that no-hitter is going to jump a lot more than 7 2/3 or whatever it was in a couple of hits. So I don't know. I think there's just as much value in a young pitcher who you're probably going to rely on to some degree come playoff time. That guy going out there and completing a no-hitter. Again, when we're talking about 6 outs and we're talking about Bregman playing in the field, to me, that's just a little bit of I think it's. I don't like the decision.
I don't either. That was our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, as we're live here at the Westin downtown, get on in here. You got a chance to have some great whiskey, great company, great entertainment. Great food as well, so make your way on out here as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. Coming up, there is new evidence, and you know how I feel about new evidence. And I wonder, with this new evidence, have you changed your mind about something in particular with the Texans? We'll discuss that next, live right here on The Drive.
All right, Sagamore Rye.
don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
H-Town, I'm back.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Westin downtown thanks to Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is live right here on the road at the Westin. I'm telling you, man, it is popping here at the Westin. I'm telling you, boy, it is going down out here. I'm telling you, you want to have a good time. You ain't gonna miss it. You need to get out here now. I'm telling you, it is happening out here. But we'll be here till 6 o'clock. If you're going to the game, I'm seeing a ton of Astros fans walking in and out of the lobby. You can tell these you guys going to the game. They're going to the game. Come out, hang out, have a drink. Get you some good whiskey. As they'll be here, you can get some drinks here, and then walk right over to the game. Many people are doing that. Come hang out with us here. It is just steps away from Minute Maid Park, Clint.
Ron, this is a spot like a lot of times we go to some of the bars we hang out at or whatever. It just ain't my deal, This is right up my alley. It's got a real lounge feel with this lobby bar area, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I got to Sagamore Rye Whiskey is in the building, and
where they at?
Well, they're at the bar, actually. They're over here at the bar, at the end of the bar.
Shoot.
The young lady that was just over here talking to us, she's the Sagamore Rye rep. I got the lowdown, right? What Sagamore Rye Whiskey is doing, they got their small batch in the building. You can sample just a small batch. They've also got a couple of signature drinks that they're offering here. It is the Orange Crush, the Black-Eyed Rye, and their old-fashioned cocktails. All three of those plus the small batch, the rye whiskey.
I'd like to try that Orange Crush.
Well, that sounds like right up your alley, but I'm going to be honest with you. When they first said Orange Crush, I'm ashamed that I didn't immediately think that the tie to the Astros. It took her coming over here and telling me, Orange Crush, tying to the Astros orange, the whole, I was like, oh, wow, that's creative. Well done. So anyway, Sagamore Rye Whiskey, come on by. Not only hang out with us at this cool-ass place, the Westin, but you can also sample and have you a couple of pops of this Sagamore Rye Whiskey.
All right, yeah, come on out, hang out with us. Got a chance to win multiple items, as we said. Football jersey, Will Anderson Jr., signed Jalen Petrie football, and a signed Christian Harris helmet. So your chance to win tickets, got to be, or not tickets, I'm sorry, your chance to win items, got to be here. Just fill your name out, put it in a raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. All right, Clint, and the people out here, everybody in their mind, I think we went through this. We had conversations. All right, how many wins do you think the Texans are going to have this year? When the schedule came out, as we started to see free agency develop and what the team looked like it was going to be, they signed Diggs, they signed Danielle Hunter, all of this. If I have this right, and I know Tyler wrote it down somewhere, if I have this right, I know I had them at 10 wins. I believe you had them at 9 wins.
Yeah.
And I know Tyler was in the 12 or 13 range.
Those are all correct.
Where were you at, 12 or 13?
12.
12. So you were at 12. So 12, 10, 9. And many of you were at a certain place prior to preseason and camp starting. And now that you've got new evidence, you've gotten to see a little bit of this defense come together. You've gotten to see a little bit of Kamari Lassiter. You've gotten to see now Kenyon Green, who was a question. You've gotten to see this offense, Diggs, and how these receivers come together. Now that you have this new evidence heading into the regular season, has this new evidence changed your mind on the win total? 713-572-4610. You can jump in on that. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Has it changed your mind, Clint? You were the lowest. You had them at 9. Has it changed your mind?
No, I'm still at 9.
Really?
I'm still at 9.
Shocked by that.
No, I'm still at 9. As we talked yesterday, there's still a concern in the middle of this defense. There's still a concern with Jalen Petrie and Kamari Lassiter from a coverage perspective. on this team. The run game is still. I don't know how anybody could have watched this preseason, whether you were watching practices in training camp or you were watching just the games, or hell, maybe you were just following along and you realized that Laramie Tunsil didn't practice half the time. Titus Howard ended up hurt. The two interior offensive linemen that you were looking to the most, they did improve. They did look the part. That is one plus. But I just don't know. For me, as I watched all this unfold, with the exception of the Stefon Diggs really, really having a great camp and being even better than I expected in terms of just a teammate. Be honest with you, I know you had some concerns about did he fall off last year because of Father Time, or did he still have that juice? He's clearly still has that juice, and so there's some positivity there. But for me, there hadn't been enough one way or the other for me to all of a sudden go, yeah, man, I'm going to jump to 10 or 11 wins. I'm still at 9. This is a monster schedule, boys.
Still at 9. Slice, who, yes, if you come up here, yes, I will buy you an orange slice. I will, as he said. An orange crush, excuse me. I saw your name. He said
you should have left it orange slice. You come all the way up here and go, yeah, slice. Boss, I got a slice for you. You go get the drink. I'll get you a slice.
Orange crush. Yeah, get on up here. Yeah, I'll buy you an orange crush.
Put that on me.
But he said that they're a 9 to 10 win team. Some people checking in. I feel better about it. I'm at 12. See, I want to push it up to 11, and I think that's where I am. I think I'm in a space where I've gone from 10 to 11. And
the arrow's pointed up.
Because I feel like I have to, because the things that I had most concerns about, Kenyon Green, and I feel better about Kenyon Green. Kamari Lassiter, I feel better about Kamari Lassiter. Now, I think there is a question if they have been 100% tested.
Yeah.
I think there's a question there. The Diggs thing, he's carried more weight than I thought he would. And with this schedule being tough, the thing that I don't like, that I'm most worried about, is the depth on the team, and I think it's going to get tested early, especially in the linebacker position. We'll see how healthy Will Anderson is. I mean, Will Anderson, guys, has not practiced since the week of the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
That's a long time. So we'll see where he is once he gets there. But if I look at last year, how they handled depth issues, I mean, they handled it as well as you could possibly handle it with all of the issues. So they should be pretty used to that after last year. So I'm going to raise it up with the new evidence.
Oh, you're going to go up?
I'm going to go up from 10 to 11. Nice. I'm going to go up from 10 to 11 wins right here from what I've watched. That's what I was going to say. If I had the questions, and I feel good about the questions I had, I think there is a space to move up. Tyler, where'd you get it? You get up to 14?
No, I'll stay put right here at 12.
12. All right. Tyler at 12.
Yes, sir.
Got them winning the division.
Yeah, look, I'm going to tell you guys, if this is an 11 or 12 win football team, you're talking 11-6, 12-5 win football team. I mean, we're talking Super Bowls. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, that's well, with this schedule, Ron, to get to 11 or 12, you're going to have to beat some monsters. You're going to have to slay some dragons. You're going to have some convincing wins throughout the regular season that are going to put you in a spot where if you get to 11 or 12, there is no, maybe they can get to an AFC championship. No, you're going to have beaten some teams that are favorites if you're not one of the damn favorites. And so, you get to 11 or 12, boy, we're living high on the hog in Houston, baby.
YouTube and Twitch, DeRino, I'm at 11. Pablo is at 8 wins. If run game sucks, someone text in, I'm at 10 wins, but I'm with Clint. The middle of that defense concerns me. 12-5, someone just texted in. 12-5, baby. I don't want to take that. I don't want to take that from you. All right, Clint is about to lose his mind because tonight really legitimately kicks off college football. And over the next 4 days, college football is about to be maybe it's 5 days because Monday too. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, you're going to get heavy college football, real games, a lot of different games. Let's go over our Saturday slate a little early where we all pick games and our games of the week. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Before we get to that boner,
we got ChatGPT to help us introduce you to
plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits, or they stop and required finance agreement balance is due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Wynn downtown, thanks to Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm seeing old fashions being made over there. I'm seeing orange crushes being made over there. So come on out and have yourselves a good time. Tyler, stop, man. Tyler, don't get me going.
That turn you on, brother?
You know that. You know that.
What I miss?
You know when I hear that music.
Does that make you Randy?
I hear Vern Lundquist. I hear Vern Lundquist. I hear Gary Danielson. I hear Brad Nessler. Don't get me going with that CBS college football music. I do want to get to our Saturday slate first, real quick. Just letting you know, if you're on the way to the Westin, if you are in the Westin and you can hear me, coming up after the first segment, so around 3:20, your chance to win the Will Anderson jersey. You have to sign your name and put it in our raffle box. We will do our first drawing at 3:20. Your chance to win the Will Anderson jersey. We will give that up and give that away in the 3 o'clock hour coming up here at 3:20. So stay with us. If you're in the building, sign in our raffle box over here on the table. If you're on the way, you can also do that for your first chance to win at 3:20. So stay with us and get on in here and get yourself in our raffle. That is that. All right, I'll start this thing off. We each give our game of the week. We clearly know what Tyler's game of the week is, so we will save it for last because that is the big game. Calm down here and the big game in college football this weekend. But I'll start it off, Clint. My game to watch is Miami at Florida. The Miami Hurricanes ranked 19th, Florida unranked, and these are two programs that I think you say this all the time. These are two programs, to me, Clint. College football is much better when Miami and when Florida are worth the damn. When they are doing something and you look forward to Florida and their games, Florida, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, all of that, Miami, the history of Miami and Florida State matters. And Miami, because when's the last time Miami and Florida are playing each other and nobody gives a rip? Like, it's not even like – and Miami, there is some excitement there. There's a belief that they've recruited really well and they have been really, really on it with the portal. And there's a thought that they could be an outside team to make it to the college football playoff in the ACC, and they were helped with Florida State's loss to Georgia Tech. And then I don't know what the hell's going on with Florida. This could be it for Billy Napier, and they need to get on track right now. So these are two schools that have such history and are always usually in it that aren't right now and going through it. And I'm telling you, this is interesting to me because I want to see if Florida is going to be anything worth the damn and if Miami's really back. So I'm really watching that.
Look, Billy Napier's on the hot seat. There's no doubt about it. There's no excuse for a Florida Gator football team to be as low as they are right now. This rebuild has taken significantly longer than it should. You can blame it on the transfer portal. You can blame it on NIL. I don't know what you want to blame it on, but he is absolutely 100% on the hot seat, and losing the in-state rival, if you will, Miami, out of the gate would be a major problem. But let's be honest, Miami, Mario Cristobal at Miami, there's some big expectations there as well. They spent a lot of money for quarterback Cam Ward, who at Washington State. At one point, I believe he was at Incarnate Word, I believe, if I remember correctly, here in over in San Antonio. But I think the best quarterback in the transfer portal, you can argue, declared for the draft and then backed out and went to Miami for a huge NIL deal. So yeah, there's a lot on the line, I think, for both of these head coaches. I think there's a lot on the line for both of these programs coming up, Ron. That is a monster game. Mario Cristobal in, what is he, year 2 or 3?
3, I think.
3 at Miami. I mean, you look, with the ACC being down, Florida State just got beat by Georgia Tech. Clemson is not where 5 years ago, and if you're Miami and the powers that be have to be looking at this and going, this is our chance.
Got to.
Where we at? What's the problem if they're not winning games? So
it's just,
it's a big one, man.
It just sucks. Miami, Florida are playing week one, and it's not. I mean, it's not even. Colorado is a bigger deal than those two. Colorado, North Dakota State is probably something that's more intriguing than Miami, Florida, and Miami of Florida playing Florida. So hopefully those get back, and I'm ready to watch those. All right, Clint. Before we get to Tyler, what's your game of the week that you're watching?
Well, it's an easy one for me, Ron. It's LSU and USC playing in a neutral location. Modelo Vegas Kickoff Classic. Playing in Vegas, you got LSU, no Jaden Daniels, no Malik Neighbors. You know the run of receivers that they've had. You know the run of quarterbacks that they've had. Both of those guys out. Brian Kelly, has he really rebuilt this thing, or was it a transfer portal? Was it a flash in the pan last year where they made a serious run with some great players? What does LSU look like in the new look SEC? I think that's big. And then USC, obviously, this is one of the biggest stories in college football. What does Lincoln Riley do without Caleb Williams? What does Riley do?
There's word that Lincoln Riley could be, if things don't turn up, there's word that he could be.
Look, last year was rough, man. Last year was rough. When you're thought to be one of the best head coaches in all of the land, and you go somewhere and you've got the Heisman Trophy winner, you get the undisputed number 1 overall pick, and you mess the bed because you can't play defense. You can't protect the quarterback down the stretch, and mess the bed in your own conference, not even in a national championship hunt. Sure, your feet are going to be to the fire. I don't know if his seat is necessarily hot, but his feet are to the fire. There's no doubt about that. But the thing about USC, Ron, is making the leap into the Big Ten. There is going to be some monster travel adversity that they have this year. It's unheard of in terms of how much travel the West Coast teams are going to have to do. Yeah. To get to their Big Ten rivals. I don't know what that looks like logistically. We'll find out. They'll probably stay in that part of the country some of the time, but how do you do that and have kids that are in class and handling business from a schoolwork perspective? But, yeah, Lincoln Riley, no Caleb Williams, Brian Kelly, no Jaden Daniels. Those are two monster quarterbacks, arguably the best two quarterbacks that came out this year. And two head coaches.
In the draft.
Yeah, two head coaches that have monster expectations, and we get to see them meet in a neutral location off the jump here. That's the game for me. Does USC have the horses, right? Year in, year out, they're talked about being a powerhouse. Do they just have the horses to keep up with LSU, or does it just turn into out?
Yeah, we'll see.
You can play in the old Pac-12 with elite skill guys. And you can win a lot of football games.
Get away with that.
And you can even go play somebody one time and shock the hell out of them with a system and some good skill. But when you're talking about coming out of the chutes with LSU and then playing Michigan and Ohio, and I don't know exactly what their schedule looks like. I hadn't looked at it. I'm assuming that some of them big boys are on it in the Big Ten. That's a different animal. So we'll see how they stack up against a program that definitely has bigger, better dudes than most teams in the country.
And that's a standalone game on Sunday night. So,
absolutely.
That'll be a big one. All right, Tyler. There you go. Give me your game of the week and how you see this puppy going, Tyler.
Well, y'all hear the music. I cannot wait, man. That Aggie War hymn. It's beautiful.
Are you there? Are you going to be there?
I wish. No, I will not be there, but Kyle Field will be packed, and Kyle Field will be bumping for Sean Pendergast, Notre Dame Fighting Irish, as they prepare to get their ass whooped. And the Mike Elko era begins for Texas A&M. Let's go, baby. I'm pumped. I think the Aggies are going to win this game. I do think it's going to be a close game. Let me get up off my high horse here. I think it's going to be a close game, which is going into making it my game of the week. But I think Elko's era in Aggieland gets started right. I think Wegman comes out and raises some eyebrows. But the thing everyone needs to be watching, what I'm most excited to watch, to be honest with you, is the Texas A&M defense. They could very, very possibly enter the top 5 of all of college football as far as defending the football this season. The Texas A&M defense could be stout. I'm very excited to see that, and I'm very excited to talk some trash to Sean Pendergast.
Yeah, A&M got a couple of preseason All-Americans on that defense. Clinton, Tyler, is it safe for me to say this? It feels like to me for the first time in a big game in a long time that the pressure is not on A&M. even though they're at home.
Oh, I co-sign that 100%.
The pressure, like usually, boy, okay, Jimbo's got to do something. Jimbo's got to finally beat a good team. Like, I think the pressure is on Notre Dame. Like, Notre Dame, you've been in this situation. When are you going to beat somebody that's worth the damn? So I think for the first time, A&M is more of the play free, and the pressure is all over there on Notre Dame and their program because they keep losing these type games.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, look, you got Mike Elko's quarterback from last year that crept into some of the top quarterback conversations and top draftable quarterback conversations, pro prospect type conversations.
Nice, yeah.
Riley Leonard is the real deal. He was the real deal at Duke. If he's not at Notre Dame, you got to wonder what the hell Marcus Freeman is doing. Marcus Freeman, it's time he's got to put up, or you want to talk about hot seat.
Yeah.
It's going to be a problem. So
also,
Notre Dame,
go ahead, Clem. My bad.
Notre Dame's got national championship expectations. I mean, and that's just the reality of it. And it's been a minute since really legitimately been in that conversation. So you're right, Ron. All of the pressure is on the road team here. Notre Dame's got to find a way to win this one.
Also want to mention, I know you guys know this, but for our listeners, College Game Day in the house in College Station, Texas. Did y'all see who the guest picker is going to be?
Oh, I did. It's Johnny, right? Manziel?
I'm a party boy.
You nailed it.
Yeah, so
the GOAT.
Yeah. Johnny Football is going to be the guest picker.
Ring, baby.
I just said Marcus Freeman lost that back-to-back series, home and road, to Ohio State the last 2 years. They've just lost these big games. They've got to get one. So pressure's on Notre Dame. They're on the road, and A&M can go in there calmly and try to get a dub. Man, I'm rooting for you. I got to say I am a little surprised that you're not at the game. I am caught off guard that you're not at College Station for this game. I thought you wouldn't miss. I didn't think you'd miss a damn opportunity to get at Sean Pendergast being down there because I think Sean's going, right.
Yes, yeah. Shawnee P will be in the house.
So Pendergast sprung for it and you didn't, huh? All that Aggie talk you got, and you ain't going to this biggest monster game to open the season.
I ain't even gonna take that bait, bro. You don't know why I'm not going.
No, I know why you ain't going.
I don't. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed the damn thing.
Oh, I'm going to be watching every second glued.
I know you'll be watching it. All right, that's our Saturday slate. Look at those games and others. I saw people chiming in with other games. Somebody said Clemson, Georgia. That's an interesting one to see if Dabo is still Dabo Swinney for him. All right, coming up, we'll look at what the Astros did yesterday because that was an amazing day. And what a turn of events for Chaz McCormick. We had a moment on the show with Chaz McCormick, and then it went in a completely different direction hours later. We'll discuss all of that as we continue live right here on The Drive from the Westin downtown here in Houston.
Ain't nobody got nobody like Texas A&M.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
There's nobody on this Astros staff, I'm telling you right now, that you should have more confidence in to make that.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
What up, Houston? You're riding with T-Mill, producer Tyler with you on The Drive because I guess my host's got better things to do than a radio show. Welcome into the Big 3. Ron, you want to start this off or you're just going to keep yapping? Ronald, you want to do some radio?
I'm here. Here we go. A little Big 3 at 3.
Y'all just come in when you please. Jesus.
3 here as we are live here at the Westin. Enjoying ourselves here. You can come on out here as well, as we'll be here until 6 o'clock. And you can hang out with us. And remember, coming up after this segment is over, as soon as this segment ends at 3:20, your chance to win a Will Anderson Jr. jersey. Your chance to win a Will Anderson Jr. jersey. All you got to do is sign and put your name in our raffle box, and you will have your chance to win that jersey. And not just that, also coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, you have a chance to win a signed football from Jalen Petrie, and in the 5 o'clock hour, a signed helmet from Christian Harris. So all of that in store for you today right here on The Drive. All right, Clint, this did happen last night as our show was coming to an end. The Astros avoid that sweep yesterday and get a huge win. They win 10-0. The bats were out. And including Yordan Alvarez, who looks like he is starting to get hot. They had a season-high 18 hits in yesterday's game. Jose Altuve set the tone early with that amazing steal that he had, and that continued. And then Spencer Aragetti had the game of his life. And I'll be honest with you, I know TK said that. You know, as we understand, he's got through 7 a no-hitter, had 11 strikeouts, 4 walks, and obviously didn't get a hit until he got to the 8th inning. But man, I don't know, man. He's had some other performances where he's up into 13 strikeouts, and it's like this, and this is all starting to come here recently. And I said this before at one of his previous starts. Clint, boy, it is interesting where he will be used when this team gets to the postseason. It'll be interesting to see what his spot is in the bullpen. You would think, but my goodness, man, this guy's getting double-digit strikeouts. It seems like more with regularity here of late. So he is really coming on and making it difficult to figure out what they're going to have to do with him in a good way moving forward as they get to the postseason.
Well, to put a little context around that, he had more strikeouts in the month of August than anybody. I think it was at 46 last time I saw. Tyler, if you've got that stat, let me know. But I think it was at 46, and he was topping the list. So not only was yesterday impressive, he's had an impressive August, which is what you were alluding to, right? I mean, here's the reality of it is we're not to the information. But the guys inside that clubhouse have to know, is Ronel Blanco somebody that's better coming out of the pen, or is a guy like Spencer Aragetti better coming out of the pen? Because right now, the way everything's rolling right now, you've got 6 legit starters come playoff time, and it doesn't matter. You can throw a dart at them, Ron. Whoever you move out of that is going to be a gamble. It's going to be a gamble. I mean, I know some of them obviously aren't. I mean, look, Verlander and Fromber ain't going nowhere. Hunter Brown ain't going nowhere at this point in time. But whoever you move out of that starting rotation is clearly going to be a gamble. You got a power pitching lefty, right? You gonna move him out of the rotation and go all righties? I mean, what are you going to do? You know, we're just not privy to the information of there's got to be a feel in that clubhouse that I know Dana Brown liked Ronel Blanco as a starter. I get it. But there's got to be a vibe in that building like, hey, Blanco would be nails out of the pen. Or maybe it's Spencer.
But at least
maybe it's Aragetti. I don't know.
With him, he's done it, right?
Right.
Like,
right.
You know, it's going to be a couple of – him and Kikuchi have pitched out of the bullpen before. So those two make sense. But Spencer Getti, I mean, like, obviously he's not pitched in the playoffs, and we're up against the most innings he's thrown. But
He's getting better.
Yeah, I was going to say it don't seem like we can see what appears to be a wall with Ronel Blanco. We can, and we saw it last year with Hunter Brown. As you just said, man, like his pitching performances are getting better now. Like the strikeouts, and when you say this, when you look at the strikeouts, that's where you get excited and look at it. You think, well, that could be a bullpen type of situation. Can he come out and just get swings and misses? And it was early. I mean, I think 7 of the first 9 at-bats or 9 outs were strikeouts yesterday, something like that. So he is certainly making it difficult for them and what they're going to have to do, because he ain't just going down to the
yeah.
I think he forced them to go 6-man rotation, and he ain't going down without a fight.
Yeah, look, I mean, Joe Espada's going to have some tough decisions to make. And, look, I give Joe hell about the decision to pull Bregman yesterday. I understand the reasoning. I just don't like it, to be honest with you. It's just my opinion. I'm not hating on Joe about it. I just don't like it. The reality of it is, though, he's going to have to make that decision, Ron, actually with 2 guys, to be honest with you, in this starting rotation. He's going to have to figure out when Tucker comes back, what do they do with Dubon in left field, and Gamble is lights out, right? I mean, the youngsters in DeCinzo and Whitcomb, you kind of, I mean, they're obviously, you've liked what you've seen, but there's not a big enough sample size for them to take priority over some of the other guys in any situation. But boy, with the the DH situation, given what it is, with Dubon playing as well as he has played. And look, I hear a lot of people talking about Dubon, boy, he's not doing as good this year. Man, he's hitting 250+. I mean, he's playing good defense. Just because he's not at around 300 where he lived at most of last year, ended up in the high 270s, I believe. It's still awfully impressive. It's going to be hard to keep him off the field every day, night in, night out, come playoff time, and that's going to obviously impact what you do with the DH or what you do with the center fielder that you've committed to all year long. Joe's got some decisions to make come playoff time, man.
Well, Joe made a decision, and the Astros made a decision yesterday, and they have optioned Chaz McCormick to AAA. And Chaz McCormick got a pinch hit, and he hit an Oppo bomb. And I think you said it yesterday. One of you said it yesterday. It looked like he hit it right to the area where he made that catch.
Yeah.
That huge catch that Houston fans will never, ever forget against the Phillies in the World Series a couple years ago. But he is in AAA. After that, he is going to Sugar Land. And, I mean, hell, I was in the car ride home, and I got that news.
Yeah.
We almost got that before we were in the state.
Yeah,
the show
I saw your tweet, and I was like, damn, man. Y'all couldn't even let the guy enjoy the home run, man.
They could have
I mean, Alvarez took the moment from him, literally in the moment, and then them Stros didn't even let him enjoy a little bit of success after the game. I think I saw your – it was 33 minutes after the game or so. After gosh, dang.
I mean, obviously they're moving faster with the Jason Hayward situation, and they were going to have to make some room for him. But damn.
Yeah.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, we must have some breaking news. I got a feeling it's maybe about a name I just said. Tyler, what's the latest breaking news?
Yep, you nailed it. The name you just said, Jason Hayward. You're going to see him as an Astro tonight. Jason Hayward is going to be batting 8th for the Stros, and he's going to be playing right field. Also, just an additional note, Ryan Presley is being reinstated.
Yeah, that's the bigger deal, I think. Ryan Presley back with this bullpen. Which is huge to get him back there, and they've that was another big thing. What happened yesterday is they kind of gave that bullpen a night off yesterday as well.
Yeah.
I believe is the King. I think King is the one who went down.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, King went down. They gave that bullpen a night off, and Ryan Presley is back.
Oh, I don't know about if he went down. I thought you were talking about went last night.
No, I think he's the one. Yeah. Brian King has been sent back to AAA to clear space for Ryan Presley, according to Chandler Roan. So Presley being back, and Jason Hayward is back and hitting 8th tonight in the lineup. He's right in there. You know how Joe and them do.
Yeah.
You get on the team. They throw right on in.
I'm anxious to see this, Ron. I mean, this could be big, man. I mean, I know it's been rough this year. I know he's an older player, obviously. But there's two things to me. This year's been rough in 63 ball games, but last year was kind of a comeback year, if you will. He had a really, really good year last year. I'm talking about for an aging player, had a good year. So I'm not completely sold that in 63 ball games, all of a sudden Father Time has jumped on his back. Now, it very possibly could have, but I'm not completely sold on it. The other thing with Hayward in right field is whether you get good Hayward or you get more of what we've seen in 63 ball games, I just don't, and I could be completely wrong here, but I feel like with a guy that's accomplished as he is, you're not going to get at bats where, guys appear overwhelmed at times. Whether that be Chaz McCormick of late, with the exception of the bomb yesterday, obviously, or just some of the younger players that you're rolling through there look really, really good unless Nola's up there dealing. Yeah. You know what I mean? Unless Wheeler's up there dealing. Unless somebody's up there dealing, then sometimes they get overwhelmed. I'm anxious to see if that's the case with Hayward, or do we at least eliminate that from being an issue with him being a veteran player? Yeah,
it'd be interesting to see if they can find something that clicks with him the rest of the way. That would be a major addition. So again, if you missed it, Tyler coming in with that breaking news. This is kind of the updated roster moves of the Astros. Chaz McCormick, as we said, was optioned to Sugar Land, and that happened last night as he crossed home plate in Philly. Outfielder Jason Hayward, as Tyler just came in, has been signed, and he is with the team and is going to hit tonight, bat eighth and play. Ryan Presley has been reinstated from the IL. Brian King has been optioned to Sugar Land, and right-handed pitcher Jansen Junk has been DFA'd. Sorry,
Jansen Junk. Oh, JJ. That's definitely a JJ.
No, it's just junk.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's
big junk.
We're yeah, you're gonna let that one go, huh?
Big
junk. That's gonna be part of it. So, I mean, we're just at a spot with the Astros, right, where all of a sudden you're exchanging Presley for King, you're exchanging Tucker for I don't know who they bounce. Gamble's been so good, I don't know if I'd be in a rush to get him up out of here. But you're starting to get guys back. You just got Verlander back, and I don't know who they bounced for Verlander, don't remember. But you're starting to get some serious reinforcements for some of the patchwork guys that they've had to lean on this year, and that's an exciting time for the Astros, no question.
That's right, big one tonight as they kick it off with the Royals in a 4-game series, and they'll have Hayward, their newest Astro, is going to be in the lineup tonight.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint, we're starting to see these little quarterback battles in the NFL start to come about. We heard yesterday Russell Wilson got the nod over Justin Fields, and today this was another hotly contested competition. Jacoby Brissett has been chosen as a starter in New England over Drake May. And again, with some of the other quarterbacks, young guys, I've been pleasantly surprised how good Drake May has looked. He has looked like, you start to look at other quarterbacks, talk about the guys yesterday, he looked more in control at times than Russ and Justin Fields did, and those guys have played forever. But I think this is clearly a long play for the Patriots and Gerard Mayo, and they go with Jacoby Brissett. Completely understandable, and I think they're just trying to protect Drake May.
Yeah, look, while I don't like the decision that the Steelers made, I love this decision here. I think Jacoby Brissett is being the veteran is obviously the right choice here. Drake May, I've said multiple times, I think Drake May's got it upstairs. I think Drake May is going to be a really good quarterback in this league. Drake May needs to sit, learn the game at the NFL level. Yeah. He needs to be with, and I don't know if New England has it or not. I don't know if the Patriots have it or not. But he needs to be with a quarterback developer, a guy that teaches footwork and the basic mechanics and where shoulder placement and in your base and everything on platform. There's no question about it. He can play off platform, off schedule. He can make all those sidearm throws and all that jive. He's been really good in that area. It's the, hey, they're backing off, they're playing soft, you got a fullback in the flats right now, and you throw it behind him where he's got to stop his feet, or you throw it over his head where he's got to jump and catch it, and you might as well just have an incomplete at that point in time. That pinpoint accuracy, that sniper accuracy that you just simply have to have at the NFL level, or it's difficult to have continued success. He's a guy that with the right people in his quarterback world over the next year could potentially dictate his career. If he gets that guy, Ron, I think year 2 he's the dude, and they are rocking and rolling, and he looks really good. If not, if this is consistently another guy that just big, athletic, coaches are like, hell, he can play, just let him do his thing, then it's going to be a rough stretch for Gerard Mayo.
Yeah, and they look primed to be a really bad football team. Mm-hmm. They look primed to be a bad football team, and look, sometimes, hey, I'm going to throw you in there and let's see how you handle this adversity, or you could go the other way. And we've seen some quarterbacks be able to survive it, some be ruined by it. And if you can avoid it, it feels bad to say it, but, let's see if Jacoby can deal with it. Now, I do think Drake. I do think Drake May plays at some point this year.
That is more suited to deal with it, right? I mean, Jacoby Brissett is a guy that's been through adversity. He's a journeyman. He's been in this situation before, and so whether we're talking about physically or mentally and emotionally being able to handle it and knowing your role, know what you're expected to do, and help this team navigate the adversity that's going to be 17 weeks of probably getting your ass kicked consistently. That's a valuable dude. If Jacoby Brissett can help them navigate that and have as little backslide as you can, find a way to grow through it, then they'll be fine. But Jacoby's the right pick here. I mean, you can't ruin a quarterback and get bad quarterback play in a season where you don't have much of a chance to win games. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes for the Patriots as they'll have their young starter watching for a little bit first.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, one of Houston's favorite players and athletes to hate, Steph Curry, Clint, signed a 1-year, $62.6 million extension to remain with the Warriors. He's got 2 more years this year and next year. This adds to it $62.6 million for 1 year to play basketball.
It's a lot of M's, ain't it?
My God, Steph. I'm telling you, man, they handing them out right now. And he's one, and I know there's certain people that have feels about him, but he's one that I'd hate to see him in like a Jazz uniform or a Knicks uniform or a Lakers uniform. Once you got this far, you've been so iconic with the place. This is like, to me, Jeter just chill.
That would be a tough decision, though. It's Golden State. That would be tough for me because I look at Steph and I get down with what you're saying, like having a dude that has his entire career, championship caliber career, great Hall of Fame type career, all with the same team.
Because I think he can still play at a championship level. I don't think his team is at that level.
Yes, agreed.
And I think that's maybe where you're going.
Yeah, that's it, man. I mean, I tell you, the fan in me would love to see him partner up with another couple greats in a different location and make a couple of runs. But you're right, man. I mean, that Steph Curry, if he can go into the Hall of Fame having spent every minute of his career with the Golden State Warriors, that'll be cool, man.
Yeah. The Kobe deal where Kobe was on, and it almost happened a couple of times. I didn't want to see Kobe anywhere else. Some of these other guys, we've reached that point with him. But dog, take that $62 million to the bank. I'm telling you, go ahead and do your thing. All right, I do believe there is some credit that I don't know we've given out. I don't know if anybody has given out. Maybe there have been. But credit to D'Amico and Nick Caserio about something they've done in this offseason. We'll discuss that coming up next.
D'Amico and Stroud.
How does Coach D'Amico feel after making some difficult roster decisions?
It's definitely tough. I would love to keep everyone. Loved all the guys that we were able to work with.
$30 gifted. An Economic Advantage Houston child will receive their own library of new books. Help us help Houston kids during our Kids Read Radiothon, Tuesday, September 9th. More info coming soon. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Westin downtown, thanks to Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here at the Westin. Congratulations to Kat is our first winner. Won the Will Anderson Jr. jersey.
Rock and roll, meow.
Continue to hang with us. Come on in here. We'll hear till 6 o'clock. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, you'll have a chance to win a signed NFL signed football by Jalen Petrie. That's coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. So make sure you get in, sign your name. It's right in front. As soon as you walk in the lobby, you can't miss us or the raffle table. You can see the prize is right there, and all you got to do is fill your name out and put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to get a W. Win either that Petrie signed football, and then in the 5 o'clock hour, we'll be hooking people up with a signed helmet by Christian Harris. And there's rye whiskey out here. That Sagamore rye whiskey at Sagamore. I had the rye, I believe.
Well, it's all rye. Sagamore rye whiskey. But
is it all rye?
What you get here is they got the small batch. Hey, Bob, they got the batch Sagamore rye whiskey, man. Get you a pop. It's sweeter, more approachable rye whiskey, man. It's absolutely tremendous. So if you just want to sample the small batch Sagamore small batch rye whiskey, they have that, as well as they've got 3 signature drinks, y'all. The Orange Crush, a little play on the Astros orange, right? Love the color.
I've had it.
I mean the color. I'll be honest with you. Given my history with Tennessee, it's a tough color for me to love, but I've really, really driven it home that it's my Stros. The Orange Crush, Ron had one. It's phenomenal. They also have another signature drink, the Black Eyed Rye, along with an old-fashioned cocktail that's made with the Sagamore rye whiskey. So come on through, check it out. The Westin out right here downtown is big time. It's literally a stone's throw away from Minute Maid Park. So if you're coming to the Astros game, we got room for you. Come on through. The kitchen's open. The bar's wide-ass open. Got some good views up here. We got some football tonight, boys. We got them Arkansas Razorbacks playing tonight. Them Kansas Jayhawks are playing tonight as well. Them Colorado Buffaloes are playing tonight. There's some I don't know that too many folks give a rip about your Jayhawks or my Razorbacks, but I do think there's some folks out there that want to see Deion Sanders. Probably some want to see him win, and some would like to see him get his ass kicked. So, yeah, that's a game tonight as well.
I don't think they're going to get their ass kicked tonight, but
I don't know, man. Look, North Dakota State's one of them. They've only won about 400 games in the last 4 years, man.
Yeah, no, they ain't, I don't think they're going to get Colorado.
That's the story, though, Ron, right, with Colorado is if Colorado hadn't made strides from last year when they won 4 games last year, which, by the way, that 4 games won me. I bet on Deion, won me a bottle of Clase Azul tequila, which I've yet to collect on.
That's it.
But I will, Big Wheel. I know where yet. I'm going to see this weekend, Whitewater Amphitheater. But yeah, look, if they haven't made big-time improvements hitting that portal the way they hit that portal, Ron, then I think North Dakota State has a chance to compete with them. We'll see. I think that's the story behind that game.
We'll see.
If Colorado is for real, if the hype is for real, then they ought to handle business tonight pretty easily.
If their line play has improved. They still got some of them skilled guys over there, Hunter and Shedeur Sanders.
Yep.
The backs and the receivers.
Ought to handle business tonight.
Yeah. So tonight it should be. We'll see a little more when they get into the Big 12.
Mm-hmm.
All right. As we're live here, continuing here, Clint, I do think that D'Amico and Nick deserve some credit here. And I think they deserve some credit in how they've handled the running back situation. They went out early on in camp and said, all right, hey man, we want to at the very least, get some protection here. We want to, at the very least, get some protection on if Dameon Pierce doesn't really kind of come together like we hope he does. And they went in early. They found a veteran, and I think you talked about it when he first arrived here. That this way, you don't go out and go and pick up this guy. You're going to see if his Achilles, if he can still go with those injuries he's had with the Achilles. But this is a longer play, and you want to see what he can do long term for this team. And I think it's a huge thing because Clint, had they not gone out and made that move and gotten aggressive and said, hey, man, let's go and get something just in case, they would have been stuck with them rookies that they signed, British Brooks, who's the fullback now. They would have been in a tougher place, or would be sitting here with less players less than a Cam Akers that would come in. So I give them credit. We've talked about it and wondered how long they would run with Dameon Pierce, but at least this time, actions-wise, they at least said, well, we're not going to just get stuck and have guys that can't come in. They made a move pretty early. Now, I do think there's an argument that affect Dameon Pierce, but they made a move early to go get a Cam Akers to avoid being in the spot they're in and having a Dameon Pierce who isn't effective.
Great point.
So I'll give him credit for that.
Great point. We've spent so much time talking about Cam Akers, Dameon Pierce, who should be number 2, who should get the rock when Joe Mixon isn't right or Joe Mixon isn't ready and he needs a spell, needs a breather. We spent so much time talking about that. We need to put the brakes a little bit and actually appreciate the fact that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan said, yes, we need to bring a guy in here that gives us an option beyond a rookie that doesn't know his tail from a hole in the ground, that has some experience in this system. And if he's healthy, if he's able to go, and if the two Achilles tears haven't slowed him down significantly, this guy could be an answer at some point in time. Now, I don't know that they anticipated him being the answer this early on, but right now he's the second best back on his team, especially when you factor in the experience in this offense and what we've seen of a healthy Cam Akers to this point right here. So, yeah, you're right, man. That was a big-time move. Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans right now are they are, when it comes to hitting on players that they take that have a little bit of a risk associated with them, they've been pretty damn good.
I think the hit on this is obviously a part of their talent, but their talent evaluating. But the hit on this is also, go ahead, get y'all some whiskey. The hit on that is also, it's just more of the game plan and them just saying, all right, we're going to cover ourselves. We're going to put ourselves in the best position possible, and I think this is the best position possible of what they've done, because as you said, they could be sitting here with a rookie, they could be sitting here trying to scour all of these other teams, they could be trying to get a Dalvin Cook who's on the streets like the Cowboys had to do. No, but they saw it early, and there's hey, just in case, we like what we're seeing from DP, but just in case he doesn't pick this up or it's not moving the way, we got a real insurance policy. And now the worst has happened to go along with the best, that Cam Akers is picking it up. So I give them credit. They deserve credit for addressing it early and not putting themselves in a situation where they were trapped with him as the only option, or rookies or old, broke-down veterans. So I give them credit for that. All right, coming up as we're live here at the Westin downtown right near Minute Maid. Come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. The Astros have made a host of moves, and we'll let you know the latest, as Jason Hayward is not only signed, but hell, he's in the lineup. We'll give you the rest of that, as well as it's happening, fellas. It's happening. It's already starting to make good sense. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on the Drive.
Priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the Westin downtown thanks to Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live here, coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, your chance to win a signed football, autographed football by Jalen Petrie. Make sure you get in, put your name in the raffle box. It's right here as you walk in. Did want to pass across some news here with the Astros roster moves. Jason Hayward, there had been rumors all week that he was going to sign with the Astros. He had to pass a physical yesterday, and that is now complete. And now that he's signed, you know how the Astros do things, baby. He's in the lineup immediately, Jack. He is in the lineup batting eighth tonight as as he is up, Chaz McCormick is sent back to AAA Sugarland. That was done yesterday. Ryan Presley, that's, I think, even bigger news. Ryan Presley, he is back from the IL. Brian King, who had been up, pitched yesterday. He goes back to Sugarland himself. So those are some big moves made there. I'm checking the lineup, Clinton and Tyler. We've been talking about Ben Gamble. He slid himself up to the 5 spot today.
Did he? I tell you, we talk a lot about, all joking aside, I've been very critical of Joe Espada. And look, there's times that it's you obviously need to pump the brakes a bit on juggling the lineup around. But one thing I do love about him is, and I don't want you to mess around with them top 3 or 4 hitters now, but when it comes to the bottom of this lineup,
he'll mess with it.
I mean, if you're swinging it well, he'll bump your ass up there to that 5 or 6 hole in a hurry now. I mean, I can get down with that. Like I said, I don't want at any point in time him to get overly excited and jump up into them top 4 and start messing with that. But, hey, man, if you're swinging it well, if you're hot, I firmly believe in a hot bat, man. If there ain't no sense in leaving a guy at 7 or 8. If he's swinging it well and you want to bump him up to that 5 or 6 spot, I like that now.
Yeah. Big Gamble has played his ass off here of late. And this coming up with the Mets, he had really have a lot of production because he really didn't get a lot of opportunities, to be honest with you. So good for him. Go ahead. Slid himself up to that 5 spot right behind Yainer Diaz. So he's in there. He's in there ready to go. So that's the latest there. Also, by the way, fellas, just wanted to let you know it's working.
What is?
I slid into that blue check mark.
Oh, it's working.
Yeah, woke up this morning. Immediate follow from John Cena.
No, are you serious?
Dead serious. I woke up this morning, baby. John.
Oh, wow.
John Cena. Yeah, I'm telling you. I don't know what it is. It's working.
John Cena. I mean, you're a wrestling guy too. That's big for you, man.
John Cena's at my Mount Rushmore.
I mean, that is big for you.
Yeah, it's big. It's big. Yeah, I'm John Cena. I woke up. I said, "Oh, I'm telling you, it's the blue check mark, baby. It's what it's got to be."
I'm here for you, man. Good for you,
I'm telling
Chief.
you, man. It's already working.
Good for you, Chief. I mean, what about the following? I mean, that one guy, did he get you there? I mean, did he get you a bump?
I haven't really looked. I've just been celebrating that.
Oh, okay.
That victory, that small victory.
Take your small victories as they come. I hear you.
Yeah. That was it, man. I said, I'm just honest. I don't think that happens without the check mark. I really don't. I don't think that happens without the blue check marks.
You may be right. You may be right.
There's something to it. So, like I said, I'm gonna give it a month. See how this thing works. I don't. Tyler, does John Cena follow you?
No, but people way more famous than him do.
Way more famous than John Cena?
Who is more famous?
It won't let me sort him. I'm trying to find him. I know he follows me. We've chatted a few times.
I'm gonna hate to break it to you. I know in your world she might be, but she is not more famous than John Cena.
Well, obviously.
I got to lean Ron's direction here, T.
I mean, you can't come out the gate and say
you thought I was being serious?
Lisa Ann, baby.
You thought I was.
Well, I mean, what are we doing?
The gate with Lisa Ann.
Yeah, I think Lisa Ann's more famous than Cena.
I hope not.
Yeah, man.
I hope you don't think that. All right, man. I ain't gonna mess with you. But it's working. It's working, baby. It's working. Let's see what else. Let's see what else we can get.
That's a good start. That's a strong start, man. I mean, that's a good $11.
He fool around because now I can DM him.
Oh, now you can message him.
Message him, hey man, let's take this a step further, man. You think you can?
You think you jump on the show with us, man?
Jump on the show. I was going to start small, maybe give me a shout out. Maybe if he gives me a shout out, that adds on to the listenership.
Where's he going to give you a shout out at?
No, Twitter. That's
Twitter.
That's the best thing. Like Tyler, he said Lisa Ann. If Lisa Ann came out and said, something like, hey guys, Tyler Milner, man, he is one of the best in the game when it comes to producers right here, man. You should give this guy a follow. Tyler probably see 1,000 followers right there.
Oh, I bet it's more than that. She's up over 1 million. Now the question you got to ask is, I don't want to be too pushy with John. I mean, there is going to be the following you may get at that point in time is going to be, there's going to be a lot of picks involved now. There's going to be a lot of Brett Favre's involved.
I mean, just have to take it. Take with everything. You know,
take it as you can get it. I mean, look, I hear you. It's just going to be on a different level.
Yeah. Someone's trying to take away my joy on the text line saying John Cena follows everyone.
Don't let him
That's
do
fine.
it, man.
He hadn't followed me for the last 7 years, so pay him that. He started yesterday, decided to follow me yesterday. I'll take that thing. All right, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, 5 o'clock fire. We're still trying to figure out what the bets are going to be. Somebody texted in that the loser has to lick mayonnaise off of the other's toes.
Y'all lost y'all's damn mind. There ain't enough money in the building. Maroon money, Tyler, got ain't enough.
Nah, I ain't licking nobody's damn toes. I won't lick my wife's toes. I'm not licking the damn person's toes at all.
I mean, now my wife, on the other hand, I lick whatever.
Would you?
I mean, if whatever's on there, if whatever's on there is right, yeah, there ain't. I mean, literally, I lick the bottom of her foot if the right. They can put some peanut butter on there. You put some peanut butter on there, I lick the hell out.
Hey, man,
Put one of them sour cream. I'm sorry, not sour cream, whipped cream and.
Oh man, I can't do feet, man. I can't do feet, toes. Nah.
Come on, man. You wouldn't lick whipped cream off your wife's toes?
Not a chance. Nobody's toes.
I mean, Courtney got some boomerang toes or what?
It's not just Courtney's. It's a nice reference. No, it's not just not just Courtney. It's any toes, ma'am. Do you like your toes being licked? Do you like your toes being licked, ma'am? Do you like your toes being licked?
Do I like this music?
You do? I can't do toes.
Mean, why would you not?
I can't. No, I can't lick toes.
He's not even his wives. He's talking about his wife.
No, I won't lick my wife's toes. That's nasty. She's not quite into licking toes, but she'll be good to get her toes licked.
I think he was trying to be somewhat polite.
I mean, I'm not in it.
I mean,
I don't care if you put nacho cheese on it, which I'm a big fan of nacho cheese, caramel. The look of it's fine. I just don't want to hold it or touch it or put it in my mouth.
I mean, as
not a fan.
As disgusting of a human as you are, that's interesting.
Yes, and yes, I ate my boogers as a child, like most. I did, and I was 5. I'm man enough to admit it. I did. I was 5'4", but no, I don't like toes. I don't like. Not.
But not like you hate. Clearly, if your wife wanted you to lick whipped cream off her toes, and you wouldn't do it. Like it's beyond. I don't like it. It's just you're disgusted with them.
Like in the mouth. Like man, toes. You sweat on them. You walk on the ground on them.
Well, there's.
It's not even fresh out the shower.
With the exception of touching the floor, there's other parts that kind of go through some things when you walk and you run and you jog and you do different things. You use the restroom and things. You don't mind. You ain't never shied away from putting your face down there.
No, I'm not going to say there aren't some things that I'm not putting my face on. Or,
you make exceptions, huh?
That it's different. The toes are just different from me. See the things like that. That if I'm trying to enjoy a movie or something I'm watching, that'll tear me right on out. And both have thrown their foot in the mouth. Oh my God, that's nasty as hell. Nah, I'm out. I'm out on that.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, I'm not making movies with it, but if for whatever reason my old lady said, "Hey, man, hit this whipped cream off his toes," and there's a prize at the end of the tunnel.
Put it on your fingers.
No,
I lick it off your knee. I lick it off your kneecaps.
Hey, I'd be down on them ankles in a hurry, boy.
Put it on your fingers. All right. I know me and Tyler have a side bet on the blonde hair. That's what we'll do if either the Astros or the Royals, whoever gets swept, if your team gets swept, me and Tyler, the loser, has to dye their hair blonde. But we're still trying to figure out. We're about a little over an hour away, from making the decision on what the consequences will be. If our teams lose.
Well, I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest with you, boys. If that is literally an option, we ain't gonna one up that.
What the blonde?
I mean, you two dyeing your hair blonde. That ain't no side bet.
That is a side bet if the sweep occurs.
That's a side piece you're holding hands with in the mall. That's not like that ain't just a little side bet. I mean, that's one like hell. We got to talk. There's nothing we can do. I'm gonna tell you right now. If I'm involved, there's nothing we can do as a group that's gonna top you two going Eminem Joe Burrow on us. I'm just telling you, there ain't no way. There ain't nothing.
Is there a black version that you can call upon?
Q-Tip or what's his name? Cisco. There you go.
Was his blonde or was it just platinum?
Well, I mean, hell, I mean,
know it was platinum. I can't remember if Cisco went blonde.
Look, I'll be honest with you. Gold, platinum. I mean, blonde, whatever. Y'all do it, whatever. Playboy platinum. If I were gonna do it, I'd go all the way. Playboy platinum, man.
That would you go Playboy?
I mean, we'd Anna Nicole Smith this thing, man. There ain't no doubt about it. We'd be.
I mean, you really own it.
It would be platinum, son. But I mean, there just ain't nothing I can do to top that.
Yeah, that's a little sad. I did like your idea of the first 3 games. Whoever wins the first through the first 3 games, that's the team that loses, or that's the one that loses, and that person has to.
Well, it eliminates the 2-2. You know, it eliminates the draw, and then obviously we can use game 4 for something. Yeah. So, you know, it's but I mean, you two are the wild ones now. Y'all figure it out. I'm not dyeing the hair blonde.
I'm just I don't think anybody's gonna get swept. So that feels like one that ain't gonna happen. But we'll figure out something. We got an hour, a little over an hour away to figure that thing out, man. Let him have a little whiskey. Let him have a little taste.
Nah, you should have. That by the way, folks, y'all out there listening, that the gal that Ron just talked about licking toes with, her old man just walked in, and it was a great situation to ask him. We should have stopped him.
Oh, we should have. Was that him?
Hey, that had to be him. I mean,
hey, by her response, he didn't had her toes deep down in his mouth.
She did ease back in it. She didn't turn her nose up. She didn't knock
to them. He just spit on them things.
Hawk to it. Spit on that thing.
He didn't spit on them things.
He done hawk to it on them toes, boy.
Yeah, girl.
He didn't spit on them things.
Oh, that's
what
great.
You got coming up at the phone?
Oh, hell, I don't even know, to be honest with you, Ron. That is absolutely tremendous, man. That is good. That is God, too good to be true. We got some college football coming up this weekend, man. We got a couple of games. We kind of attacked it a little earlier with each game that we selected. We'll tell you our individual game.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, baby, the Westin downtown Houston, that's where we're at. That's where the party's at. A little pregame party for the Astros game tonight, starting a little four-game series with them sorry-ass Kansas City Royals tonight. And we are at the spot, like I said, the Westin downtown Houston, where the pregame party is jumping now. The bar's set up. Sagamore.
16 games over 500.
Who's that?
I'm sorry. You said that.
Oh, them sorry-ass Kansas City Royals, they'll be all right. They had a nice little run going, but they're going to run into a real squad. We'll see what happens. For Rye Whiskey, though, making this thing happen, this party at the Westin Sagamore Rye Whiskey. They got their small batch rye whiskey, which is a low and high rye blend that's mixed to perfection. When I say perfection, it's a sweeter, more approachable rye whiskey. Get down here. You can check out the small batch rye whiskey. They're handing out samples. And they've also got 3 signature drinks here at the Westin here at the bar. Sagamore Rye signature drinks. They've got the Orange Crush. A little tie there with the Astros, obviously. They got the black-eyed rye and the old-fashioned. Obviously, is a big-time favorite around these parts. Stop through, hang out with us, get a little shot of of Sagamore Rye whiskey. Try you one of them drinks. Ron, you've already had one of them drinks. How's it treating you over there, man?
That Orange Crush is delightful, refreshing. I try to find other whiskey drinks than I usually go with Manhattans and Old Fashions.
Sure.
Trying to find some other things. This is a little bit more refreshing. I like that.
You like to get outside your comfort zone every now and again, and here we sit in the Westin with Sagamore Rye whiskey making it happen. So come on through, hang out with us. The Astros got a big game tonight. We are literally a stone's throw away from Minute Maid Park, so it's a convenient stop by wherever you are. If you're going to the game, come on through. It'll be worth your while. They got the kitchen wide open, the bar's wide open. We do got a little bit of football tonight, college football, y'all. The big time slate doesn't start until Saturday, but we got a little football tonight, Ron, and your Jayhawks and my Razorbacks are a big part of it. You feel good about the Jayhawks?
Tonight, hell yeah.
Yeah. I feel good about the Hogs tonight.
They're going to beat the brakes off of them.
I feel good about the Hogs tonight. They both have opponents. Jayhawks and the Hogs have opponents that they ought to just absolutely throttle. We'll see how that ends up working out.
Hold on, but you think that Colorado game tonight might be a little tight?
I do. I think the game on the slate tonight of interest, if you will, is the North Dakota State at Colorado game. A lot of hype around Deion Sanders and his Colorado team. I think you got half the country that wants to see him do well. You got half the country that wants to see him fail. There's nobody sitting idle in the middle. Everybody, he's polarizing. Everybody wants to see him do well or get his teeth kicked in. We'll see what happens. We'll see what kind of squad they have tonight. I think that's it tonight. I'm not going to pick North Dakota State to win this ball game, obviously, but they are a tremendous football team. I'm talking about
a great program.
Great program, as good as there is outside the Power Five. They if that is still a thing, you get my point. They are a great program, and they will. If a team doesn't have like significantly better Jimmys and Joes, which you think Colorado has at this point in time, if they're not coached extremely well, and if they don't come to play football, North Dakota State will challenge Colorado. So I think tonight's more about what is Colorado's team all about? Is it more of the 4-win team from last year that when they were matched up against better football teams just couldn't get it done? They couldn't play defense. They couldn't protect the quarterback? Or is this a team that is significantly improved under Deion Sanders? I think that's the game nationally tonight that is going to tell us a little something about one of the more popular teams in the country. Now, you get into –
It's in Boulder.
Boulder.
What do you think the line is?
I think that line is 24.
10.5.
Are you kidding me?
10.5. Colorado minus 10.5.
Boy, Vegas doesn't think as highly of Colorado as a lot of people do.
I was thinking 17-20 is what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Then I looked it up, 10.5. I would have thought it would have been more than that. So it goes to.
I mean, that's
the point where you think
that's a Big 12 football team versus a D2 team, right?
The highest level, but yeah.
Wow, that's an interesting line right there.
Kansas 49.
Yeah, that's and Arkansas's 50 over UAPB, 50.5 or something like that.
Yep.
So, boy, I like Colorado there. I mean, I'm not real sure what to think about the Buffaloes to throughout the season, but I like them there. Less than a 2 touchdown favorite over North Dakota State. I'm going to tell you this: if they don't cover that, if Colorado doesn't that, Deion Sanders has got some problems. But nonetheless, let's jump into some of the bigger games this weekend, Ron, and let's start with Tyler's alma mater, man. I think the biggest game.
Is that the big game of the weekend? Maybe LSU, USC, maybe, but
Georgia, Clemson.
Georgia.
Notre Dame at A&M. I don't know. It's definitely one of them. But Notre Dame at A&M, Ron, who's the pressure on there when it comes to that football game?
I think this is one of the advantages that A&M has. I think the pressure's squarely on Notre Dame, and they have been here playing, SEC level, ranked teams, elite teams. They had that home and home since Marcus Freeman has gotten there. They had that home and home with Ohio State. They lost both of them, although they were tight games the last 2 years. They lost both of them, including that one last year at home. And then in the bowl games, the same thing. They've had chances to beat some of the better teams. Louisville on their schedule last year, they got blown out by. And I think the pressure's on Marcus Freeman. They have been ranked high every year, top 10 it seems like every year, and another time they're top 10, and they're facing, yes, albeit on the road, and Kyle Field is one of the toughest places to play, but they're facing a team that is ranked 20th, and I'll be honest with you, I think A&M is probably ranked that high because of being in the first weekend. I think they want
to make that matchup appealing, huh?
Yeah, a little bit more, and as college game day is going there. So I think the pressure, which is usually on A&M when Jimbo's been there, when they have to face teams like that. There you go with them Royals. When they have to face teams like that. But I think this time it's on Marcus Freeman and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. They have to win one of these games.
Yeah, I think Ron, there is monster pressure on Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman. I mean, you got Mike Elko's quarterback from Duke last year who balled out at Duke, played uphill in the ACC all year last year. Now he's at Notre Dame. You're a defensive-minded head coach. You're a program that has championship expectations year in, year out. You've been there long enough now to where they expect you to compete for national championships. And if you start out getting beat by Mike Elko, a first-year head coach at a school where a lot of the young prospects left, Jimbo Fisher, you had to pay him a boatload of money to get him up out of there. If you lose that game on the road, it's going to be a tough sledding for Marcus Freeman. Now, can Notre Dame right the ship? We've talked about it many a time. It's a 12-team playoff. This game means absolutely nothing relative to a national championship. But all of us talking heads out there, if Notre Dame doesn't go in there and handle business as a top 10 team in the country, there's going to be some serious questions about what's going on at Notre Dame. I think Mike Elko is clearly playing with house money. At this point in time, if
nobody's going to kill him for losing to the number 17 country.
Well, you're playing uphill, at least from a rankings perspective. If things don't go as well as planned, I think there is a legit excuse, if you will, that Jimbo left the cupboard somewhat bare. You don't have your guys in the building yet, even though right now that's not the vibe. This is a monster game, and we'll see how this thing unfolds.
You think it's tight?
Oh, I think it's a hell of a football game.
You think it's tight? Yeah.
I think it's a hell of a football game. I do think that Notre Dame ends up winning this football game. Riley Leonard, the kid that transferred from Duke to Notre Dame, I think he's the truth. He's the real deal.
Now, Mike Elko knows him.
Yeah, knows him well. And but I think he's the real deal. I think he's the difference in this game. Although I really like A&M's young quarterback. I think he is a problem.
On Wegman.
Yeah, man, Wegman's he's a good one. Ron, but other than that was Tyler's game of the week. What do you got?
I am. There's a lot of games out there. There's the Georgia Clemson we talked about. That's a big game. I am intrigued. You look up at the schedule. You see, all right, who's playing who? Let's see the first week. The hell with that week 0 thing the first week. And I look up and I roll past and I see Miami and Florida. And I'm like, nobody's even talking about this game.
Yeah.
Like nobody cares. It's just because of the place that these two programs are. And these are two programs to me that college football is rolling when these two are in the mix. And Miami, Florida playing this. I mean, this is a college game day game. For me growing up, to me, Florida with Spurrier and that crew, and then moving on with Urban Meyer and that crew, and Miami the entire time with Andre Johnson, who just went in the Hall, and how great they were under Larry Coker and that crew. And to see now, it's just like North Dakota State and Colorado, people probably are more intrigued to see. Other games on the schedule, more intrigued to see. Miami and Florida. Those two programs, they need to get back to where they are. And it looks like Miami is closer to getting there. The expectations levels are up. I think they have a chance to win the ACC championship, which would get them into the college football playoff. Florida, man, Billy Napier was a sexy hire. Was he out of Louisiana Lafayette? I believe that's where he came from. And
great town.
I had some really good oysters from there.
That's what you call them?
That's what they.
Oh, you're legit, seriously talking about oysters.
I took my son, so it wasn't the other oysters.
I got you.
But there was a thought, a promise that he was going to be there. We saw with Anthony Richardson was there, and it didn't quite pan out. And they just don't look like Florida. I mean, they feel like South Carolina or worse. Or, Kentucky's passed them up right now. So I'm really watching that game to see if Billy Napier, because this is the last stand for him. We talked about hot seats. There ain't no seat hotter than Billy Napier. He may not make it through the season.
You're absolutely right, man. Billy Napier's on the hot seat, and it's a crying-ass shame that Florida's in the shape that they're in right now. Now, he can turn the ship tonight, but at the end of the day, there's no excuse. Florida is one of those schools that ultimately recruits itself and year in, year out typically has better players than 90% of the country. And for whatever reason, Billy Napier's at a place that typically has that. It recruits itself. You're in the best conference in America. You've won national championships recently. You put guys in the NFL consistently, but you can't win on a college football field. That is a big time problem. Billy Napier's up against it. Here's the deal. The interesting thing about Miami is Mario Cristobal's one rough year, and I say rough, I mean not contending for an ACC title and not contending for a national championship. He's one of those away from his ass being on the hot seat. Cam Ward, they went out and pulled Cam Ward. Hell, he was going to the league. He was declaring for the draft and going to the league. They pulled him out of the draft, paid him a boatload of money, and I believe he was the number one quarterback in the transfer portal. Maybe Riley Leonard was up there, but I'm pretty sure it was Cameron Ward. So Miami's got a lot to prove as well, and Mario Cristobal's got to keep his tail off the hot seat. I tell you, I went with, like you said, Georgia Clemson is an interesting team, right? Simply because Clemson and Dabo Swinney and the dynamic that he has created at Clemson in terms of not.
They were Georgia. They were right there with Georgia and Alabama.
Yeah, and the game has changed significantly, and that is the one powerhouse program, Ron, that has not embraced the transfer portal at all. Like, the guys aren't transferring out and guys aren't transferring in. He has stuck to his guns in terms of recruiting and developing players that he recruits from the ground up. We'll see how that ends up working out. It hasn't looked real good. It hasn't looked real promising to date. We'll see how it happens this year. But you're going to stack up against Georgia. We'll see how far Clemson has fallen. I do think that's an interesting game. But for me, it's USC versus LSU in Vegas. That, to me, that's the game to watch. You've got Lincoln Riley, who's looked at as one of the top head coaches in college football, and he no longer has his quarterback. Obviously, he went number 1 overall in the draft this year. You've got Brian Kelly, who's looked at as one of the best coaches in college football. He loses Jaden Daniels. He loses Malik Neighbors. Both of those guys have lost a ton of talent recently, and one's moving into the Big Ten. One obviously has to compete in the SEC. Seeing where those two teams stand immediately out of the gate this year. Another game that's not going to have any ramifications. Well, I shouldn't say that. Let's say this. These week 1 games it's not going to be crazy. There's going to be.
Doesn't eliminate anybody.
There's going to be 4 to 6 teams, Ron, that recover from an early loss in the season. And whether that be in conference or in site games, there's going to be half of the playoffs this year are going to be teams that recovered from a suspect loss or a questionable loss early in the season, and I think one of these two teams could possibly be it. What does USC look like? I believe Brian Kelly and LSU is a program that's at a spot where they're going to be competitive. USC, given what we saw last year with Caleb Williams and Lincoln Riley not being able to protect the quarterback, not being able to play defense with the best.
And played defense since he's been there.
Hey, man, with the best quarterback in America. USC moving to the Big Ten, joining, obviously, a much tougher conference in the Pac-12, along with
much more physical conference too.
The logistical nightmare that is being USC and playing in the Big Ten. USC has the makings of being a team, Ron, that falls off and never recovers. I mean, they have the makings of being a team
they should have guys.
I'm telling you, Ron. I mean, there is a chance.
He can coach, right? Yeah.
I think he can coach his ass off. But I mean, we can say that about somebody all we want to. If they're not winning ball games, and at USC, if you're not competitive at a national championship level, that they're only going to let that ride for so long. I mean, he's already 1 year into a very disappointing season last year. Last year was very, very disappointing. And you got to look at this thing like he's one bad year away from the hot seat. And
I agree with that.
I just don't know that there's a dynamic at USC that you can recover from if you let this thing slide too far.
Yeah, I think Lincoln may get a little bit more leeway, but it can't be. Yeah, it can't be 5-6 wins. Like they've got to pick it up. And listen, he's coached in the Big 12 conference, which I think is that conference. The Big 12 he was in is probably not that different from the Big 10 that he's going to be in now. But yeah, he's got to get it. It's hard to think, are you going to lose the number 1 overall pick that many people believe is a generational type player? You're going to lose him, and then now you're going to enter a tougher conference and be better. That's a tough one. I think people can try to get their heads around. But we'll see. Should be a great first week.
College football's back.
College football. I'll tell you, tonight games, Friday games, Saturday games, and because the NFL hasn't started, they use it all. Sunday and Monday. Their games the next 5 days, and college football is back. Football is back. Meaningful football is back. All right, coming up, Chaz McCormick. They sent Chaz to Sugar Land. Is this the last that we see of Chaz this year? Is Chaz's time with the Astros done this year? We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Payne and Pendergast.
I'm really intrigued by the British stuff. That's everything you want in a modern fullback. He's got to be a capable receiver, and
Hughley.
Congratulations to our latest winner, DJ. DJ wins the Jalen Petrie signed football, and my man DJ said he went to school with him. So we got a Stafford High School graduate.
There you go.
Here. Said he went to school with him, so that latest winner. We do have one more, the big one. You got a chance to win a signed, and that's a game size NFL helmet, not a little one. A signed helmet from Christian Harris. We got people right here signing up right now. You know she can get in trouble. She's got a backwards hat on. She ain't playing no games out here. She looks like she has some fun. She need to go ahead and get her some of that Sagamore whiskey and have a good time tonight.
She's going to have a lot of fun when we kick off in them Royals ass tonight, Ron.
I mean, that could happen. Or the team that –
be some happy fans, man. You ought to stick around here, man. You ought to stick around here till about 10:30, 11. See all these happy fans come in here.
By the way, again, coming up 5 o'clock hour, our final prize. We're hooking somebody up with an autographed Christian Harris helmet. Go ahead, if you're on the way, if you're driving in the 5 o'clock hour, you got to get here and sign your name and put it in the raffle. You got to be here to get it. Go over there and have yourself a good time. Get you some taste of that Sagamore whiskey. It is delightful. I've had a couple of great drinks today. By the way, met some Kansas City fans in here as well. Know what he said to me? He said, "Oh, you're the show." I said, "It's Ron."
See, man, I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling you, man. He wants to bring that. He wants to bring that name back, man. There ain't no doubt about it.
Old listeners from up north. Good for them. Good for them. No, man, it's a good time. It's a good time to be had out here as we're enjoying ourselves, and we'll get you ready here. If you're going to the game, There you go. If you're going to the game, come hang out. Come hang out with him. If you're going to the game, you can come hang out and enjoy yourself. Yeah, we're on there. But,
no, you're good, man.
He's from Tampa, folks. But no, man, we're having a good time out here. You're going to the game, come stop by. Got some drinks, some good food, good times, and you're walking distance away from the stadium, and it'll be a good time. Real quick, the lineup out. The lineup is out, and Altuve is leading off at second base. They're going to keep Alvarez in the 2 spot. When you hit 3 home runs the day before, hell, why not change it?
Might not want to change that one.
Why not move it? Bregman is in the 3 spot, and then Diaz is back in the lineup tonight as he is catching. Gamble, as I said, he's moved up, and he's in left field, moved up to the 5 spot, Clinton. He has been swinging the bat really, really well, hitting over 400 since he has been here with the Astros. He's batting 5th with Pena behind him. Singleton is in at first base. And then the newest member of the Houston Astros, Jason Hayward. Jason Hayward is in, and he is playing in right field. He is going to get his first tonight in his first game with the Astros. And I don't know if I've seen this since the first game of the season, but Jake Myers is batting 9th in center field tonight. So that is the lineup tonight for your Houston Astros.
Well, look, we've talked about this. I mean, give Joe a spot of hell, but I got to give him credit, man. I mean, when in that lower half of the lineup, boy, if you're swinging it well, he'll move you up to the top, and if you're not swinging it well, he'll damn sure bump you down to that 8 or 9 hole. And so that's why you find Jake Myers in the 9 hole, and you find Gamble in the 5 hole. So I don't like him messing with the top 3 or 4 hitters, depending on who's healthy and who's not. But I'm all about juggling that bottom half, man. So I'm here for it, man. And look, when you look at the Hayward in right field, Gamble slides over to left field so that Yordan can DH. The Hayward, that I guess experiment that we're going to watch. I'm here for it. I'm interested. It's easy to lean into the 63 ball games this year with the Dodgers that just wasn't. It wasn't ideal. It was a rough stretch of 63 games. But you look back to last year, he had a really good year. If he can put that kind of production together, he can help this Astros team. The thing that I do at least like about Hayward in this position, Clint, is I think it is a difficult thing to come in and
know you're not going to get everyday at bats and still be able to maintain some sort of rhythm. And he's at least somebody that has a history. He's been in this league. He's 35 years old. He's been in this league for a long time. He's been a platoon player, platoon outfielder at times. So he knows what it's like. He's used to, all right, I'm not going to play every day. I'm not going to do this. So I do like that they got veteran guys, because some of these young guys, I don't think it's helpful. The guy we'll talk about here in a little bit, I don't think it's been helpful. But somebody who has been used to and had some success platooning. When he played with the Dodgers and the Cubs, he wasn't there every day, every time, right? He had to platoon with other guys. So I do like that part of it with Jason Hayward. By the way, Jason Hayward is here because Chaz McCormick got sent down. And Chaz McCormick got sent down after he hit that big home run. Listen, September call-ups are coming up, so he may be able to come back up with that crew in September. We'll see what happens there. You think there's any way that Chaz is on any of the playoff rosters?
No.
You think
he better not be.
You know, yeah. You think that we've seen the last of Chaz in meaningful baseball
this year? Absolutely. Absolutely. You've got guys, whether we're talking about Gamble or any of these guys that are young or new to the Astros that are getting significantly better at bats and are so so much more convincing than what Chaz McCormick has brought to the table all year long. And it doesn't matter why. At the end of the day, we're talking about a year's worth of a sample size here, damn near, and it's just not been good, to the point where clearly he's in his head, and that's just a gamble that I don't think that this Astros team should take in terms of bringing him back up. I mean, at this point in time, when you look at playoff time, Joe Espada's got to figure out what he's going to do in center field. Joe Espada's got to figure out what he's going to do from a DH perspective with Caratini, how to get that bat in the lineup along with Diaz and Alvarez. He's got to figure out what he's going to do in the left field when Alvarez is DH, and he's got to figure out what he's going to do with 2 of the 6 starters right now that are absolutely dealing right now. So there's some big-time decisions that have to be made. Chaz McCormick being back on this baseball team come playoff time, I just don't see how that works itself into the fold, Ron.
Yeah, I don't either. Even though he has a history and he has had moments of showing up in the postseason, it would have to be a good level of injuries in there, because right now, if Hayward produces, you got to go with Wright Hayward if he produces it anyway. Cabbage, maybe Chaz over Cabbage because of the experience, but Ben Gamble right now, it's hard to sense that Chaz will get to that space. He's just, even withstanding what he did yesterday in his one at bat, he's just in a place where it feels like Jake from the last couple of years when Jake hasn't really been active and he hasn't been on playoff rosters all the time. So I'm with you. I'd be surprised if he made his way on any of the playoff rosters if the Astros get there. So I do think they've got other spots, because they've got multiple guys that can play infield, outfield for them as well. So damn, Chaz, pour one out for you, old Chaz. At least he went out in a bang.
Ooh. Boy, he went out with a bang.
In a bang, with a bang. He went out. I want to see him in that lineup. What if he go down? He gonna start stroking it in Sugarland, just like other guy who just got sent down.
Yeah.
Pedro Leon starts swinging the bat well as soon as he went down. Chaz gonna get down there and start swinging the bat well. That is, he starts swinging the bat really well. It gets hot down there. I wonder if they would do so. So I think his best chance is September call-ups. He comes up and he takes the month of September and gets hot up here and has some moments.
I wouldn't be opposed to him taking the bat out of the hands of a couple of these rookies, these young guys that have just they've been up and they've done okay and they've looked promising. I wouldn't mind them saying the experience and what we've seen from Chaz. If he does start swinging it better down there, there's at least you can stand by. If Chaz starts swinging it better in Sugar Land, you can at least stand behind and say, okay, his timing's back, his confidence is back. He's done it at the pro level before. Let's get him back up here and see if he can do it in a pinch hit situation. But in no way, shape, or form does this guy factor into who you play on a nightly basis if Alvarez is going to DH or what you do in center field if indeed Jake Myers is not the direction you want to go for the entire playoffs. Chaz just doesn't factor into that. A pinch hitter maybe off the bench at some point down the stretch, maybe, but those types of conversations, big picture conversations we're talking about with getting significant playing time, I don't know how you even with a straight face factor Chaz into that.
Yeah, he feels like he's in that Jake category from the last couple of years. So that is the latest there. Dan, pour one out wherever you are for Chaz, man. Hopefully he does well in Sugar Land and get himself ready for next year. Because as we know, with Jake Myers, hell, you could be a starter next year, even though you're not on the roster. You could be a starter next year, even if you struggle the year before. So hopefully Chaz does. All right. There's been new evidence. There has been new evidence for Texans fans. I had the Texans at 10 wins. Clint had them at 9 wins. You had them at whatever wins you had. Now that you've seen all the evidence leading into the season, has that changed? Has that win total changed? We'll discuss that coming up next. All right, welcome as we are live. The Drive is live on the road, and we are live here at the Westin downtown. Very, very, very close. I'm talking a walking distance close to Minute Maid Park. As soon as you come on out, you'll be right there, and many people are pre-gaming here. They are having a little bit of that Sagamore rye whiskey and having some good drinks as there's some tastings you can have there, and many people are dressed in their Astros gear and some people in the Royals gear out here ready to head to Minute Maid right after the game, or right to start of the game, and they're pre-gaming here and having some drinks here and having a good time. You should do the same. And remember, in the 5 o'clock hour, that is your final opportunity for our final prize, which is an autographed, signed, game-size helmet by Christian Harris. That's the final prize pack. DJ, our earlier winner, he was able to win the Jalen Petrie football. Good for him. He went to high school with him. And Kat won the Will Anderson Jr. H-Town jersey. So make sure you get in here. Your final chance coming up in the 5 o'clock hour to win that Christian Harris helmet. And listen, this spot is this is a great spot. One of our good spots that we've been to, as you said, kind of a lounge spot type area. By the way, also look at that. I see the bar is packed over there, so you want to get in here and have a good time. But Clint, they're very much near the rail system, so you could be right here at the Westin and then catch the rail right to the Texans games on Sunday. So if you're looking to kind of have a little getaway and do something on a Saturday night, and then you want to get to the Texans game, the Westin is the spot to do it. Can I tell you something they got here, Clint?
Yes, tell me.
I'm telling you, man, I'm gonna do this I'm gonna take this with the wife. We've been talking about trying to do something here. They said I talked to the GM here. He said they do this once a quarter, Clint. Cooking and cocktails classes.
Really?
Yes, they take couples at a pretty good price. Go check it out at reserve tickets on evanbright.com, where they'll take couples, Clint, and they'll make meals. They'll teach you how to make a meal. You can cook a meal, and they'll teach you how to make drinks, a signature drink, and you can drink and sit there with your date and have a good time. Cooking and cocktail classes.
Eat, drink, and be merry.
I'm telling you,
Cook,
man.
drink, and be merry. Maybe I need to bring my bride down here. We both could benefit a little bit from that. We're not big-time cookers. We could both benefit from
I'm
that.
telling you, me and Cord have talked about trying to do something like that, and I think that might be. I think that might be something we might pull.
Well, I
off
mean,
there.
hell, it just hit you right in the face. Why wouldn't it?
I couldn't. I mean, he broke it down to me. I said, "Oh, that's a fun thing down here at the Westin." So they're doing it all. They're doing more than just for you to have a place to stay, but they got activities and such down here for you to do. So come on down here and have a good time and enjoy yourself as we have today. All right, Clint. Remember, by the way, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we're still trying to figure out the punishment. The punishment if the Royals or the Astros lose that Clint, myself, and Tyler have to do. And we'll figure that out in the 5 o'clock fire portion of this, so you can continue to send in things that you think we would have to do if our teams lose this series. All right, Clint, I threw this out, and I saw some people respond and text their thoughts in on what their the season would look like now that they've seen new evidence, now that we've gotten through training camp, now that we have gotten through all the preseason games. Whatever your win total was, has that changed? Has that changed? Whatever your win total is, has that changed for the Texans now that you've been able to see them more? We've seen 4 preseason games. We've seen the running game. We've seen the passing game. We've seen Diggs. We've seen Kenyon Green. We've seen Juice Scruggs at center. We've seen Kamari Lassiter. We've seen all of that. Wherever you was before this thing started, that's a cool-ass dude. Whatever you was before this thing started, has the win total changed for you? Because I was at 10, Clint. I know you were at 9. Now that you've seen all of this, has the win total changed? Have things changed for you with the Texans now that they've gone through all of the off-season stuff and now getting ready for the season?
No, I hadn't moved, man. I can't do it, Ron. I think 9 is rich. I think it's a good spot for this team. I think the schedule is significantly tougher. And as I've said multiple times, I mean, it boils down to this. Do the win now moves that the Texans made in Stefon Diggs, Daniil Hunter, Azeez Al-Shaair, drafting Kamari Lassiter and making him the starting cornerback, going and getting Joe Mixon and making him the starting running back, the Cam Akers pickup, I think it could end up being big. Re-signing Dalton Schultz. I mean, there's a lot of win now moves that they've made. Do those moves offset the schedule that is significantly more difficult than what they navigated last year? And look, I don't really feel one way or the other. I'm unmoved. I think I'm still at 9 wins, Ron. Really? Yeah, man. Look, when I look at this team, I appreciate what they were able to do last year. It was a hell of a season given where they were coming from and what point they were at in a rebuild with DeMeco Ryans and particularly C.J. Stroud. It was a big-time year. But that doesn't mean that this isn't still a young football team. And I think the jump in the schedule is being, highly underrated right now. It's the question, and it's a question. I'm not knocking or betting on it, right? The question of are the Texans are a good football team. They are trending in the right direction. But after 1 year of a soft schedule, are we convinced that they are a team that can be in the mix every single year the way the Chiefs have been? are they a team that have been in the mix every single year? The way even the Bills have, in a sense of just getting knocked off by Pat Mahomes constantly. Of late, the Cincinnati Bengals, with the exception of last year and some of the injuries, are they in that? Are they in that class of team? And I'm not saying they're not. I'm just not overly. I'm not ready to stand on a mountaintop and scream that they are.
So you got them at 9.
I got them at 9, man. I'm at 9, and I'm not moving.
Is that in the playoffs with 9? Is that winning the division? What do you? Because the division won with 10 last year with the Texans.
It took 10 last year to win with the Texans.
Steelers got in with 9 wins.
Whew, man. Yeah, look, I mean, I think they get in the playoffs. Yeah, I think they get in the playoffs. So if I need to bump it to 10 just because I do think that they win. I think they're the best team in the division. I think they win the division. I think they get in the playoffs. So I'm going to stay at 9 and say they squeak in at 9.
Yeah. All right. Someone said yes. Was at 10, now at 9. Run game scares me. This coming in from the text line.
Yep.
Clint be trolling. Okay.
Trolling.
Whatever that means. Also said Davis Mills wouldn't be on the team and Metchie would get cut. So, well, I mean, you're not always right.
Man, I also said Kamari was more of a slot corner. At one point, I thought I knew who Nico was. Yeah, I mean, there's a handful of misses out there, no question about it.
Get them all right. Here's my thing is the things that concerned me before camp started, before the offseason stuff started, was Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, those two in particular, but really Kenyon Green. And what also got me was Kamari Lassiter. I wondered what that would look like, him, and especially when they kind of wanted him to just take over that second corner role. Those were the two major things that concerned me walking into the season, and I had him at 10 wins. I would say on both of those two major things, I feel a lot better about. Now, I don't know they've 100% proven it in every way. Like, I don't know how much we've seen Kamari Lassiter have to cover down the field stuff, and I don't know that we've seen Kenyon Green go up against some of the top-tier guys that he'll have to go up against. I was impressed with the Dexter Lawrence performance against the Giants. But since I feel better about all of those things, the number one thing now is the depth, and I think that they'll get tested with that depth. But if you look at what they did last year, how they overcame the depth last year, which, I mean, was unprecedented almost, how much they had to deal with injury-wise, I feel like they're accustomed to dealing with that. And they've got better talent, but they do have a tougher schedule. I'm going to bump them up 1. I'll take them from 10 to 11 wins. I'll take them from 10
and Tyler's got them at 12 or 13?
Yeah, and I think he's staying put.
Well, I hope like hell y'all are right. Here's the deal is if you get to 11 or 12 wins with this schedule, it's Super Bowl or bust, boys. I mean, you know what I mean? Like that's where, and I'm not pushing back on you or Tyler's prediction. I'm just saying, in my opinion, with this schedule, if this team wins 11 or 12 football games, we've got one conversation to have, and that's, hey, they're fixed. Can they make a run to a Super Bowl? To hell with these AFC championships and the second round of the playoffs. And look, I'm on record. They could lose in the second round of the playoff, and I can be A-okay with it. But at the end of the day, the conversation to be had about the Texans, if they win our 11 or 12 games, is you're in the conversation with the Chiefs. What I saw last year, you go and win 11 to 12 games with this schedule, you're in the conversation with the Chiefs. You're in the conversation with the 49ers. You're in the conversation with the Eagles. It's time to have that conversation. I need to see more in order to have that with Ace.
All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for tonight's game as they start a big 4-game series against the Royals. And there is some good news, some good positive news, I believe, for Kyle Tucker. We'll give you all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents the Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty, the DILF. And Byron had to step in. We had to go to the bullpen. Tyler wasn't feeling well. We had to go to the bullpen, but our guy Byron has stepped in. And we've got the latest for you. First of all, the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Remember that. And we are live here at the Westin downtown, and we'll be here until 6 o'clock. As I see a ton of Astros fans rolling in here, and some Royals fans have been sprinkled in here. A lot of people are coming in and then walking over to the game. It's so close, just in walking distance. A lot of people are hanging out and making their way to the game, and you can hang out here with us. You can do a little pre-gaming here. People are doing pre-gaming here inside the bar. And if you want some good whiskey, some good Sagamore rye whiskey, we've been able to have some. Our guy here is tasting some. He's damn near Abreu buttons down right now, baby. He's one more away, baby.
Yeah.
Abreu buttons down.
Come on,
man. Good food, good drinks here, and you can have a good time. By the way, coming up in this hour, and I'll tell you when it is. It is coming up at 5:40. 5:40 is when we will hand out the final prize, the signed helmet by Christian Harris. Christian Harris signed a game-sized helmet. That will come up 5:40. You know what? You're right. We'll go a little earlier. Let's do this, 5:20, after this segment, because a lot of people are going to be taking off going to the game. 5:20, after this segment, we will hook somebody up with the final prize, that autographed game-sized helmet from Christian Harris. All you got to do, if you have not done so, is sign your name, throw it in the in the box here, and we will raffle that thing off, and you have a chance to win that helmet and be like DJ and Kat, who are our earlier winners today. So come hang on out with us. Coming up here today is we're here till 6 o'clock. Clint, Astros are hosting the Royals tonight. Hunter Brown gets the ball tonight, and listen, he's been rolling. He and Framber Valdez have been the two best pitchers for the Astros here down the stretch in the last couple of months. He gets the ball tonight, and Clint, it's been a bit of a rough stretch here of late. They had the big win yesterday, 10-0, and Spencer Aragetti had that great performance along with Yordan Alvarez, but they've kind of struggled here in that stretch. Yesterday's game, they had lost 6 of 8. But this is another good baseball team. As we said, they're in a stretch of 14 straight against good baseball teams. Right now, the Royals are 16 games over 500. They just took 3 of 4 in Cleveland as that series was on the line for first place. This is another tall task for the Houston Astros, but you want to see them get challenged here because they're not really getting challenged in the division, but they're really running into good teams they have to play. But this is a pretty big 4-game series to see what they're able to do against this team.
Yeah, it's a big 4-game series for the Drive. There ain't no doubt about that.
Yeah, right, it is.
Hey, look, here's the deal. All joking aside, is we've asked in the past, we viewed Justin Verlander and we viewed Framber Valdez, both of those guys as, hey, man, you got to stop the bleeding. You got to be the guy in this rotation that can stop the bleeding. Look, I understand that everybody's been really, really good. They've been great of late. So I'm not saying he needs to do something that he hasn't already done or that Spencer Aragetti didn't do or that Ronel Blanco, Framber Valdez didn't do. What I'm saying is to start this series tonight, given what's gone on with the Astros of late, we need Hunter Brown to go out there and give us one of them starts that we're talking about next week. Give us one of them starts to stop the bleeding, if you will. I know it's terrible. I know it's not been bad, but give us one of them starts where all we got to do is string a couple of hits together and the Astros get the dub. Make it easy on this lineup tonight. And Hunter Brown, I think it's time that we slide him into that category of Verlander and Framber Valdez as it pertains to expectations. I'm not saying he's the same pitcher. I'm not putting him in that category yet. I know it's a small sample size, but what I'm saying is it's time that from an expectations perspective that we put him in the same conversation. He has the ability to stop the bleeding. He has the ability to go out there.
He's done it.
And he's done it. And we need it to happen again with the Astros right now. And to me, it's one of them nights. You got a really good baseball team, as you've reminded us, a really good baseball team coming in here. And, you need to win this one. You've dropped a couple of series or split series of late. You need to win this one, and it starts with Hunter.
This will be fun. 2 of the best rotations in baseball, and two teams that have their big guns going in this, right? Hunter's going to go. Framber's going to go in this series as well. Seth Lugo, who is a Cy Young candidate. Cole Reagan's a Cy Young candidate. Brady Singer, who's got an ERA well under 4, has been really, really good. So this is going to be a great series of starting pitching on paper, Clint. And listen, I couple of hit today in Kansas City about this series and about the Astros. And like I told them, listen, this is a team that, hey, those first 4 in the lineup right now are the ones that you kind of get through. As I said, I would pitch to Yordan Alvarez in any important moments. I would say for the Astros, they probably shouldn't pitch to Bobby Witt Jr. in really any important moments. This is a guy who had been neck and neck with Aaron Judge in the MVP race. Aaron Judge is gone crazy here of late, so he's probably taking the lead on that. But it should be a really, really fun series, Clint. And I think of interest here, the lineup is out, and to see what Joe does to play with it today. Here is the lineup: Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Bregman. Yordan is the DH. Bregman, I guess he's just cool now because he's just playing third base every day at this point now. But Bregman at third base, Diaz is catching, Gamble is in left field, and bat 5th, which kind of jumps out to you when you look at the lineup. Pena, Singleton is at first, and then Jason Hayward, the newest Astro, who joined the team today. He'll be in right field with Jake Myers in center tonight. So this will be a really, really potentially fun series. I also want to pass across this news with Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker said he is feeling much better. This according to our guy of Sports Radio 610, Adam Spillane. He has done some light base running, but he'll do a little more tomorrow. He said he is not really feeling any pain in his shin. It's more tightness as he builds strength. He's doing more spring training things. And Clint, I actually saw a video of it.
Of him running bases?
I saw a video of him taking ground balls in the outfield and then turning quickly and throwing them in.
Yeah.
I will honestly say it's the best that I've seen him look.
First time you've watched it and said, okay, now we need to talk about him
this is
making progress?
What I've seen, because what we've seen on tape has not always matched the words that they have said. What we saw on tape, what I saw on tape matched the word, like the words of, he can get around. He doesn't look like he's favoring things to me as I've seen, like when he's full torque throwing the ball.
He ain't twerking in the outfield, is he?
He's not twerking, but it's full torque throwing the ball as I've watched this, like running up there. That looks natural. That looks like he's very, very close. And that
he should have got on that same.
Did you see that?
He should have got on that same bus that white boy Chaz got on to head down to Sugar Land, get the games in. Let's ride.
Yeah, that looks close right there. There's no favoring before in the outfield. Any movements you could see, he was kind of slowing down to stop. You could see he is now it looks natural. Natural movement, running in and throwing and landing on that slide. It does look like at this point Kyle Tucker is getting close.
Yeah,
that's the best. That's the best I've seen of him.
That makes sense right there. Look, Justin Verlander comes in. Boom, we reinforcements are on their way. All of a sudden, you look up. Ryan Presley is back. We'll see what comes of that, but that's a huge plus. The Kyle Tucker situation is next, man. I mean, it's beautiful to be in a position that you're in right now, leading the division, one of the hotter teams in baseball. Or you were one of the hotter teams in baseball. Let's be honest. Of late, the last 10, 12 games hadn't been. Yeah. But you're still in the power rankings. You're one of them dudes, right? You're one of them squads, and so it's good to be in that spot, knowing that you've got reinforcements. You've got not good, but you've got great big-time contributors, game-changing, impact-type contributors coming back. Again, Verlander last week, Ryan Presley this week, Kyle Tucker hopefully right around the corner. We'll see what Jason Hayward brings to the table in terms of playing in that outfield and being a big bat that you can, at the end of the day, probably lean on as a pinch hitter when everybody's healthy. We'll see what he brings to the table, but boy, it's sure looking good for these Stros, man.
Yeah, I think I got a really good idea from something someone suggested that we do. I think I like the one where it says the loser, because you said it, all right, the first 3 games of the series, whoever wins that 2 out of 3 is the winner. The loser has to do the entire show in the other team's colored face paint.
Colored face paint?
Yeah, like I would have to do the orange, the Astro face paint, maybe even try to do.
Well, I do love the.
And then you and Tyler would have to do the Royals face paint, and you guys have to do the entire show on Tuesday. We'll be back, all of us Tuesday. We'll be back all Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I love the Royals colors.
I want to see.
I look good in blue.
That would be fun to sit here and look at the both of you have to do the entire show.
I mean, I'd be somewhat disappointed that I got to listen to you for 4 hours while that's happening. But that's what makes it fun.
We'll just do the show. But I think it would have been very, very.
I got to look across that damn table and look at you with a blue face. Yeah, I mean,
it'd be very. I'm not wearing a blue face.
No, my blue face.
It'd be a very, very wonderful visual. Get somebody to come in, paint. I'm sure Aaron's a good painter. Elena's a good painter, so we'll have a good time with it. All right, let's see what happens. The Astros' big series against the Royals starting tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, as college football gets going tonight, they have opened up the lines, and the betting favorites are Georgia and Ohio State. Those are the 2 betting favorites to win the national title this year. Is that how you would see it? Are those the 2 teams that you look at and say, that's who I expect to be there at the end.
Yeah. I mean, look, Ohio State's got about
talk about pressure.
Ohio State's got about a $20 million roster over there. So yeah, you gotta like them and coming out of the Big Ten. I think there might be some folks sleeping on Oregon. But yeah, I mean, when you look at the top two favorites, Ohio State, Georgia, I mean that makes perfect sense to me. I do really like Texas as well.
That's who you like, but is that who you see? If you had to pick it, is that who you think's going to be there? Those are the two teams you think are.
No, I would not pick Ohio State.
I don't either. I don't think their quarterback. I don't think their quarterback. If they're going with Will Howard,
I would pick Texas. I would pick Texas before I would pick Ohio.
I would agree.
Ohio State, to be completely. I just don't believe in Ohio State.
I would say Oregon too. Gabriel, I like.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon is one for me that is definitely in that conversation. I would go Georgia and Texas with Oregon following behind, and Ohio State would be up there, but I would probably throw Texas or Oregon in there over the top of Ohio State.
Yeah, Oregon's a team to really watch. Dan Lanning, obviously a really good coach, and I think they got a quarterback that fits their space. But Georgia does right now seem like they are the best team in football. Georgia feels like that is the team to run it. They bring back the quarterback. They got my thing with Texas is they've lost a lot, and I'm not just in a space yet where I look at them like Alabama and Georgia to where it's like, yo, they lost these guys, but I'm confident they got similar level players still there. I believe that with Georgia. I believe that with Saban's Alabama. I don't know that I'm there with Texas when you start talking about they lose Sweat and they lose the other big fella up front who was even better than he was, whose name has escaped me right now. I think he went to the
Titans.
Sweat went to the Titans. I forgot who it was. I'm sure somebody on the text line will let me know. He was the number one D tackle, taken off the board, but losing Xavier Worthy. Losing. I don't know that I look at him and confident that bam, they got another guy right behind him.
Yeah.
Who's ready to go.
Well, look, after losing a first-round receiver, second-round receiver, a first-round D tackle, and second-round D tackle, it just seems like there's that would really handcuff most universities. But if you listen to Steve Sarkisian, I've listened to him at SEC Media Days and a couple of different press conferences. I mean, he is very, very vocal and very confident that this is by far the best roster and the most talented they've ever been, Ron. So I agree with your thought, just generally speaking. But boy, when you hear Sark about this roster, man, he's pretty convincing with it.
I know he's going to talk about it. I'm just saying, like that. This is like Texas. That was the first year, and I know Byron Murphy. That's what I couldn't get.
There you go.
Thank you, text line. I know they've got a lot of 5 stars and they've got high recruiting marks, but we've seen that like with A&M. Like it doesn't always pan out. I don't mean to take a shot with A&M, but I'm just looking at what they've. It doesn't always mean that guy is going to be the next guy up is going to be really, really good. Hell, they lost the other receiver to the Colts in the second round as well, the kid from River Point. So they've just got a lot of replacing, and they're moving to the SEC, and we'll see. We'll see what happens there. So a lot to roll through here. Georgia and Ohio State, the top favorites to get and win a national championship this year in college football as it kicks off full-fledged today and this weekend. Coming up, there was a bit of a disagreement with the captain, Joe Espada, with members of the Drive, but we'll let you hear what Joe had to say and see if you feel better about his explanation on the decision he made last night. We'll discuss that next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
There's nobody on this Astros staff, I'm telling you right now, that you should have more confidence in to make that adjustment.
It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back as we are live here at the West End enjoying ourselves. Congratulations to Daniel. He worked so hard. His name has been in there for so long, and Daniel was able to pull off the Christian Harris helmet, autographed helmet, as he is our final winner tonight. There are a couple of really ticked-off people around here, the Weston, who really wanted that helmet, including that young lady in that yellow shirt eating those wings. She was really hot that she didn't win that helmet, but congratulations to Daniel. He is our final winner as we've really enjoyed ourselves here at the Weston.
I feel good about that, Ron.
Do you?
Because Daniel and his wife walked in. He got Texans gear on, by the way, up and down.
Ready.
So I just felt the urge. So I got up off my ass and
there you go.
Grabbed a couple of them little raffle right there. I said, "Hey y'all," I said, "We're giving away some autograph stuff over here, man. You might want to." I see you got that Texans gear on. I'm assuming you're a fan. You might want to jump in this raffle. So him and his wife signed up.
Damn! Without you, he wouldn't have won it.
Would have never won it, man.
Damn.
I feel good about it, man.
God, that's good.
Hey, great story, Daniel.
Danny.
He's got a son that happens to be at A&M right now, Tyler. He's got an Aggie in the family. He said every year of his life on his birthday, he put him in a number 20 Earl Campbell jersey. He's got pictures from 1 year old to 18 years old. And I said,
and every year he put
his ass ended up in College Station.
Wow.
He said, yeah, he did. So I hope. He said, I'm going to the Astros game tonight. He said, I'm gonna bounce over to College Station on Saturday and catch that Notre Dame A&M game.
It's a good one to get to. He's got him a nice sports weekend.
That's right. Down there in Corpus, man, living large. Got a big-time fantasy football group down there. So, yeah, man, I learned a lot about old Danny.
And Daniel won.
Yep.
Daniel got the W. Good for him. Good for him. All right. As I said, man, we'll be here till 6 o'clock. If you're looking to pregame for a little bit, you're steps away from Minute Maid. So you can come right on in and jump in and have a good time. A lot of this looks like this must be a thing right here. As many people drop by here and then go on and head their way, grab a couple of drinks here, grab some good food here, and go their way into the game. By the way, also, as I was reminded, they've got a rail system right by the rail system. And Sundays, if you want to come and pre-drink somewhere and then head down to NRG, you can just come on over to the Weston and then jump on the rail system. It'll take you right down to NRG and get you ready there for a game to deal with the parking and bother and all that stuff.
Well, look, I'm going to tell you, man, I don't know much about the rail system, but if it is doable, this is where you need to be, man.
And this year, that parking I could tell is going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be a little different than the last few years. That traffic, that parking, I'm going to change my plans. That's for damn sure. Get in there a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But the Weston, man, I mean, they've renovated this joint. I've not been up in the rooms. I'm sure you can check that out online. But boy, if you look at this lounge, right, I mean, this lobby area right here, bar area right here, and
nice.
I said it right, lounge area. It is a phenomenal setup. No surprise that they have tremendous pregame, Astros pregame, concert pregame type of atmospheres, as well as the old postgame. The postgame gathering here happens to be at the West. This would definitely, back in my day, this would be a day. This would be a spot where I'd slide through. I'd pregame here, probably plan to postgame here as well, and the old Weston, the old hotel postgame was a pretty smooth one back in the day.
Whatever that means. I don't know.
Well, I mean,
you went
sometimes you got to think a little ahead. You know what I mean?
What is it? Park Street is where you're normally
well,
back to. You just went
that's where I
else.
learned everything.
You just took off somewhere else.
Yeah, this is post Park Street days. I didn't know nothing. I didn't even know what the Weston was in the Park Street days.
I know. I just say you took off somewhere.
Weston, that's some old boy at school, isn't it? That's some old boy at school. You tell my old boy that lives around the corner.
I had a Weston Brown. I remember him that I went to school with. All right, last night, and this happened while we were on the air, as Spencer Aragetti was into the 8th inning with a no-hitter. And this is a young rookie. And listen, there are so many pitchers, Clint, that have pitched a long time, that have been successful, Hall of Fame level pitchers, Clint, that have never thrown a no-hitter, that have never experienced that, have never experienced what Justin Verlander and Nolan Ryan have done several times themselves, never experienced it. And Spencer Aragetti was there and in that spot. Pitch count decent, And in the 8th inning, Joe Espada makes the decision to take out Alex Bregman and to take out Jose Altuve out of the game. And I'm going to let you hear his explanation here in a second to see where your thoughts is. I know for me, Clint, I was not fired up about it. I know you weren't either. I thought you got a chance for special. You needed 6 more outs. Mauricio Dubon had just made that amazing catch. Every time you see a no-hitter, you see one of those defensive plays, and you thought, oh, my God, it's going to happen. That was the play. One of the shots of the year for the Astros, a Spencer Aragetti standing up there with his hands on his head with his mouth wide open. And sound like, did he catch it? And Clint's yelling, show it to me. Show it to me. Did he catch it? And then he took out Alex Bregman and took out Altuve, and damn do you know the first hit was a chopper to Alex Bregman to third base that Alex Bregman we pretty much believe would have handled, and Shea Whitcomb could not get a handle on that chopper, and there goes the no-hitter. To me was like, hey man, you got 6 out, and I know he got hit by a pitch, but you kept him in out the run, and then you kept him to play defense again in the 7th. So I don't know why he doesn't play in the 8th and the 9th when you have a no-hitter on the table. Clint, before you answer, Byron, I want to hear this. I want to hear what Joe Espada had to say because he gave an explanation on why he made the decision to pull his guys.
You know, my first thought is we are playing 18 straight. I got to give my guys a little breather. It's 94 degrees outside. I'm very much aware of the no-hitter and where everybody's at, but right now we have bigger goals, which is win this division. So I got to do everything in my power just to make sure that everybody's healthy, everybody, is ready to, recover for tomorrow. And that's all I was thinking about, and also Spencer had the pitches to go out there and continue to go. And if he would have been efficient in the 8th, he probably would have gone out there in the 9th.
It's been over 24. It's been almost 24 hours. You feel different? Are you getting even more fired up hearing his explanation of why he decided to make that move?
Yeah, I'm more fired up about his explanation. I just disagree wholeheartedly with it. I think anything that Joe Espada does relative to resting players, pulling players, going to a 6-man rotation, I think at the end of the day, anything he does, anybody under the sun that covers the team can say, well, we got bigger plans here. We're trying to win a division. We're trying to make another trip to the World Series and win an ALCS. And that's always going to be the low-hanging fruit answer to everything they do. But if you look at what he did, it's very difficult for Joe Espada to sell to me that he was worried about Bregman in terms of 94 degrees and being able to play and recover for the next game. You let him run bases after he got hit in the freaking head with a baseball. He went back out and played third base in another half of an inning.
Yes.
Right? I mean, Yordan Alvarez went to the plate and hit his 3rd home run after Chaz McCormick hit a home run to make it 9-0. Like, at what point did you all of a sudden decide, boy, I got to get these guys this rest, man. These next 6 outs are going to really put them behind the 8 ball. Like, I don't have a problem with him resting players. I don't have a problem with him at any point in time going.
It's just a situation.
Hey, but the reality of it is, to me, if you're a manager, like when you see a young pitcher that is having the month of his life, he struck out more batters in the month of August than anybody at this point. And he's got a no-hitter going into the 8th, and you don't provide the best defense that you could possibly provide at that point in time
8th and 9th
for that kid.
That's it.
Like, I'm sorry, guys, but I can't lean into we got to keep him healthy, or I can't lean into what happened an inning ago when he got hit in the head, but you left him in the game then. Like, for me, you're talking about a career-changing moment for an individual player. You're talking about, to your point, something that very rarely happens within an organization. I don't know how many no-hitters the Astros have thrown. I should probably know that working here. But it's not near as many as you would think.
The entire Padres organization just threw their first 2 this year.
There you go. And Spencer Aragetti's 6 outs away from it. And you, as you said, you can see like the catch off the wall for Dubon, man. The low pitch count through 6 innings, all of a sudden it balloons up a bit. Now he's got to tighten down and get some outs. Like, it just – in my opinion, I thought it was a horse crap decision by the manager in that moment as it pertains to Spencer Aragetti, and that's not the time for me I mean, you've got a 3.5 game lead on the division, and your guy's got an arm that swells up. I don't know if it's future Tommy John. I don't know what the hell's going on with Bregman, but you're playing him at third base instead of DHing him. You're willing to take that risk every single day, but you ain't got 6 outs in you for Bregman behind a throwing a no-hitter. Yeah, I don't. Again,
and I just think you're going to contradict yourself. And he was going to, because I would say this: what if he ended that 8th inning with 105 pitches and no hits? You think he would have run him back out there in the 9th, even though it wouldn't be you got
in the
bigger
best
goals?
interest? Yeah, right,
He
exactly.
He would have ran his ass out there
as well. He should have.
Yes, as well as he should, with 105 pitches and a no hitter. Even though you probably don't want that pitch count to jump up that high, I think he would have done it.
Yeah.
I just think you're going to contradict yourself. Like you said, you had a game in which you had just told us a couple of days ago that this cat was working at first base and Alex Bregman. You had a game in which Victor Caratini was the DH and Alex Bregman and Alvarez were in the field. And you just told us his are bigger goals. Like, it's just –
well, you just can't – you can't pick and use – like, you can't pick and choose, Ron, when to use that excuse when it's blatantly obvious you weren't thinking that the minute after Chaz McCormick hit the home run to make it 9-0. Like, if you were going to – at that point, if you're going to say, hey – all right, we're pulling the reins back. Yordan, you're done. Bregman, you're done. Altuve, you're done. And you pull everybody that you possibly can, and then you know what I mean? Like, you empty your bullpen with guys that I guess they did that with King, but I don't know. I just
doing it after he gave him the hit.
I just find I find it really difficult in hindsight for him to lean into that right there, given what we watched.
All right, as we continue live here from the Westin downtown. I got to believe D'Amico and Nick deserve serious credit for something they addressed, and they were proactive instead of just waiting for something bad to happen, which a lot of teams can get reactive. They were proactive, and I think they deserve credit for that. We'll just explain and discuss that coming up next.
All right, what's good, Houston? It's Clint Stoerner here. And look, I hope you or any of your loved ones are never injured in an accident, but as we live life, as we go through life, it happens. It happens to some of the best folks that we know. So if you or a loved one's ever injured in an accident, I need you to keep this in mind. Mo Karam Law Firm is the way to go. And look, you need them. They're the best in the business. And when it's all said and done, you need to hold the negligent party accountable, and you need the compensation that you deserve. It's really simple. Don't be intimidated by attorneys that are representing these big insurance companies. Don't be intimidated or frustrated with the insurance jargon and paperwork. Let Mo Karam Law Firm, let them handle it all for you. 281-222-2222. It's a free chat. They got you back. If they don't win, you don't pay. It's as simple as that. These are the kind of partners you need. These are the kind of people that you want to lock arms with. And if you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident, look, whether it's an auto accident, big truck accident, slip and fall, accident at work, Mo Karam Law is who you need to call. I know them well. They're the kind of people you want in your corner. They're the kind of people that you want representing you and making sure that you get the compensation that you deserve. The good thing about several great things, Cameron Law, one of them that I love from the jump is if you give them a call anytime, 24/7, 365, you get a real person, not some automated answering service. Contact them day or night, 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mo Karam Law Firm.
How does Coach D'Amico feel after making some difficult roster decisions?
It's definitely tough. I would love to keep everyone. Loved all the guys that we were able to work with. All those guys belong in the league. They worked the right way, made of the right stuff. So pulling for all those guys.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
John Lopez here. The Auto Awards are in, and Cars.com named D&M Auto Leasing the top leasing company in the U.S. for the 10th year in a row. But there's more. Cars.com also ranked D&M the top dealership in the Southwest region of the United States. Regardless of vehicle make, for the client experience, they are the best. They earn the top marks over all mainstream brands, luxury, new and used cars, all of it. Call today or visit online, dmautololeasing.com, and start saving.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my good friend Dr. Ben Salento with Texas Sinus and Snoring. And I know you guys have heard me talking about my snoring through the years prior to 2018. Once February of 2018 came around, I was a Dr. Ben Salento guy. I went to him. He got my sleep fixed for me. He's got a comprehensive array of solutions. And when you sleep, you are fixing almost everything else in your life. Sleep is the foundation for anything we do. If you want your quality of life back until you fix your sleep, it's just not going to happen. He fixed my snoring. He fixed my sleep apnea, which it was a really beneficial thing for me because sleep apnea, that can kill you. Sinus issues, he can help you with that as well. Did a procedure on my wife's sinuses. She breathes a whole lot better now. Texas Sinus and Snoring is the name of the practice. He fixed my deviated septum a year ago, and now I breathe better the entire day long, not just while I'm sleeping. 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313 or online at drbensalento.com.
Get big deals for days at Target's long weekend sale.
Let's go.
Like 20% off denim, tees, dresses, and shoes for the family. Then round out your barbecue with Doritos and Ruffles party-sized chips. They're on sale 2 for $7. Or get 30% off 12 packs of soda when you buy 3 with Target Circle. And save even more. Find new lower prices on many grocery and household items you love today and every day. Target's long weekend sale ends Monday. Restrictions apply.
I love it.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. And here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews on your dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Sports Radio 6.